There we go. It's just my computer's just ticked over to 907.
Welcome everybody to Battle Streams episode 80.
80.
80.
80 if I live and breathe.
Unbelievable. What's this that people can see? Oh, it's that box. So I get rid of that. It's really annoying.
Should we
I'll
see
put that box down on top of all the other boxes.
Yeah, no, it's lady. Shall we see if... Oh, I've got a cheeky bit of audio on
that. Welcome everybody. Episode 80, like I say. It's a milestone if you're counting them. It's another decade. Is that what you call it? What would you call it?
Sorry, I had no
dodecahedron.
I wouldn't call it a dodecahedron, no. What?
It's 10-sided, mate. It's 10-sided.
What Battle Streams episode 80 is?
Yeah.
Cool. Good to know. Good to know.
Anyway, I hope everyone is well. We are very much on time. If on time means that we wanted to run exactly 7 minutes late.
Well, that's what we do for the fans, right? That's what they want.
For the fans and for the lols. That's what we do it. Yes, we hope you're all well. It's been a crazy couple of weeks, especially for me. Yeah, it's just been crazy busy. I can't believe it's been that long already. It's snuck up. Damien, how are you, my friend?
Very well, because we had
what is going on with the Lothlorien curtains?
Yeah, we had our crazy midweek stream last, so it's been 16 days. So feels like longer, but it has only been just over 2 weeks. But if we might as well start with the classic welcome to Battle Streams in Middle Earth. For anyone who's new here, this is our fortnightly stream. Look at that, dual magazines. You love to see it. You love to see it. This is our our stream where every fortnight we hang out together, normally on a Friday night, to chill out and paint and help to clear the backlog. No mug from me. Can you clear the backlog tonight?
Oh no.
Oh, I think it's probably been quite a while since there's been double no mug.
I think the last time would have been pre-mug existence.
Maybe, who knows? But and we do that by looking for an issue of this every week. And reflecting on the state of the game and the rules that we're in here and the modelling guys, and sometimes we even play games, which is like we did last time. And we paint along around a certain theme, and the theme is determined by the model that came with this magazine. And the key driving point of this is that you don't need the model. Like if the theme's not something you're painting, who cares? Just go and get it and paint it. And so Steve, this issue, which we'll go through in detail later, came with this guy.
It did, yeah.
So tonight's theme is this Orc Captain, presumably?
No.
What are we doing tonight, Stevie?
Any unnamed captain. Any unnamed captain. Could be good or evil.
Mm-hmm.
Hobbit or Lord of the Rings. That's okay, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's any unnamed captain, and you will be entered. What we want you to be doing is working on unnamed captains. Because it's unnamed, and there's probably thousands and thousands of entries that we're going to get tonight, it's not actually going to knock any of the sort of named characters off the top of the list for breaking records of having the most named, but it's just for fun.
Yeah, can't be a record winner.
Yeah, so get your captains out for the lads and get some paint on them and post them in the whip thread. And guess what, Damien?
What's a whip thread, Steve?
I'll just have to double check, make sure that I haven't caught it all like I normally do. Because it wasn't done at 5 minutes past 9.
I think we'll go with occasionally do. I don't think we'll go with normally do. I think you do yourself a disservice there.
It's up there, mate. It's Great British Hobbit League. It's got 15 comments. It's been up there well in time. So there is a thread called This is the Whip Thread, posted by my good self on the Great British Hobbit League Facebook group. If you're not on the Great British Hobbit League Facebook group, what are you doing in your life? Get on there. It's the place to hang out online. All the cool kids are there. But that's where you'll find it. Anything you're working on tonight, post in there. If you are working on a unnamed captain, you will be entered into a draw, which I'll come to in a minute. But even if you're not working on an unnamed captain, please do post what you're working on whilst watching and listening to the stream, because it's always interesting to see what people are working on and fun to be inspired and see what you've got on your painting desks. But if you are on theme, painting an unnamed captain of any shape or form, you will be entered into a prize draw. What can they win, Damien? Boop, boop. No dice cam tonight. No dice cam. That was the most budget dice cam I've ever seen.
Dice cam doesn't travel. Nor does the dice tray. But the Michael Curtis dice do travel, so we will be able to pick them. Do you know what travels? My laptop hinge.
Wind.
The hinge on my laptop travels.
Yes.
That's dice cam for tonight.
Yeah.
But yes, you can win one of these. It's the only way to get hold of one of these, one of our Black Battle Streams Middle Earth dice.
Yeah.
And one of you today will walk away with this.
Yeah, very, very good.
Very cool.
And
it only rolls fours.
Fours.
It only rolls.
You could have said sixes.
See, but this is the integrity of the stream.
Yeah,
that's why people watch, because if I'd have said six, they would have been like, really? Whereas because it's four, they know I'm honest.
Yeah, and because we're trying to force integrity, he actually did roll a six, but he said it was a four.
But I knew no one would believe it. And I thought we could boost up the integrity.
So yes, we've got quite a few bits to go through.
So many bits, Stephen. So many bits.
I'm not sure if, because me and Damien have not even had a chance to catch up really this fortnight, really. So I'm not sure if we are gonna follow through on comments from the last stream, or
what I've done, and I want to say thank you. Apologies for anyone else to this. I want to say thank you to Larry Miller and Michael Haskell. They both sent me the comments from the first stream when we had our technical disasters. Someone pointed out earlier, I noticed that it sounds like you're worried because you've called this video part 2.
Who has?
You have. This is episode 80, part 2. It's like you're predicting. I don't know if you're tempting fate.
Have I?
Yeah, it's a bit of a worry.
Where?
I mean,
Where's this? Where's this madness?
Right there.
Oh no! Do you know what it was?
I think it was that you put part 2 in it. Yeah.
No. Because I've not realised that you edited the last video. The title.
You're going to make this my fault somehow, aren't you?
Yeah. So I think you've edited it and put part 2 in, because I definitely haven't. And all I did was I reused the stats from the last one and just changed 79 to 80.
Yeah, and then left part 2 in.
Yeah, because I didn't read that. I was only reading part 2 episode number.
Didn't read it. It's too much. Once I got to 80, I got to the space after 80.
If you've seen my schedule day to day, I don't have time to finish sentences, mate. I get halfway through and make the rest up.
No one is too busy to move.
I'm like, oh, you didn't want a double story extension. Oh, right, okay.
That is ridiculous. But no, hang on, it's even worse. You've changed 79 to 80, and you've changed Denethor to captains.
Yeah.
So you've skipped.
I just changed the bits that I know what to change. I do this every fortnight. It's the same.
Do you know what you've done, Steve?
And what you've done is you've picked this cat up right, and you just whacked it amongst the pigeons. That's what you've done.
What you've done is gone right. Episode
pigeons flying everywhere.
Episode 79, change that to 80. Part 2, that's fine. Issue 57, change that to 58. Denethor, change that to captain.
Exactly.
No way that's on me.
10 points. You've got it exactly right.
No way that's on me. No way.
So have a word with yourself.
Yeah, of course. I'm sorry. I don't know why I keep doing these things to you.
So anyway, Michael and Larry both sent Damien parts of the chat, because anyone who was here a fortnight ago will realise that halfway through we thought the world was ending, and we got cut off and we got back on for 10 minutes, so we had to start again. So it went down as 2 streams. So there's
I'm going to have to say this so someone else doesn't. It was a lot longer than 10 minutes.
Was it?
It was about half an hour.
Was it? No. No.
It was.
Didn't feel like that to me because I was doing all the work.
Right.
But yeah, just saying. Anyway, where was we? So yes, what was he up to? What was the talk about?
We were talking about tonight. We were talking about getting involved. We were talking about the Orc captain. I don't think we really mentioned quite why that the Orc captain, cool model as it is just a bit reductive. That if not everyone has Orcs, certainly not everyone has that model. Whereas a named hero, lots of people tend to have a version of that named hero. So that's why we've opened it up a bit. So pretty much, surely, almost everyone should be able to join in tonight, right?
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
You would certainly hope so. So
you think Ruth, who I can see waving in the chat now, you think she'd have a captain of some description, or at least could steal one.
Yeah, nick one off her dad.
Paint it.
Everyone should be able to join in. Steve, are you joining
in? Possibly.
That's mysterious.
And it's very unlike the conversation we just had pre-stream.
Yeah, well, I've got to pretend I don't know.
Possibly, I'll see what I do. As regular viewers will know, and anyone who's in the Patreon chat will know, this. I know it all looks very organised until I move out of the way like this. There's all sorts of stuff everywhere. My man cave is an absolute tip at the minute. It's going through a bit of a transformation, so Things just are everywhere. I'm not sure where everything is. I do have some things to hand, but I will have to look under boxes and piles of papers and stuff like that. So I may be painting something. I'll be doing something. I'm always doing something. I'm always busy, aren't I?
But what have
You know
you
what I mean?
what have you just pulled out? Because the regulars will want to hear this.
I've not pulled anything out yet, but I've got a few things to hand.
Well, you told me that
What?
you got a captain's box.
Oh yeah, I've got a captain's box. Yeah, but
There
it's
you go.
over there.
They'll
I'll have to
like
go over
that.
there for it. In fact, I've probably got more than one captain's box. In all honesty, but they're not called captain's boxes because they're boxes that are labelled up from the old days. They're command boxes, mate.
Because I was going to say, it's starting to hurt my head, your system, that you had like, say you had a Lothlorien box.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't your Lothlorien command be in that instead of being in the command
I'll
box?
explain it to you.
I'm glad.
It won't make a lot of sense, but I had a system when I first started collecting, and back in them days, there was only one range, and that was the Lord of the Rings range. There was no Hobbit range, blah blah blah, and there was only so many factions and only so many command models. So I had like command boxes for that, and then I had a box that just had troops in for each faction. But then as time's gone on and the range has just become huge, I changed my system, but I never went back to the old boxes. So yeah, you've got to be me to understand it. If you come in here now looking for something, you'd struggle, even though everything is labelled on the boxes.
I think I'm always one to point out when you're talking nonsense. I think that made more sense than I was expecting it to.
Well, there you go. You see,
I thought that was
just
pretty
that you don't
clear.
normally listen. You're normally thinking of a smart aleck answer before I even finish what I'm saying.
I don't think it's that.
Whereas you give it the time. You just give it the time tonight. You give it the time that it deserved.
It's my what I've given up for Lent is treating you like an adult. And so I'm going to imagine you're a child, and I'm going to just listen very, very closely to everything you say.
That's what you got to do.
That's right. One other little caveat, because I figure it might it might come up from someone. We're saying unnamed captain.
Yep.
There's a bit of a minefield out there, right? So one obvious thing, kind of obvious, is that if you're doing like a Dunlending chieftain,
yeah.
So who is the captain of the Dunlendings? That's all right.
Yes.
So when there are obvious captains, and we're thinking you're kind of generally what your 2-might hero with March, doesn't have to have those things, but you get the idea. If your captain isn't called,
what would be
captain,
the ones that you think people are going to try it on with?
Shaman.
It's not a captain, though, is it? It's a shaman.
I don't think it's captain. I agree. It's clearly not a captain.
No.
I think you might get like Taskmaster.
I wouldn't allow it.
Knight of the White Tower.
Wouldn't allow it.
No, I agree. I think we're aligned. And so if you're trying anything like that, it's a bit risky. That's all we're saying.
Yeah.
It's clearly meant to be the generic unnamed captain of a range.
Don't try and be clever, because cleverness doesn't float on these streams.
Cleverness is not invited to these streams. Absolutely right. If we have learned one thing, and one thing only on this stream, it's that cleverness is not invited.
Does not exist in the realm of battle streams.
So there we go. So you might be working on a captain.
Yeah.
That orc captain, I want to say I've got him, but I'm saving him. I'm planning on doing a load of Metal Mortar orc, so I'm saving my orc captains for a real army in the future.
Yeah.
So Steve, I don't have the model. What does that mean?
You're working on Gondor?
Indeed. I'm working on something for my BSIME Gondor army.
Yeah.
I'm topping that up. And do you know what I'm working on?
What you're working on? It looks like knights. It's
so weird.
Minas
Tirith Knights. That's what?
So I literally on Thursday sent the Minas Tirith battle host to Graham. Let me find what his name is, because I'll give him a shout. He might be watching.
Make sure you hold up his address.
Where is he? Graham Bradford, who travelled with our friend who you bumped into last week, Battle Camper.
You don't know. What makes you think I bumped into Battle Camper last week?
Just saying. Graham Bradford, he got the wooden spoon at Scarron of Cheshire a couple of weeks ago, and he won a Isengard battle host.
For getting the wooden spoon?
Yes, but he already had everything in it.
That used to be crap at your event, didn't
it? Well, it was kind of the joke was the army are using his bobbins and you're not playing it right. Here's a new one.
I am, of course. I'm joking, Mr. Marfield. There's no nobler award than the spoon.
No, and he was a great sport, but he already had the minis, so I said that's not a problem. I will stick that in the prize pool for next year, and ordered him a new Minister of Battle Host to send it to him. And it was quite funny because I was just checking out all the artwork and just having thoughts of back in the day when I was painting my knights and things like that, and that's what you're working on tonight.
Yeah, and these are coming. These are the latest thing from my BSIME Gondor army, which is now a hefty 700 points. All made up of models. Yeah, and they're painted along these streams. How awesome is that? Went to war at the GT. And it's also this very box. I've got to say a big shout out. I don't know if he's watching tonight, but it's the last gift from Mr. Scott Newman. Scott Newman was my Secret Santa in Christmas 2021.
Right.
And he sent me a Gondor package. And he sent me some loose knights, which I'd done already. And he sent me some Osgiliath vets, which I've done already and vlogged about. And this box of knights is the last thing that he sent me.
Very cool.
Thank you, Scott. It's I hope, they're obviously not done yet, but I hope it's nice, rewarding us. It's always nice, I think, when you send someone like that. I'd like, the stuff I send people, I'd like to see it, painted up and used. But everything you have sent me, Scott, has now been used. The whiskey has been drunk. Or was it gin? I think you might have sent me gin. The fudge has been eaten. And now the last set of models are being painted. So thank you, dude. That's awesome. So yeah, I'm clipping away. I'm having a lovely time. I'm at Mum and Dad's, as you can see. People will be excited to see the curtains back, I'm sure. So I didn't bring paints to put some modelling stuff, and I'll be painting these up over the next few weeks. I've also just cracked open a brand new pot of plastic glue. Ooh. And I'm sure we've talked about plastic glue on here before, but there is no smell on earth that takes me back in time more than this. It smells like I'm 10 and assembling GW High Elf silver helms for fantasy. And it really takes me back, and it's a smell I love. But you mustn't smell glue, kids. I'm sure we've had this conversation. I'm quite sure, because I remember going, "You still
is it still toxic?"
That's what I mean. Do you still have to tell kids not to sniff glue? But I think we should. I think we should cover ourselves.
Well, as a kid running around the playground with Pritt sticks.
Yeah, it was massive, huge thing, huge big issue back in the early 90s or something. Don't sniff glue. I don't think it's like PVA. You had to be 16 to buy this glue in GW, didn't you?
Yeah, mental. It's crazy times.
But it smells so. No wonder they did it. It smells so good.
Because it sort of smells like pearl drops, doesn't it? But better than pearl drops smell.
What are pearl drops?
Hard sweets, pearl drops. Never had them.
I don't know. I might have
if
had
you've
them,
never had pearl drops and you love that smell, your mind is
about
to get blown. Get on Amazon and order yourself some pearl drops.
Yeah, maybe I've had them and don't know.
It tastes like that
drops.
smell. So
I'm not sure I'd want to eat glue, but
listen, don't knock it till you try it.
I won't. Absolutely not.
You're in for a treat. So that's
what we're working on. Steve, snacks.
Chat. Snacks pretty basic tonight, to be fair. Like I say, everything was last minute. So got my tea, which is a staple. By the way, my ears are still knackered.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
Where were we up to last time? Was I on antibiotics still last time?
On the stream, you were definitely still on antibiotics.
Yeah, so I'm not on antibiotics no more. And apparently the last lot of antibiotics was a waste of time. I didn't
that's good.
Because I haven't got an ear infection. I have fluid trapped in my middle ear.
Oh, but that's good, isn't it? That's better than what you thought.
Yeah, yes, but then it's like, okay, fine, great for the prognosis. How long will it last, or how long till you sort it? And this is what I got. You watching?
That's still better, because you thought it was gonorrhea of the ear, didn't
you? But it's not as bad as it was. And it was fine anyway when I had earphones in, because I can hear you fine when I've got earphones in. It's just when I take them out, I literally can't hear anything. It's horrible. But it's not as bad as it was, so that's a good thing. And I can pop my ears now, so when I pop them, they go back to normal for about 15 seconds, and then they just sort of close up a little bit again. But
Well, that is,
anyway,
in all seriousness, that's really good because I know you're a bit scared, and that's cool.
yeah.
That's
So
good news.
I'm happy about that. I'm happy about that. But snacks, as well as my tea, I've got a toffee crisp.
A toffee crisp.
I've not had one of those for a long time.
No, that's new. They're great.
It's not new. I've had one before.
I mean, it's new for the stream,
But
though, I
it's
reckon.
old days. It's probably fifth decade.
That's a cracker.
Fifth. What would you call it?
I don't know what you mean by fifth decade.
In the 50s. It's issue 50s. Episode
Oh, issue?
50s.
Well, you think you've had a toffee crisp? Well, we're in the 50s now.
No, I mean episode.
Oh, you think you've had a
You know
toffee
what I mean.
crisp on the stream?
Yeah.
Oh,
Alright.
maybe. Oh, fair enough.
Larry will know. These I haven't had on stream before.
Rolos? You are.
It's as if I found an old selection box on Christmas because they're not even full size. And then obviously obligatories.
Lovely.
Goes without saying.
Well, I see you drinking again.
I'm really looking forward to tucking into them. I've had a few beers this week actually because I've been cooking outside. You know, I'm getting in the spirit, try to get in the summer mood, even though it's been absolutely teeming down all week.
Yeah, it's pouring down.
But yeah, that's me. What about you?
So I'm kind of very excited. I started out. I've got my standard tea. I'm at my mum and dad's house, so I've got Belle in Boston, all the right places.
Yeah.
With her filthy.
It's the way she looks at you.
Someday my beast will come. Lovely. Lovely girl. I know she's a semi-regular on the streams now that people enjoy.
I bet she is.
I got a beer waiting here, and I am triple pot tonight because I've got the Pepsi.
Oh, I love it.
Back at Mum and Dad's, they have it.
Yeah.
And then I saw something and I thought of you, and I don't think you've done them on the stream. I could be wrong because you've done most of these, but I saw a bar and thought of you. So what do you think it is? Not the full bar, but there's a type of bar.
I think it's one of two.
Okay.
It's either a Lime Bar or a Twix.
Oh well, you're correct, and you've got what I would consider to be the hard bit. That's not why I thought of you.
Oh.
Why would I think of you?
Because it's white.
Stephen Crow. I've got a white Twix.
Yeah. Oh, it's an extra as well. Oh.
Have you had one of these?
Yeah.
Have you had them on the stream?
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough.
I think the first time I had a white Twix, it was an extra.
I saw it and I was like, I don't think we've done that. And I'm not a huge fan of white chocolate.
They're good then.
But I saw this and I thought, that's got stream button all over it.
Yeah, they're good.
So I picked that up during the week when I was.
You'll do well with that. You'll do well.
I was in as in a bad mood. I had a really, really bad day at work, and I left angry, and I went food shopping, which you should never do. And I just bought a load of like cake and bread, and
comfort food.
Yeah, just a load. I was really angry, and I bought that there, and so I had that, and I've been saving it, and I brought it back with me. But then I got here, and I'm at my mum and dad's, and they had Terry's chocolate orange segments.
Are they little?
Little bowl of them.
Are they smaller than usual?
Yeah, but it's not a Terry.
Oh, are they out of the bag?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And every Friday, my mum and dad go down the road to the kind of bakery market stall. So I got fresh cheese straws.
Ooh.
These are banging. These are absolutely banging. And every time I come here on a Friday, I kind of head into the kitchen going, "Hey, chance." Oh, yes. I throw a pack of cheese straws. So cheese straws from Tring High Street.
Mm-hmm.
So good.
Is it flaky pastry?
Yeah.
Bit jealous.
So that's me. I'm set for the evening, mate. Great.
You got loads there, mate.
I have.
Loads.
But I've earned it. I've earned it this week.
Yeah. Give yourself a pat on the back.
Yeah.
So that's what we've got. Do let us know what you guys are munching on tonight, or drinking, or whatever you're doing. It's always good to know. So we've been through snacks. We've said our hellos. Have we done a little bit of an itinerary?
We haven't. So our itinerary, we have our mag to look through. We have issue 58, which we'll be going through, to see what's in there, which is quite good fun. And also we have the deep dive of Denethor, which we didn't find time for. We've got a nice chunky deep dive. Can you see? Check these out.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
So we got. It's a good one as well. Found some good stuff for Denethor. So, I'll put this out there now because I imagine you're going to jump in a minute and see everyone's saying hi. So I'll say the same thing I said to you. Charlotte's still up. That's not good. I'll tell you the same thing I said to everyone on the last stream,
Hmm.
right now, put in the comments what you think of Denethor as a character in the movies compared to the books or anything like that. And if you do that, it would be great to have that before we do the deep dive. And I will say, I excuse Mr. Ben Shaw of Because of Dragons and Mr. Ian Whitehouse because I have your comments from the first one. Okay. So yeah, by all means, if you do that, and so my hope is to generate a bit of a
for me with Denethor, like I couldn't tell you what my impression of him is in the book. It's been that long since I read the book. I cannot think. Hey,
can't hear you. Aren't you meant to be asleep? Like a lot. Yeah.
Like fully asleep.
You're right, Papa. I know they went down. Yeah, I'm not telling the internet that. Here's Uncle Steve. This is Charlotte, everyone. You need to look at that one if you want to see it. Wait for your head to go into there. Charlotte, what's your middle name?
I can't remember.
Nice.
She's played you like a cheap fiddle there.
That is right. You know what your middle name is. Tell the nerds what your middle name is. No, you obviously can't eat that. Charlotte, no, you've done your teeth. Can't have it. I'm serious. No. Good girl. What's your middle name?
Can you save one for tomorrow?
Yes, I'll save one for tomorrow.
No.
Yes, I'll save 3 for tomorrow.
Okay.
What's your middle name?
Oh.
Oh, you see? No, she doesn't know. Go to bed.
No.
See you later. Love you. We wouldn't get that in Twickenham.
No.
You got a child gate.
Child gate spikes on it.
We're on different floors at Twickenham. Don't like this. Don't like this one little bit. Sorry. Where were we? What were we talking about?
I was saying Denethor.
Yes, Denethor.
It's been that long since I read Lord of the Rings. Denethor from the movies is just ingrained.
So that's your Denethor.
That's my Denethor.
That's fair enough. Yeah, that's fair enough. But yeah, it's the comparisons of if any of you do have strong feelings, and people generally have strong feelings about this. Let us know in the comments before we do a deep dive. But it's going to be fun. Hopefully, it's a return of the deep dive.
Yeah,
be cool. Cool.
Should we jump in the chat and see?
Do.
I feel like I've not said this for ages. If it is, there's 54 people in currently.
Oh,
if it is your first time on the stream, or you've never said hello in the chat, please do say hello. Let us know who you are, where you're from. It'd be great to know who's watching. So yeah, I'll dive straight in. So some of you are eager. 9 p.m. start tonight. See you soon, says some guy called Battle Streams in Midlife.
Do you know what's really weird about that?
What's that?
The reason I wrote that, and I know this because I know you're reading that and you're right, because I've seen the same thing on mine. There were 3 comments before that, and I don't know where they've gone. That's why I wrote that. I want to say Frederick Schultz and Dwalin, maybe. There were 3 comments on that already. And that was at about 8:20. And that's why I wrote that comment.
Because the thing is, because me trying to explain this now in layman's terms might not work, but so when you create a live stream, it literally is live. So even though we're not going live, people can click the link and type in the chat before we go live. And I've got a feeling that 1 or 2 things has to happen for it to register and stay there once the stream starts. And one of them is the stream starts. And once the stream starts, all the comments are in order, and that's how they stay when it's on live. And the second one is that the host comments. So if I'd have posted this link at, say, 2 o'clock this afternoon and commented at 2 o'clock this afternoon, I think when we started live, all the comments after me commenting would show.
Right, okay. Yeah. So what, before you go live, it's a bit like a waiting room or something, and then it gets deleted.
But then as soon as we either click go live or we comment as Battle Streams in Middle Earth, everything just deletes as soon as we start.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, because I remember having a similar thing with one of the top table streams ages ago. I put on, I think it was one of the top table lives from way back before COVID and everything, and I think I posed a question in the Facebook group saying, and I had loads of comments, and I was looking forward to going through them on the live, and as soon as I click go live, they just all disappear.
Oh, that's brilliant.
That was fantastic.
I've gone
Anyway,
into the white twig.
and what are your thoughts?
All right.
It's not what I expected.
I don't like white chocolate as much as you do, though.
What about the toffee and the biscuit?
Nice. I wanted to try it. I wanted to try it for you.
See, you got an extra as well. That's going to be it's going to be tough for you to.
I've got a
finish
lot
that.
to get through.
Yeah, they're big. They are big. The big ones. Save half tomorrow. Eat all the flaky cheese.
Apparently,
pastry.
I've got to save 3 of these for Charlotte.
Yeah, Frederick commented straight after saying to us at Battlestream's Middle Earth, late as usual. Hajinda's in. How you doing, Pi? Says, evening, hope everyone is doing well. Nick Gardner's in. Bought Lothlorien captains last weekend, not painting them, but I have them. That's not how it
That's
works,
half the battle.
Nicholas.
Why don't you just go and clean one up? You could win a
Just
dice.
put it on a base, man.
Put it
Jules
on
in
the
says, evening all, organised lateness is still late. Max Malice is in. Panic when I saw it was 8:40. Oh, WTF. See you in 20, guys. Haha. Joe Holzman says, good evening, everyone. Jake is in. He says, evening all. Ruth waves. Mr. Ian Whitehouse in. He says, now then. That's.
Oh, then what's all this noise? We'll have no shouting here.
Who says now then? You'll know. I'll give you a clue. No, I won't give you a clue.
Oh, I know. I know what you're getting at. Isn't it? It's a stand-up as well, though, isn't it?
Oh, now then. Rory Campbell's in. He says, "Happy Friday, all." I'm going to quickly change subject.
Wasn't it a band or something? Was it a group?
I don't think so.
The Nolan Sisters or something?
Was it? I don't know. Sean Clark says, evening, my friends. Sean Skullmunch says, evening all. Steve Ginley's in. He says, evening, guys. Sean Clark says, love how Steve said he was getting home and preparing a stream early and it's still late. Never change, BSIME. Listen, man. You guys need to take a walk in my shoes for one day. Evening, folks says, because of dragons.
What's that phrase of so like if you it's one of those old wisdom things of sorry, this is gone. There was it's so stupid. Years and years ago, like 15 years ago, before social media, there was, you used to get viral email chains.
Yes.
And it was about they'd be forwarded by like 400 people before you got to them. GDPR would have a field day with it now.
Yeah.
But that's how we used to share things. And it was, I want to say, it was somewhere from like, I want to say Soviet Russia or the former Soviet Republic or Czechoslovakia or Yugoslavia or the Ukrainian jokes. I can't remember what nationality it was, but it was something like that. It was those kind of jokes, so like Yugoslavian jokes.
Yeah.
And it was something like and they were all about like horrendous stereotypes about them being impoverished or something. And it was like, try walking in a Yugoslavian shoes for one day. At the end of it, if you don't like it, don't worry, you'll have his shoes and he'll be a day away. And there were loads of them that were like, just, I don't know, they were very, very funny. And who knows, maybe someone out there has heard them before. But I remember crying with laughter at a lot of them. Like, knock, who's there? Friend who? Best friend. Oh, hello, but is actually police. Yeah, this sort of thing. I don't know. I promise it was funny.
Them are the days.
Simple time.
Calaman27, good evening all. Michael Curtin says hello all. Happy Friday to each and every one of you. Hello everyone, says Embra Craig. Is Embra Craig new? Embra Craig?
Do you know what? I feel like I've heard it before.
Let us know, Embra Craig. Old School Chris says evening all. Hawk Jacobson says evening all. Frederick says hello there, late as usual. Katie's in, says evening all. Frederick says late by 1 minute. Max Malice is in, evening. And you guys just all come in a minute ago. After a 30-minute delay, says Frederick. Classic BSIME. We went 30 minutes late. Dare you. Scott Newman says BSIME stream can't be it. Hello everyone, hope you're all well. And Matt Hudson says
Scott is in. Thank you for the nights.
Hey all, I'm checking in and probably falling asleep. Going to try and make it to 23:07 for the start and base this captain.
Which Matt's that?
Who? What? Where?
Which Matt's that?
Matt Hudson.
Mm-hmm.
Paper's Bryanson, he says, a stream is never late. It just doesn't start when it means to. And J-Mac says, oi, oi. Rem calls in, he says, hello, everybody. Hope you are having a great evening. And Frederick says, still just Piano House in Middle-earth. I need to change that tune to something else now. It's
I think people like it.
a bit dated. Mark says, hello, peeps. If this doesn't get the hobby mojo going, nothing will. Correct. 3 minutes late, says Frederick. As usual, says Frederick. Kieran Townsend says, hi, everyone. Rich Clamazini says, episode 80, part 2. What happened to part 1? You missed it, mate.
There you go.
Half
Told-
eight. That's
told
half eight.
Told you
half
that.
eight.
Pick up.
Rory Campbell says, this is this is the longest piano house we've had for a while. It's as long as it took my kettle to boil. That's how long it was. Frederick says, wow, so many people in the whip thread actually painting the orcs from the thumbnail. I don't
That's
even
awesome.
believe they were in the magazine.
No, they're later. They wore the ring or something.
And we've got some new guy, Thomas Harrison.
Thomas Harrison.
Too busy writing up a battle report to watch, I'm afraid. So basically he's come in to say, I'm not watching.
Good. But it's also good to know he's working. He's writing up a battle report, Stevie.
What is it?
Oh, oh, oh.
Have a great stream, guys, he says. And he's
Woof, woof is all I'll say.
We got 2 winky faces from Thomas Harrison.
That's because he's filth.
He's so street, that guy.
Hang out with
Frederick
Tom Harrison
says-
all weekend. It was a delight.
Lucky so-and-so. Frederick says to Thomas Harrison, the one with the cattle bumper and the horse people, question mark.
No, what are you talking about, mate?
Mark says, sounds good. Jill says, sound and vision. Frederick says, 6 minutes late, almost classic BSIME with 7. Michael Curtis says, Piano House intensifying. Frederick says, hear and see you, it works. Joe Kelly's in, he says, groovy curtains are back. Whoop, whoop. Middle Earth Gaming says, hey guys, at work, 7 a.m. here. Just thought I wish you guys a great stream, and of course, I'll catch up when I can. Have a good day,
Benji?
my friend. It's Benji, that.
Happy Australia.
Yeah. Michael Curtis, they're lucky, aren't they? Because they're getting rid of Lockie.
He's gone, I believe. I think he's flown the coop.
He's got to Middle Earth.
Harassing
Curtis
wetter.
says, yeah. Piano House intensifies, says Michael Curtis. Frederick Schultz. If you say dodecahedron 5 more times, Green Tree will green stuff one for the whip thread. Keeping the lateness memes alive, says Because of Dragons. Oh, chat jump. Is that the beast will come mug? Says Mark. Adam Garner is in. He says, hey folks, how do you know them? Larry's in. He says, but they weren't late. They started at 9:07, just like they said they would. And I think it's Dave says, can't stay, just popped in, say hello from Venice. Have a good stream.
Dave Fredericks.
It's Dave Fredericks.
I might have spent the weekend with him as well.
Sounds like you had a bit of a party.
I did. That was quite nice.
Frederick says, trying out
Should
some...
have come.
Maybe it did. Trying out some white hot chocolate today. Good stuff. It is good stuff. I love Costa's white hot chocolate they do around winter time. It's really nice. Jolsman says, you do yourself a disservice, Steve. The whip thread went live at 9:01.
Yeah.
Old School Chris says, gone for some proper BSIME mashup snacks tonight. Jaffa Joe Nuts, salted caramel Whisper Gold,
That's good.
Cadbury Caramilk.
The salted caramel Whispers Gold is the one that Josh Crosby sent me with an extra pack of salt.
Yeah.
It's a Whisper Gold. It won't taste like salt.
He says, are you and I feasting like kings? Leaf Curtain says, Larry. Jolsman says, enough about Dice Cam. What about Mad Cam? This is the night we see its glorious return. Unfortunately not.
I think you said it was.
The annoying thing
that's
is,
why he's asking it. You know.
What I said it was coming.
Yeah, I think you said that there'd be Madcam in the next stream.
There's been a lot of twists and turns in the plans for the what's soon to be X Man Cave, and we kind of push things forward on that front for reasons that I can't really go into yet. It's to do with what I spoke to you about before.
Oh.
Old School Chris says,
Steve's getting a micro pig, everyone.
I thought you were going to say something else then.
He's getting a microwave at last.
A microwave.
It's going to be huge.
You can
microwave metal.
You can microwave. I'm also getting complaints every stream when the black die comes on that someone hasn't received hers yet.
Who's saying that? Oh, is that Craig?
Chris.
No, not Craig. Chris. It's be Chris
Yeah.
Webster. Right? Yeah, I'm a few behind. I'm not gonna lie. So it's not just Katie.
There's a few stutters there. You know when someone's telling me,
I ate them all. I didn't burn them. Yeah, I've got about 6 to send out. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. Frederick says a 4, also known as a BSIME 5. Frederick then says, no chance to ketchup. What about a chance to mayonnaise?
Whee.
Lol, where's episode 80 part 1? It's Damien's fault. We've been through this. Joe Holzman, has jumped. What have you done to me here, Joe? There it is. So Joe says he's just following the trend, Damien. Like the late start, last stream was misnumbered. It wasn't the stream that was misnumbered, was it? Was it the thumb?
The last one.
Yeah, I think it was just the thumb.
No, it was the title. You got the.
Oh, was it?
You got the episode or the issue wrong.
I edited it live.
Yeah, I can't remember which one you got wrong. It was either the issue or the.
Yeah.
It's all right. Though. It's easily done.
Sorted it, mate. Dealt with it. I had to. Do you know what? My eyes aren't the best. Old school, Chris.
Famously so.
I had to double take what this says. You should see the titles on his cooking stream. Anyone for shepherd's pie / trifle.
What are the titles on your cooking stream? That's about you making mistakes in the titles again, is it or something?
Yeah, I don't make mistakes in the titles, man. Never. Larry says, is there going to be a prequel stream this week? Oh, mate, what's going on with the chat today? It's jumping like mental. Why is it doing that? Joe Kelly says, we'll be popping in and out today as I have kids to pick up and drop off places. Not painting either, but we'll try to contribute in some way. Maybe I'll tell a joke later. I look forward to it, Joe. I look forward to it.
Joe's jokes.
Joe's jokes. Clarky says, having a domestic again becoming a theme this.
Well, he is.
I think we were.
Oh, sorry. I thought
Did we have a domestic? What were we having a domestic about?
Oh, God, probably about the title.
Oh yeah.
It's not really domestic though. The thing is, it's like when you criticise a movie that you love, like it's doing it from a place of affection. We're so confident and comfortable in our relationship that we can bicker about the entirely important things.
Frederick is asking, is our affiliate link broken?
I don't know. I don't click on it. Is it?
I don't know. Where is it?
It's in the description.
Someone click on it and let us know. I don't know.
Maybe they've changed it.
Probably. It's another thing Damien did. Yeah.
I get sent it, mate. It used to work. I haven't touched it. Steve's probably labelled it as the wrong episode or something. That's what's happening.
See what I mean? Adam Garnett says, everyone can join in. Better find some Middle Earth models. Of course you had.
That's the spirit.
By the way, Adam Garnett, anyone who watches like Twitch stuff, are you still doing Twitch, Adam? If you are, please feel free to give it a little plug.
Wasn't he doing Twitch D&D? Is that right?
Yeah, I think he was planning to do Twitch painting as well. I don't know if you did. If you did, Adam, again, plug it, my friend. I don't think you can post links, but you can tell us what it's called. Our affiliate
link. See, I'll have to ask Will what this means. It gets a page not found, but it takes you to 7th City. So it's like the page. It's on 7th City's website. Yeah. Oh, I tell you why it is. The link that he sent us, I guess originally, is for the Grand Prix. You know,
and that's gone.
How that's happened, that's gone. So yeah. I reckon that affiliate link will still work because you've gone to their website.
Yeah.
I would think that will still work. I will check it though and try and get them to change the link.
Hang on, let me have a look.
Thanks for letting us know.
Sometimes.
And for anyone who doesn't know, we have an affiliate link with our friends at 7th City, and they really are our friends. It's a genuine friendship thing. So if you are looking to buy some hobby goodness, please try and use our link as and when it works. And you'll be supporting a local business, and you'll be getting your stuff at discount, and you'll be helping the channel
out. So if I copy that,
there's just a ton of good stuff to do.
Just bear with me, folks. Just want to see if.
What are you doing? I thought during practice.
Oh that's crazy. That's a crazy link. So I don't know. I don't know. I can't deal with that. It's too much. Anyway, if you can't find one of your elf boxes, there's probably an alt captain in it. Ooh, says Joe, because his Lothlorien box has rare OOP mounted Theoden in it, Damien. We've been through this. Harry Bates is in. He says, "What's going on, lads? Hoping we finally get some SBG news this month about what the hell is going on in hobby this year." Well, isn't something going on pre-order tomorrow?
The ruins are up, aren't they?
Yeah.
Not the ruins, the buildings, Gondor buildings.
The beautiful. I was looking at the article that they posted before.
Cracking articles today.
Stuff. Yeah, it's great. And Harry can just say, congratulations on a finely cooked steak. That looks awesome on your Facebook post.
I thought you were going to say, like, I don't know, engagement or child or something. It's like, no, it's dinner. Well done, well done. Breakfast too, and lunch. So good. Every day.
Joe Holsworth says, change the system, but couldn't be bothered to change the labels. Classic middle-aged man organisation. Come on. Steve's organised chaos says, because of dragons. Steve, your system is perfect for thwarting thieves. They'll never be able to find anything. Exactly, that's what I'm talking about.
Don't they just nick everything?
Our Wild Wog chieftains, captains.
Oh, see, I knew there'd be. Who's that? Larry?
Frederick.
I
think can you have multiple Wild Wog chieftains?
Yeah.
I probably would allow it though.
Allow it?
I think so, yeah.
But it can't be because you can have multiple, because you can have multiple shamans and so on and so forth.
No, but a shaman is a shaman. It's not a captain. Whereas the chieftain is you don't get a war captain, do you?
Yeah, fair enough. So he is the race's equivalent of an unnamed captain. All right, fair enough.
Troll chieftains. He also asks. No, he's just trolling us now.
I told you. I knew this would happen.
I wouldn't allow a troll chieftain
because they can be led by an orc captain.
Yes.
I like that you said yes without the slightest clue what your reasoning was.
Yeah, I didn't have any reasoning. And when you said that, I thought that sounds.
That's a good one.
Mint. I am going with that.
I'll use that one, please.
Hells of the Dead. They don't have captains.
Oh, for God's sake!
No, they're not captains though. They've got their own special rules.
I think captains can have special rules. Iron Hill's captain's got Master of Battle.
Oh, shut up.
I'll tell you what.
But that's a captainy rule.
I've got a new rule for the comments, right? If you're genuinely going to paint one of these things, ask us.
Yeah.
Don't go through the book.
Yeah, don't start looking for
loopholes.
things, Frederick. Is the Trebuchet veteran a captain?
No, the answer is no. There's a Minister of guy.
Yeah, boom.
Unbelievable.
All evil men chieftains should be okay for some marshals. Some for marshals. Same for marshals. Evil men chieftains, yes. Mahud, it's like Mahud chieftain. Yeah, because chieftain is just a captain, isn't it? So
I'm not answering anymore.
I mean, Frederick, you've asked now for about 5 different profiles. Are you painting all them?
Show us the picture and then ask. That's the deal.
Show us the proof. Joe says that box has only been out 4 months. Jill must be livid about the delay on her horses. Katie says, I played Graham at scoring. He donated me a win. I'm sure he didn't care. You did really well at scouring, actually, Katie. Blow your trumpet. Blow it loud. Tell people.
Yeah, because she smashed face at Throwing Skulls as well.
Yeah, she did really well.
I think she's a secret hustler.
Yeah, I do. Because she comes across like, oh, I'm not going to win any games.
How
do we win that?
Oh,
just not smash.
That beats some dice to the face.
Yeah. Larry says, I came so close to that spoon. It was great to see Larry. I've not seen Larry for a while. It was great to see Larry at Scouring. It's great to see everyone at Scouring. There was loads of patrons there from BSIME and from TCG. It was really, really good.
That's awesome.
To hang out with you guys. I had a right laugh that weekend. Just escaped from all the stresses of life. Chilled out.
Good, isn't it?
Great. Super smashing great. Sean says, talk about Scouring. Just remind me, forgot to mention that Elfhelm still available, Steve. Yes. But God knows where he is, mate. God knows. And then Sean says to Larry, seeing your spoons in person, they do say never meet your heroes. Mate, I don't know what's going on with this tonight. Come on, where was I? Didn't normally jump this much. 65 people in. Well done, folks.
Great.
Because the Dragon says, working on a random Urukai captain, which I do kind of need, but not really, as I've packed everything else away for moving. But at least you'd be done. It'll be done. It's one less thing to do when you move in your new house. Mr. Calman Steele's right. He's in.
Oh,
one of the best.
He's fit, isn't he?
One of the best people I've ever met. Good evening, guys. Hope you're well. We're all the better now, Cal, that you're in, my friend.
He's a nice, kind bear of a man.
Yeah, he's a lovely guy. If you want a beacon of this hobby, go and have a chat with Cal.
He puts his beard in a bag.
Pear drops. Yeah, what did I say? What did I call them?
Were you talking about pear drops?
Yeah, what did I call them?
You called them pearl drops, you moron. see, mate, it ain't me.
See, Joe knows me. See, listen, look, Joe knows. Like this, it's like a code. It's like a code.
Yeah,
what were them machines you had in the war to crack codes? What were them?
Not the Enigma machine.
Enigma machines. Yeah, once you get that Enigma machine, you know what I'm talking about half the time. If you not got that, you goosed.
I just feel embarrassed that I made it my Lenten promise to treat you like a child, and I didn't do it. I gave you too much credit. I thought that pearl drops were a real thing that I'd never heard of. And I was
what
like,
did I call them?
Stupid.
Pearl drops.
Stupid.
Pear drops.
Of course they're pear drops.
I just added an L, didn't I?
He's a moron, remember. Pear drops, mate.
I mean, I'm annoyed at myself over that one. I'm not going to lie.
hang on. Now,
does it make sense?
Do you know
does
what?
It make sense now?
I want to clarify this before this goes on. Yeah, I don't think this smells like pear drops.
Definitely.
But I get what you mean.
It used to.
I can get I can get it. I can hear it. And you're
it's
right.
Annoyed me that I called them pearl drops.
Oh, I bet. Because they're not
now.
real. But pear drops are lovely.
I bet pearl drops are real, but they're not for this kind of show.
Have you ever had cherry drops?
No.
I think they're called cherry drops, are they? Similar thing to pearl drops, I think. I think you have one.
I'm not talking to you no more. Thank God for Joe. Scott Newman says, "You are very welcome, Master Oberm."
Oh, that must be when I thanked you for the nights. Yeah. Thanks, dude. It really genuinely means a lot to me. It was an awesome set of presents, and I'm delighted to get more painted.
Old School Chris says, "Too late. Ruth is now running around the garden with some Revel. What was that? Revel contactor shoved up her left nostril. Oh, is it a glue? That must be a glue."
You're absolutely right. You've nailed that one, to be fair to you. Because I was like, what in God's name does that mean? But you're absolutely right. It must be a glue.
Must be glue.
Must be glue.
And then Mark's asking, pear drops, question mark. Katie says to Clarky, Sean Clark, those spoons blew my mind. Genius. And bananas at the same time.
Larry getting the spoons out of the weekend, was
he? He must have done. I don't remember.
I'd love to see that.
Kieran Townsend says the glue and pear drop smell comparison is amazing. Never thought of this before, but it's true. Oh, I know. And he knew I meant pear drops. You sure I didn't say pear drops?
Yeah, that's why people are saying, "Do you mean pear drops?"
Maybe they just misheard me.
If you would have said pear drops, they would be saying, "Damien, why don't you know what pear drops are?"
It has really annoyed me that pear drops. Well, pear drops not even a thing.
No. I quite agree.
Yeah, terrible. Ashley Fisher says, even though a bit late, as I've been setting up and playing with my new coffee machine. Loving it.
Oh,
Ooh.
Someone's doing well.
Are you a coffee drinker, Damien?
No.
I'm not a coffee drinker. It's
one of the things that I don't like, but I wish I did. If that makes any sort of sense.
I get that. I don't like now because I'm talking to you and I know you're a tea drinker. I'm quite sort of full of myself that I don't drink coffee. Like I'm in good company and I think coffee drinkers. But if I was in a room full of coffee drinkers, I would feel a little bit like, oh, I wish I liked coffee because these are all talking passionately about coffee.
I feel about it with fish as well because I don't like a lot of fish. I like white fish and I like prawns, but I don't like a lot of. I don't like kind of things like mussels.
No, I don't like mussels.
And that and
calamari
and stuff.
Don't they have a different name? Like things like that.
Well, probably when you say them, they do.
No, but I'm pretty sure like things like mussels.
Oh, what a
Uh,
type of fish food, a type of
yeah,
seafood.
type of
Maybe
seafood. I
you're
can't
more
think
likely
what
to
it
know
is
that
now
than
because
I
I'm
am.
like you. I'm not a big seafood eater. I've probably ate more seafood in the last 12 months than I've ever ate in my life, just because I'm
But
trying to be a
whenever
little
I'm,
bit more.
particularly when I'm on holiday and I see some of a massive seafood bag, I'm always like quite envious of it. And it's like, oh, I
Yeah.
wish I liked that.
When you
I
see
don't.
like people saying how nice something is,
Yeah.
you know when people say that like squid rings are nice, I just think you're lying.
But it's only for
You're
me.
selling lies.
I really think in all my life, it's only seafood and coffee. It's like when mushrooms, and I see someone eating mushrooms going, oh, these lovely. I go, no, they're not.
Yeah, mushrooms are
Do you
nice.
know what I mean? There's no part of me that has the same
Mushrooms
thing
are
as, oh,
nice.
I wish I liked them. And like, if someone's eating quiche,
I
and I'm
like
like,
quiche.
yeah, but you shouldn't because it's wallpaper paste.
No, no, not if you get a proper quiche. It's nice.
I'll stress this as well. I am
You
specific.
like? How can you not like quiche? You like scrambled egg? It's the same thing.
I'm specifically talking about cold quiche here, like
Oh yeah,
buffet quiche.
I mean, no one eats cold quiche.
And quiche is one of the things that, again, in the last 4 years, I've probably said this on the stream, where I'll go to a buffet, once every 6 months or whatever, and I'll go,
You're not one of them guys who pick it up just so it looks good on your plate, yeah.
no, but I'll go, oh, I wonder if I like quiche yet. No.
Oh,
Do you know what I mean?
cold quiche.
And I feel like but that's how you have it in a buffet. I know you can cook
Would you
them,
eat
but
hot quiche? Do you ever have?
I'll give it a go, but I don't think I like it.
Have you ever
I
had
wouldn't
it?
mind it. Probably.
Go to Waitrose and get their quiche Lorraine. Put it in your oven. Have it. A little bit of mayonnaise on the side. You can't not like it, mate.
All right, but
Beautiful.
don't call me Lorraine.
You know, we had this. Basically, you like my scrambled egg with bacon crumb, don't you?
Yeah.
We'll put that in pastry.
Yeah. But as I said, it's specifically the cold buffet quiche that I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't. That's not. It's not. I wouldn't eat that. It's all congealed and.
Whereas, yeah, seafood and coffee for me, I'm always like, I wish I liked those, but I just don't.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else like that I don't like. Yeah. Do you like salmon?
No.
So I was like that, and then a few months ago, someone barbecued me some salmon, and I was saying to him, I don't like salmon, mate. I don't like it. I don't get it. People saying, oh, it's dead meaty. I love it. Just have meat. That was the page I was on.
Dead meat. So's meat.
And he made it, and it just blew me away. It was amazing. Really nice. So I've been converted to salmon. So
Also,
I suppose
I hate tuna, like tinned tuna.
yeah,
Like the smell of it, the taste. I hate it, and I've always hated it as a kid. And I think that has had a large impact on like my feelings about fish overall. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that negative childhood connotation.
I think. Do you know what? I think with fish. I think fish is one of those things that it's sort of it's really black and white, isn't it? Because you could have fish and think, oh, it's all right, this, and then you'll have a bit more fish, and you'll have more fish over the coming month or whatever. But if you have a bad meal that's seafood,
Do a lot.
it'll put you off for 6 months. You won't touch seafood again for 6 months.
One of the we went on our honeymoon in Hawaii, and one of our wedding gifts from one of my mum's friends who'd been to Hawaii was a voucher for a fish restaurant. And I was like, great. But we went, and it was called, and who knows, someone out there might have been, they might have American friends in particular. But it was called Mama's Fish House, and it was on the north coast of Maui. And you know what? It was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
It was beautiful. I had mahi, so it's still white fish, but there was other bits and bobs we had with it. And Emma's a bit more adventurous with fish than I am. She loved it, and it was a gorgeous meal. And the menu was printed on the day, and it had the name of the person who caught the fish.
Yeah.
And it told you where in the Hawaiian Islands it was caught, which was just gorgeous.
Super cool. Yeah. We did a very similar thing. It was like it's probably similar to like what when you're on honeymoon, you're on these like honeymoon type of places. We were on an island, and each night you do a different thing. One of the nights was basically you go out on a fishing trip in the day on a boat, and you're out on this boat all day. You go to all these other little islands. We're in the Maldives. There's all these little islands dotted about, and you learn how to fish. And the fish that you catch, they cook. They kind of barbecue on the beach that night.
That's cool.
And I was like, oh, this is really good. This is really good. And they were cooking it, and they at first you sat, so it's a sit down meal with tables on the beach, and they bring the fish over to you, and they prepare it with all salads and things like that, and different sides, and it was really really nice. very similar to you going, oh yeah, this is really nice. But then you get up and you see the fish with the heads and their eyes and stuff, and I couldn't eat anymore. It's a mental thing, isn't it? It's a mental thing. Once I've seen that, I was like, I can't have it now. Now I've seen that, I just cannot eat it.
Yeah.
Welcome to Battlefish in Middle Earth. just droned on about seafood for the last 25 minutes.
We've been here for 4 years. We've got to find other things to talk about.
Yeah. Adam says, taking a break from assembling Star Wars Legion to join in this and paint up some more Dork Captains. Love it, love it, love it. I'll tell you what, Adam, what looks super cool, those special minis that they're bringing out for, I don't know which event it is, but it's of Return of the Jedi, Luke and
Star
Darth
Wars
Vader.
celebration thing.
Yeah, that looks super cool. I wouldn't mind one of those on a shelf. Wouldn't that just be Gondor ear? Says Larry, and then RG says Gondor ear. Frederick says, I saw a bar and thought of you when you're talking to a friend who's an alcoholic. Says Frederick.
Oh, he's not an alcoholic, is he? It's not.
Sean says to Katie, it was just the fact he's carried one of those for so many years. It's too much to comprehend. What are we talking about?
He's carried one.
Oh, spoons. Larry, yeah.
I think he won one once.
Won one once. Won one.
I think so.
You just said it like I said it. You said won one. You didn't say he won one.
I know.
No, you didn't.
You think I said won once by chance? Come on, Stephen. Come on.
Won one. Won one?
I've never. I don't believe
One.
Larry has ever won a spoon in his life.
One.
However, I do know those 3 words sound the same.
One. Yeah, but when you said it, they didn't sound the same.
I was mocking you.
Sean says he's had a bad week at work too. I also angry shop this evening and bought so many stream snacks. Nothing wrong with that, mate.
That's what I do.
Matt says, wait, so no unnamed captain deep dive? No. Frederick
Can
says,
have a look if you want.
not out of 10, needs more Palantir, though the flames were quite nice.
Flames should help us, surely. What was
Palantir?
flames?
Needs more Palantir.
Oh, Denethor. What about Denethor? Something to do with Denethor?
Denethor. Doing a real deep dive, but no water involved.
That would make sense. Like 0 out of 10 needs more Palantir because he doesn't have the Palantir in the film. The flames are quite nice, maybe.
It says doing a real deep dive, but no water involved, as in got deep sea diving. Paper Pride says number 1 dad. Hello, Sharwin, says Frederick. So cute, says Katie. Anna Garnett's put a laughing face. It's just jumps. Oh, come on, don't do this to me.
She's cute. The fact she was awake is not cute.
It's I think when you're a parent, it's like the uncutest.
Thing is, I think I told you before stream started, they're having a sleepover with Emma, so the 3 of them are all in the same room. So that absolutely means that Emma and Olivia are asleep and Charlotte's awake. That's how she's got out here. So for all I know, she's probably just up watching telly or something now.
Frederick says we all know her full name is Charlotte Sauron Bauglia O'Brien.
Yeah, don't tell Emma.
Ember Craig says kids on video calls is always a win.
Do you remember that guy at the start of lockdown where his wife comes in behind and drags him?
Sneaking. Paper Sprite says, in inverted commas, go to bed. No. See you later. Post-Team Spirit says, good on Sharwin, standing up to the oppressor. Ember Craig says, book Denethor. I don't remember him being much of a beep end as the film Denethor, but it's been a long time since I read them. Same name.
Okay, so I'm not going to be copy and paste those, but let's remember that. So he thinks book Denethor is nicer than film Denethor. Sorry, book Denethor is nicer than film Denethor, essentially.
Yeah. Sam says, as for Denethor, John Noble is now him for me. Same. Stephen Ryan, hello in the chat. Frederick says, say hello and you might get a chance.
I suppose you told them to say hello in the chat.
Oh, right.
He said hello in the chat, hasn't he?
Yeah. But only to people who've not been here before, Stephen Ryan. Say hello and you might get a chance of Steve outing your address live on the internet, lol, says Frederick. Ruth is jealous. She wants Arwen. She wants Arwen as a middle name. Larry says, I saw those comments too, but they disappeared as I was about to add one.
Ah, there you go.
Kate says, Buck Denny makes more sense as there is reason why he is a plonker, whereas in the film he's just a slimy beep for no reason. Yes.
Same thing.
Mm.
I think Buck Denethor's like, I don't know if the word's nicer, but more, you can understand it more, or he's not as harsh. And Buck Denethor's film Denethor
is that because the character's different, or is that because in the book you got more?
Well, we'll find out, won't we, Stephen?
Background. Old School Chris says Denethor is such a tragic character. You can see the moments of greatness and the descent into madness portrayed beautifully by JN. If the film was longer, yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Josman says, don't think that's true, Steve. Every other week.
The film's longer. What does that mean?
I said if only the film was longer.
Oh, if only the film's longer. Got you.
Don't think that's true, Steve. Every other week, all the pre-stream comments have been still there when you started flying through the chat. Even the weeks Damien's commented to say you're running late. But then when Damien's commented, it stores from then. So if he said that first, you're running late, and then everyone starts saying you're flying through the chat. I could be wrong. It's just something that I've noticed.
Oh, I see. I hadn't twigged that bit. I thought that you just meant it was before you turned on Piano House, essentially.
No.
But you mean.
So if one of two things, either we start the stream,
or I comment,
or battle streams in the middle of comments.
So we could like launch that stream and say good evening everyone, and that kind of invites comments.
Yeah. So when I create the stream link, the link's live. It's just waiting for the streaming software to start uploading.
And so is that what you were saying about the 2 p.m. thing? If you made it on the Thursday and I wrote a comment on the Thursday, you think all those comments would be there?
I'm not 100%, but that was what I always thought because of.
Well, we could try it in the next stream. We could try it out, right? I'm not suggesting we do it.
Then we'd have like 3 hours of reading through comments.
I was literally saying I'm not suggesting, but we could do it like 10 minutes before we start the stream. I could put a comment on.
Yeah, could do.
Interesting, though.
Frederick says, no, Damien, the white Twix has gone into you.
I think that's because I said I've gone into it.
Gone into it, yeah. Michael Haskell's in. He says, I think we've had the 9 scene bundles released since the last stream. 5 Lord of the Rings, 4 Hobbit on UKGW site. Interesting.
Oh, the scenarios
ones are temporarily out of stock already. Think they're a nice idea. Yeah, I think they're definitely aimed at newer players, I think.
We get new scenarios though, right?
Yeah.
Did you notice that? The scenarios are new.
What are they?
Yeah. So the scenarios that come with
like updated, or because
some are updated, but some of them they just don't exist. So there's an Army of the Dead one. So there's a like board where you're the 3 hunters are going through Dunharrow and being chased by ghosts.
Ah, right, okay, that's cool. I didn't know that. Yeah, that's cool.
Obviously, people were furious about it.
Yeah, because Dragon says, "He who shall not be named."
That's when you're. That's not now.
What?
That's not now.
Pearl drops.
No, what? Yeah.
Do you know where I got pearl drops from? Pearl drops in pearl drops.
Now. I can't even remember what he says. What you were saying? Now.
Now.
Yeah, but you can think cigar.
Now then.
Now then. Yeah, there you go. Now then. That's what he's saying. He's saying that to that.
Yeah, definitely he who shall not be named. Alex is in. He says, hello all. How do you like? It's great to have you in, my friend. I hope you're well.
Which member of Alex is that?
Alex Johnson.
Oh.
Doesn't normally... Alex, are you normally in and you just don't comment? Or are you in irregular and you are commenting?
If you know the answer to either of these questions.
Yeah. Alex is a regular attendee of Scarring. Great chap. The Intro Experience says, a little birdie has told me the next supplement is Arno. Is that so?
Who's the Miniature Experience?
I don't know. I want to know who the little birdie is. Sam says...
Is that like, the Miniature Experience throwing a grenade in? Is that...
Yeah, he's just like...
is this real? Off. Is this like
is
this a real...
How what's the word I want? How confident are you in,
perhaps?
Yeah, how confident are you in this rumour, the Miniature Experience? We'd all be interested to know. Sam, as aka Teenage Dirtbag, says, was that birdie a thrush? Estonian greetings. Dextrous is in. Sean Clark says, we are in the 8th decade and we still have no piano house. What would you call it? Because it's not decades, it's over the years. What would you call it?
I still don't know.
There's got to be a word. There's got to be a word where you're referring to something in the term of tense.
What are you thinking? Like Not this, like we're in the
Yes.
8th decade of this probably means like it's probably something like decile or docile or something, isn't it?
Decile.
It's probably a word like that.
It won't be docile, 'cause that's
Mathematicians and
different, isn't it?
physicists will know and stuff, I reckon.
Let us know. Max Malice will know. I'm talking to Max Malice, the legend that is. He says Piano House is the one thing that consistently starts at 8:30 on a stream night. Don't take it away. It might still be Piano House. It might just be a different track. You know what I mean? Track.
I don't really want you to change it.
No?
No. Become part of the scenery now.
I'll leave it. Sam says, I think a lot of us are doing the captains from the thumbnail because they were done in the main to order a while back and promptly filed into piles of shame internationally. This could be true.
I did that.
Yeah. Larry says, I almost did them, but was too lazy to get them cleaned up and primed. I hope you are working on a captain tonight.
Do them tonight. That's fine. Get them cleaned.
That's the spirit, says Sam. Ember Craig says, I'm not quite new. This is my 3rd live stream in a row.
I told you we'd had him before.
Oh, it's very good to have you in your 3rd live stream in a row, Ember Craig. Matt Generation Shifters, he says, hey guys, hope you're doing well. Sorry, not been around much recently. Life's been super busy.
Hope you're right, dude.
Preach, brother, preach. I hear you. Larry hasn't had his either, says Larry. Hasn't had his.
Black dice.
Eric L says, hello, all. Looking forward to wrapping up work and joining in with the Moran Fine cast captain and with two-handed axe. Have not been able to make the last few streams. So excited to be here again. It's great to have you, mate. That's the one from the old command pack, isn't it?
Yeah, the pack of 4.
Yeah.
He's a weird pose. He's got a head in one hand.
Cuthers is in. He says, evening all.
Trouble's here. Cuthers is in.
Popped in for a bit, but not going to be a late one as work tomorrow, unfortunately. I feel you, man. Tomorrow, I've got a lot on. I'm working tomorrow. I've got loads on tomorrow, actually. I'm ripping my fence down in the back garden. And Daisy has a gymnastics meet. And I do have a couple of appointments for like real work, but I'm going to try and put them off because it's already a busy day.
I've got nothing planned for this weekend. And I'm really, really happy about it.
I'm really, really jealous of it. Frederick says he gets a 404 when he clicks on it. Katie says, I bought my new army from 7th. Customer service was really good. That's because we said any BSIMEs come through 7th City.
Should use our link?
Just put them top of the list. Look after them.
Should use our link?
Well, if she didn't,
she owes us money.
Corner. Yeah.
You
owe us 1% of your purchase.
She owes us the worth of a black BSIME dice.
Adam says, I'm still doing Twitch stuff. 2 years last week. Well done, man. And I do painting on stream fairly often. Middle-earth stuff as well as Marvel Crisis Protocol. And soon Star Wars Legion. Name drop, Adam. Feel free. Everyone who watches
there's
Twitch.
a little aside there. I saw a post that I will be... I think it's potentially maybe inflammatory, maybe incendiary, maybe gossip, but it'd be interesting if anyone else confirms this because I haven't checked. I saw a post from someone today saying all the SBG stuff has been removed from the Warhammer Twitch channel. And if that's true, who knows what the reason is? Maybe they're just clearing out stories or something. I don't know. But I'm not really interested in any speculation about the license or the game is dead. But if that's true, I think that's a real shame. And I say that with no smaller element of bias and hubris, but I had a couple of games from Throne of Skulls on there, like when I played Tom Harrison with Thorin's Company and when I played Entwistle with the Mimics. And I would periodically, once a year, dip back into those to relive some really good memories of those games. And I think that would be a real shame if it's gone. And
is it Warhammer TV though?
I think it's just called Warhammer. But if you put Warhammer into Twitch, but they had it going way, at least back to, they had tons of stuff like from the early days of the new edition, like 2018, where they were talking about, the new releases and they had battle reports. But then they had about 4 or 5 different Middle Earth events where they streamed, where Adam and Nick would do their streaming tables and stuff. And so you could watch, 6 games from every event. It was really, really good stuff. And someone put a post up there, which I have no reason to doubt, saying that it had all been removed. And I don't know why they would do that, but
I don't know how to like search.
Are you on their page?
Yeah, Twitch.
There should be a little
one of them things. Twitch.
yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm on their page, but then it's like showing me videos from other people's channels. It's like
if you're on the Warhammer
weird.
TV Twitch thing, there should be a magnifying glass, and you can just search like Middle Earth or whatever.
I've done it, but mate, it's just like nonsense. I'd say the best thing to do. Adam Garnett will know his way around Twitch. You let us know, Adam. Frederick says, get an affiliate for Taschengeldieb, like the Pentine phase, and I'll use it. Using 7 cities difficult from Germany.
That's a fair point.
That's one for you, Damien. Dublaze in, he says, even though just got in from a work team.
What makes you think why am I the German connection?
You're the guy.
I 99 Kriegministern, Eichelstrom, Benzinkanisten, Hilton, Sigbert, Stauler, Leute, Bitterten, von Schetterbeuten, Riefenkrieg und Woltenmark. Man, wer hatte das gedacht? Das heißt, einmal so weit kommen wegen 99
Just answered your question. There you go. That's the reason. Are we hoping for a Gondor terrain multipack with a discount? Would buy it for the terrain, but also for the box, if affordable.
Yeah, but I reckon it'll be Christmas. They did it with Rohan. They did it at the same time, and in their defence, and people, desperate GW shill here. In their defence, I can see why someone will go, hang on, why have you? Don't do that. Sell it expensively first, and then do a bundle later. You can actually get that, and that's what they did for Dol Guldur. They sold it individually first, and then they did a bundle. And I don't think that's repellent. Most companies give you deals on stuff when it's not new. So I would say if you plan on buying in bulk, wait.
Yeah.
Because I reckon there will be one. But yeah, I just think we were very, very lucky with the Rohan strongholds.
Frederick says Troll Chieftains are still heroes, but can't be led by an Orc captain. You are fake news.
Yeah, no, we were talking. Yeah, but that's not what we were saying. We were saying that other troops in the list could be led by an Orc captain.
Yeah, so there is an Orc. There is a captain profile in the list, is what we're saying.
Yeah.
Dublé says, "Ooh, exciting! As I'm just finishing my blurry-eyed condition, a wild warg chieftain."
Yeah, he's in.
Laurie says, "What if you upgrade to an engineer captain and then use the profile as an unnamed captain?"
Nope.
I've been exposed, says Katie. Tom Marshall's in. He says, "Good evening, humans. I've started telling everyone about the benefits of eating dried grapes. It's all about raising awareness."
No one asked for that. Tom Marshall just strolled in with a raisin joke. Like he's going, "Oh, I just heard this." You know what? There's a live stream on. This is my moment.
I'm claiming it. Frederick says, well, Pearl Drop be on the neck. No, where am I up to? Frederick says, Pearl Drop sounds like some weird SECKS drug. Pearl Drops is, I'm sure it's a toothpaste or something. Pearl Drops is a thing. That's why I got mixed up. I didn't just, Jakey says, with the mention of Scouring, amazing weekend, and huge thanks, Steve, for sorting my dice box out. Managed to get it back in time for a tournament this weekend. Good man and no problem. And your dad is a ledge, by the way. Very nice guy.
But you posting something out really quickly?
No, so he left his dice tray and profile cards at Scouring. I picked them up, stuck them in the studio, and then he needed them for this weekend. And his dad was heading down to Stockport, going to Decathlon. Obviously, I'm assuming maybe buying some camping equipment. I don't know. And I met up with his dad in a dodgy car park in Stockport. We hung out.
The merchandise.
You got the stuff. Well, I got the stuff.
What are you looking for? What you got? What have you got?
Y'all got any of that?
Space reference for any space fans out
there? It's jumped now, mate. It's jumped.
Oh, I thought you were a drugs dealer.
You ruined it. Will Pearl Drop be on the next BSIME song? That's Frederick. If you sniffed enough of it as a child, everything probably smells like pear drops now, says Joe. Oh, mate, what's going on?
Hard to say.
What is going on here? Cheery Drops, says Adam G. Also, apparently Pearl Drops is a toothpaste. Boom, soldier.
No, you didn't tell me.
I did. I
Well,
did.
just now.
No,
Just now you said
it's
it's
half
something.
an hour.
Just
Half
now
an
you
hour
said
ago.
it's probably
Half
something.
an hour ago.
Half an hour
Half
ago.
an
They
hour.
taste like those sweets, pearl drops. Don't. You were doing so well at being disappointed in yourself and saying sorry. Don't dig.
Pulled it
don't
back,
dig.
mate. Pulled it back. Cal says, "You guys are sweet talkers. How would I put my beard in a bag, Damien?" Also, Steve, did Bofa arrive in the post? Okay, he did. Has he arrived back in the studio yet? Nope. He's still sat eerily, sort of teetering on the edge of a little sort of shelf bit above my toaster. And every time I put toast in the toaster, I think, if I don't move him, he's going to fall in the toaster and he's going to be ruined.
Why has he sent you
And
a
he's
Bofa?
still sat there. Because I borrowed it to Cal because he forgot his at Scouring, and then he packed him away by mistake and took him home. Then he posted him back, and I received it at home, so I opened it at home in the kitchen.
It's your
and
Bofa.
I thought I need to take that back to the studio, so I'm going to put it on that little shelf. So
Now it's like you're kind of torturing him.
Yeah.
As for how you put your beard in a bag, I don't know. I presume you do it like this, don't you? Doesn't he have? He has a little beard bag, doesn't he?
Does it?
I think so. At night or something. What are they called?
What?
It's probably not called a bag. What are they called? I don't beard myself.
A nose bag?
I'm sure he's got. Hasn't he got a little
No.
pouch that you put your beard in to keep it?
Are we talking about the same guy? We're
Yeah,
talking about Cal
Cal.
Cameron Steele's right here.
Yeah, keep it safe from like wolves at night or something.
You've lost me.
Have you never seen them? Little, like a.
You know what he wearing in McDonald's?
Yeah, like a hair nut, but yeah,
Like a beard net.
a beard net. Yeah,
Beard net.
yeah, beard bag. He's got one of them, hasn't he?
I'm just like adding letters and taking letters off words out.
I'm sure I've seen him in one of them.
Just to make it more interesting, I'm going to open a beer.
Yeah, that'll help. Don't you tuck it away at night? Just like pop that bad boy in there to keep it safe. In case of like beard deviants break into your house and they want
I'm
to just
thinking of
go
growing
do
my
like
beard a
this.
bit. Should we grow a beard? Do you want to grow a beard?
What, one beard between us? Let's grow a beard.
I'm thinking of growing it. I'm thinking of growing it a bit.
Do you reckon we could? What if we grew half?
Do you remember
and half?
when it was dead long? Like, I think the last time you took a picture of my boat race for SBG mag, it was quite long. Do you remember?
Yeah, but that was. I mean, that's forever ago. That's like issue
Yeah.
5, or something. Isn't that? I think my dad genuinely might have that. He hasn't
It
got
just
all of
used
them.
to annoy me having to like condition it and stuff.
Did you put it in a beard bag?
No, definitely not.
You're in
It's not
5, aren't you?
I had to brush it all the time.
Oh, the hobby blog's moved. Oh, look at that.
Is it there? Yeah, look at look at that beard. The face is a lot thinner there, isn't it? And I've got more hair. Yeah. Them were days.
Yeah, do. Do you want to know what you're up to? Let's see if you completed your project. Most of my hobby time of late has been spent building terrain for my upcoming tournament. However, when I've not been sticking my fingers to coffee stirrers, I've managed to paint some of the new releases, such as the Gundabad Trolls and the Iron Heels Chariot. Next on my to-do list is to repaint my old Gondor force.
Yeah, that didn't happen. Somebody else did it for me.
And I'm hoping to significantly improve my early painting efforts.
Yeah, give up on that.
You did it by getting someone else to do it.
Did it by proxy, mate.
That's great.
Good issue.
I've just seen, just because it's pertinent, Cal's just come on. He doesn't put his beard in the bag at night. He uses beard oil.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Cal. I've wronged you. Do people put their? I haven't made that up, have I? Do people put their beards in bags?
The only people I've seen put their beards in any form of bag is people who work in food places and have a beard.
I thought it was to protect you, like if you had, yeah.
Well, in case your beard caught fire.
No, like so it doesn't get like ruffled up by mice or whatever.
So nothing sleeps in it at night.
That's like the apocryphal myth that you swallow like 7 spiders in your life as well. Imagine if you've got a beard, you also like 7 mice throughout your life, kind of.
Yeah. I mean, I must admit, I've never seen Carmen with his beard in a bag.
Well, I don't see why.
I would be upset if he hid that beard in a bag.
I don't see why I would have seen him with it, because I don't think we've bunked together.
Have you been dreaming about what Carl does?
Maybe. Yeah, always.
Could be.
But I feel like he'd told me about it, but he doesn't. He uses beard oil.
Beard oil.
He does confirm that beard bags exist.
Do you condition it, Carl? That's the question. I used to condition mine because it would grow back quite sort of bristly. You know what I mean?
I think.
I reckon we should grow. Me and you should grow a beard.
Well, I was thinking if we grew half
Black
of it,
girls.
and then
I think your beard grows quicker than my beard. I think.
But then if I grew it this half, so that I could sit here,
That's okay.
and then if you
We
come
could go like
over,
that.
yeah, and we could
I'd
have
have to
one.
come back so it was the same size. I'll just sit back
Am I
here.
in the
Right?
right position there? I mean, obviously, I'm in the right position for Zoom. I don't know if I am.
You know, your whole nose has gone.
So a bit of that.
Got a bit more. Keep going. Give us some more nose. Right there. I mean, that just looks weird.
Obviously now all I'm doing is watching YouTube, waiting for the beard to arrive. We could do that together, right? We could grow a beard like that. But
What was the one time we got a really smooth me passing you something? What was it?
It was the dairy milk.
Was
It
it
was
the
the mint dairy milk? Was it mint? I think it was mint. It was special dairy milk, and we hadn't discussed it beforehand. Neither of us knew that we had it, and we handed it off.
Mate.
And it's in the living on a stream video. It was on point.
Yeah,
That's good. It's good. Good beard. Good YouTube beard.
Where are we up to? Adam G says must avoid fish puns. Shellfish says because of dragons. Adam says
that's a suggestion for you said is there a type of isn't there a name for it?
No, it's not just shellfish.
No,
I'm sure they've got a
I
funny
agree.
name.
It's not shellfish because I like prawns.
Yeah, I'm sure they've got like a funny name. Could be wrong. It's been known. Larry says I think he means shalefish. Mushrooms is mud that has gone bad, says Dublé. Mushrooms, is it?
That's great. It's mud that's gone bad.
Do you know? I can't remember. I was listening to someone was talking about mushrooms. It was a podcast I was listening to, and it's something that there is some what's the word I'm looking for?
Horrible.
Basically, there's nothing else on the planet. You know, like we share different like likenesses to other things on the planet, like different say molecules and things like that. But mushrooms are standalone on their own. They don't share.
Because
there's nothing similar, but they do have properties that are not found anywhere else. Like they've found that lion's mane mushrooms can help with Alzheimer's and reverse aging process in certain brain cells and things like that. This is all very new.
Have you been watching The Last of Us?
No.
They can also.
I mean, I've watched it.
That's caused by mushrooms, right? So they can also be quite problematic.
It's make believe until you start watching the nature programs and you see them crazy ants.
Could happen. Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, it's quite true that it would take something like a change in climate for a lot of things to be able to jump from the animal world to the human world.
Yeah, it was on the telly, so I have no reason to think it's not true.
Tell you.
But yeah, the only reason is temperature.
Scary stuff, mate.
Particularly now, though. Now everything we've just lived through, everything we've lived through, like with a pandemic, everything we've now lived through with mainland war in Europe again, and everything we've lived through with like the rise of the alt-right and Trumpian fake news and all that. You know, all these things I think seem more believable now. Yeah. You look like AI, like what AI can do now. I think now people are
we
more...
started on that this week. It's been insane.
Yeah, I just think this stuff is more, whether or not it's more likely to happen, you're more willing to accept how it could happen now. Sure. We've had one disastrous pandemic. Yes. What about a second disastrous pandemic?
Yeah. Let's not even think about that, man. Cold Quiche streams in mid-LR, says Frederick. Papers Pirate says, I remember the first time I had a tuna steak cut medium. It blew my mind.
Presumably that's good.
Yeah, I think so. Here's the thing. Having that salmon that time that I enjoyed and I've made at home since, it's just changed my outlook a little bit on fish. So I wouldn't be against trying stuff.
It's like you had some salmon and then brought it back to your house.
No, I made it.
It's now living with you.
I made it. You know what? Mate, bloody lovely it was. Bloody lovely. Sean says, I spent most of my life eating quiche cold. I can't stand it warm. What is wrong with you, Sean?
Probably likes mushrooms.
This fish was caught by Smeagol, says Sam. Not really a fan of seafood. Lamb food and sky food are much better, says Larry.
He's right. He's right.
He's very right. One of my mum's staple dinners was tuna fish and rice, and it felt like it was always overcooked, very dry. So I'm not a fan of tuna fish. I think old experiences as well have a lot
It's really
of
important.
influence on.
I'm like that with alcohol. Like I gradually, over the course of my adult life, have
You
run
now like
out,
all
slightly
alcohol.
running out of spirits that I can drink
Hmm.
because I had a really bad experience on that spirit,
Hmm.
and it then when I taste it again, it reminds me of it.
Whiskey's
But-
really the only one for me.
Whether you
can't drink
can or
whiskey.
you can't.
Can't.
So whiskey's fine for me, and tequila has survived. I've like never thrown up on tequila, so tequila's like my spirit of choice.
Hmm.
But vodka, like neat vodka, I can't do anymore. And
I like
Sambuca,
I
certainly
like
not.
vodka. I like vodka. I'm not a fan of Sambuca. No mistake anymore. I've never really liked Sambuca. It felt, I don't know, it's one of those drinks that was trendy at one time. Like.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
What Sky food do you eat, Larry? Asked Sean. Ember Craig says, my wife doesn't really understand why I want to watch these streams and paint. I'm glad she didn't walk in on the cold quiche conversation. I don't think that would have... Hey, I don't think any of the conversations we have would have helped, to be honest. Haskell says, but your taste buds for some things do change as you get older. I agree. I now like blue cheese. I agree.
Yeah.
Which I didn't when I was young. I also agree. And I don't like peanut butter now when I loved it when I was young. I still like peanut butter.
That's exactly my point. That it's not. It does happen. So it's not. So when I don't have a quiche for like 2 years, there's always a part of me that goes, I wonder if I like this now, and it's always no.
Larry says, me and some friends barbecued limpets we caught on the beach once. I'm assuming, is that a fish?
A limpet's the little horrible mollusky thingy that goes onto the side of a ship.
No, that's a barnacle in it or something. Isn't that a barnacle?
That's
what it is. Yeah, you're right, mate. Oh,
it is. But is he joking though? Is he? It's Larry, isn't it? So probably not.
Limpets are members of gastropods. That's the word I was looking for, I think. Limpets are a group of aquatic...
No, it's just a big word you've seen.
It is. Limpets are a group of aquatic snails that exhibit a conical shell shape and a strong muscular foot. A bit like you, that, mate. Limpets are members...
When I was sick, you saw the state of my foot, right? That was a strong muscular foot.
Limpets descended independently from different ancestral gastropods. Can you eat limpets? The common limpet is edible and can be eaten raw, but you're probably going to want to cook it. Ugh. I mean, I'm not even going to tell you what it looks like. Doesn't look. I mean, I don't know why you'd look at that, Larry, and think, let's eat it. That's grim. Of course he... Excuse me. Joe says, of course he said it like you, Steve. There's only one way to say all of those words, and it's the same way. Larry says, Sean, mostly just chicken, mostly. It's classified as sky food as they were flighted once upon a time. And then Larry says, yeah, lingula, which normally doesn't go to tournaments as it's one of my work spoons. You have names for your spoons. It was my second ever spoon that I lost my original less than a year after I took the path of the spoon. Mr. Macklin's in. He says, evening all. How are you doing, Tom? Good to have you. Yes, it is, Tom, says Laurie. And Joe says, I just assumed Film Dinosaur was the same
That's a Hobbit reference. He's saying good evening, which is what Bilbo says when he opens the door to Balin, and Balin goes, yes, it is.
I just assumed Film Denethor, says Joe, was the same as later book Denethor. They accelerated his descent in the film. And Larry says, I can't remember book Denny as 'twas almost a score years since I read the book. And didn't explain it, presumably for time purposes, as Joe. Decker episode, says Ashley. Decker.
That's a suggestion. I don't know if it's an answer for counting things in tens.
Okay. Benji B's in. He says, evening, dudes. Hope you're both keeping well. I hope you're feeling better, Ben.
Yeah, hope you're right, man. Good to see you, dude.
Yeah, good to have you in. Pete Taylor says, not on theme tonight. Painting up some Dark Angels tonight. My 6-year-old just came in. Should be in bed. But now have a Dark Angel called Mr. Poop.
Someone else's 6-year-old has just come in.
Yeah.
Tis the night for it. Tis the season for it. Dark Angels are in, right? Dark Angels are what all the kids are into.
Yeah, that new Lionel Richie model. It's a cool model, I got to admit. I do like the 40k stuff. The models, not anything else.
It just look too tiring to paint. It's too much detail.
I have a silly amount of 40k stuff, mate. Silly amount. Just don't know where it come from. Just acquired it. Ian says half Denethor had a Plantier, but I didn't recall anything in the book mentioning Sauron contacted him, but would be fair to assume he did and caused his madness.
Sauron, what was that?
Oh, sorry? hang on. No, it's not half. So it's a two-pronged message.
Oh, okay.
This is one of two.
Right. Read it again.
You could have done this a lot better, Ian. It's got to be said. You're confusing me here. Denethor had a Palantir, but I can't recall anything in the book mentioning Sauron contacting him. But it would be fair to assume he did and caused his madness. And then he says two of two, so second message. Also, prob means he was actually pretty mentally strong to last as long as he did.
Maybe we'll find out.
Alex says, I've missed most as I've had to work next day, but I'm off tomorrow, so I thought I'd join while painting. My friend Will's Heroes, who you met on the Sunday at Skyrim. Yes. Is he playing yet, Alex? Oh, that's the question. Get him playing, lad. Get him playing. Haskell says, might the Twitch videos end up on their own Warhammer TV offering? Question mark. God knows.
I don't know. I imagine that's an optimistic reading of the text.
I would also hazard a guess that it could have been something to do with the fact that it wasn't getting much traction on Twitch.
Yeah, it's like, isn't it like none of your old videos will get much traction, will they? Well, I think that's it. You just make a repository of it.
It just doesn't make any sense to delete them. I don't understand why you delete them and not just leave them there, even if
Yeah, which is why I don't think anything's happening, but I could see why people would freak out. That's exactly it. Why would you remove them unless you had to remove them?
Oh, we're losing the license. That's why they've gone off Twitch. But here's some new models for Middle Earth. Makes no sense. Harry says the only thing I worry about with a potential bundle is how many ruins it will have. I ideally don't want any of those that I got two lots of Skilly stuff, or even from the starter set. Jolesman says, well, they're ruins, aren't they? So what they might do is maybe like a couple of towers and a couple of mansions.
Yeah, it's not. The bundles have never been. Here's how you can make a massive building. They've always been lots of our kits. The stronghold buildings with 6 houses and 2 sets of palisades. Even though you can't join the palisades to the houses. Yeah. So I think it would. And what was the Dol Guldur ruins? 6 sets. Something like that. And that's more expensive. So I reckon it might. If they do it, it'll be like 6 ruins, 2 mansions, and a tower, or something like that. It won't be about whether or not you can use all the bits to make a massive building. It will be a cheaper way of getting some of all of the terrain, I would imagine.
Having just looked at Warhammer on Twitch, they appear to have removed all but 2 videos that are more than 1 year old.
Oh, well, there you go then.
So it's not just Middle Earth stuff.
Oh, okay. So that's a shame, but positive.
Yeah. Tom Marshall
who said that?
Joe.
Oh, thanks for the update. That's a shame.
I have a note on my phone from last July that many puns I stole from a funny Facebook page. Occasionally, I like to punish the world back with them. And Joe says, "You told us half an hour ago, Steve." Hang on. You told us half an hour ago? Question mark. Steve does realise this is being recorded, right? I did, man. You watch back. Larry says, "Damn, Joe, they must have lost."
You do that a lot, mate. You do that a lot.
What, man? What do I do?
I think what happens is when you're drunk on power, you forget the things being recorded. You stick it with live, so that you can say things like, "That's exactly what I said," forgetting that the world could go back.
Listen, I'm having flashbacks of Dol Guldur and having nothing to do with Randall's gaff here.
Yeah, so that makes it. What episode are we on? We're on episode 8. That makes it 79-1, I think.
I'll never forget. And we never forget.
Someone, did you see that in the chat? It was in the Patreon chat this week. Someone said something like, "It's funny how He said something like, "It's funny how Steve brought up Amon Lank in the other stream without remembering," and I wrote back, I was like, "He absolutely remembers. He completely missed that." The reason he's brought that up is because I can't stress how much he remembers that.
I've got him post-it note there.
You can't even,
It's like a red button. What to do when Damien's getting Lara? Press here.
He will never ever not remember Amon Lank. Like it really tickled me.
Jakey says he was buying a waterproof jacket. Good guess, like, and yeah, dodgy car parts sounds about right. Oh, your dad, yeah. Carmen says
I was talking about Denethor.
Sorry, I was thinking Denethor was buying a waterproof jacket. He needs a fireproof jacket. Carmen says, "No, my darling, I do not put my beard in a bag at night. I use beard oil like a good boy. They do exist, yeah. Beard oil twice a day, morning and night. Shampoo and condition twice a week, and a cheeky beard mud mask once a week." Ooh.
But beard bags do exist, he says.
Jake says, "As a beard owner, I have seen lots of beard accessories, but a beard bag is newest to me. Just oil it daily does the trick."
You think when he's a beard owner, he's just got a beard? Like,
just a beard in a cage.
Like or a terrarium at home.
I was too lazy to properly maintain mine when I had one, says Larry. I love all of them other than gin. I like gin.
What's that?
Larry, we were talking about spirits that we can't drink.
Oh, I love gin.
It's only the last couple of years I started drinking gin.
And I get you into that through you watching me drink a lot of gin on the early stream.
I think it probably had something to do with it, but I mean, Anna's always I'd like pink gin and lemonade. She's drank it for ages, and I think you saying, "Oh, I like gin." I think I just tried it once. I was like, "Oh, this is all right," and then that was it. Then it was like trying all the different flavors.
I'll tell you what though, and I'm going to absolutely caveat this because I don't want this going anywhere.
I'm not going going any further. I'm just going to say it in
I know
a chat.
I'll laugh, but I know that you'll lean forward and go, "Why?" I'm aware that gin is a spirit. I don't think of gin as a spirit because I think to me, something about the spirit is about having a small amount of it potentially as a shot, or even like as a dram as whiskey or something. And I've never done that with gin. Gin has always been a mixer for me.
Yeah.
So I've never.
You have it with
the spirits I was talking about are when you go out when you're young and you like neck stuff. And do you see what I mean? And I've never done that with gin. So gin always feels more like wine to me or something. You know, it's a more sensible drink, not the sort of stuff you're going to go off your nut banging shots of. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do that. I like vodka, but I wouldn't shot vodka. I have shot vodka, but it was many moons ago, and it was foul. It was like drinking petrol. It's horrible.
Yeah. I had an incredibly bad night on neat vodka.
Yeah. Frederick says, "Just try my white chocolate Smarties, quite good." Joe says, "Gin's the alcohol I can't drink, not since Fresher Week."
It sounds like he was doing what we just described.
Yeah. Drinking it out of a plastic cup, 50p a pop. That's a barnacle, Damien, says Larry. Limpets are little shells you find stuck to rocks. They look the same though.
I mean, they seem pretty similar. If you saw like a human sitting on a bench or sitting on a chair, you'd say that's the same thing, wouldn't you? It's just like where it happens to sit. I like boats. What do you like? Rocks. We're pretty similar though, aren't we? Yeah.
Frederick says muscular foot streams in Middle Earth. Paper's Pirate says, "Did Steve mean crustaceans?" Yes, crustaceans. That's what I meant. I just went with gastropods because it sounded good.
I know, that's exactly what I said.
Crustaceans.
So was it crustaceans that you meant?
Yeah, it is. So, yeah. What is a crustacean?
Crabs, lobsters.
There is a.
I don't know what is it? Is it?
What's the difference between? Yeah. So, but is a prawn a crustacean then?
I don't think a prawn's a crustacean.
Because prawn and lobsters are very related, aren't they? Is crustacean is shellfish?
Don't write it in the chat. We're going to find out here. Crustacean.
I've got a feeling there that it's just got a shell.
Okay. They form a large, diverse group of arthropods, including decapods, sea shrimp, brachiopods, fish lice.
Gastropods.
krill, remipedes, isopods, barnacles, copepods, amphipods, and mantis shrimp.
Gastropods.
It's now well accepted that hexapods emerge deep in the crustacean, which are such
What
as
about
insects.
What about decapod?
Dodecahedrons are in here. It's well accepted that a hexapod, such as insects, emerge deep in the crustacean group. So that doesn't help.
No.
It's just a bunch of stuff. Woodlouse is a crustacean.
But what is it? Did you type in what is?
I'm on the crustacean page, Wikipedia.
No, just what is. Just a Google
What
question. What is a...
is a crustacean? Oh, they've got a whole crustacean band. An arthropod of the large, mainly aquatic group Crustacea. There you go. That's what you get for asking. Crab, lobster, shrimp, barnacle. What defines a crustacean? They have an exoskeleton of chitin and a compound of calcium. So I guess it's what their exoskeleton is made up from.
What is it, like skeletons on the outside?
Yeah, but it's the type of what it's made from.
Right.
See, Larry's put in it. Crustaceans are a primarily marine-based group of arthropods. That doesn't help, though, does it? What's an arthropod? Do you know what I mean? It doesn't help.
It's like when a kid goes,
I want like 6 legs,
yeah,
little
but why?
googly bits that do this.
We can
and
try
it
to explain
flies.
something. Yeah, but why?
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 Mainly water-dwelling animals, mainly because woodlouse is one, which have a hard, segmented exterior body known as an exoskeleton. There are roughly 67,000 species on the planet.
Wow.
No, there's not. They're rounding up.
Does that include xenomorphs?
No one's counted them.
No.
What's that? Woodlouse. Is that different to that woodlouse? I reckon. How are we doing for targets this month? We only got 2,000. What do we need? 67,000. Yeah, make it a different one. Make it a different one.
That's a brown one. That's a grey one.
Yeah.
Muscular foot, streams of Middle Earth, says Frederick. Did Steve mean crustaceans? It's on that one. Strong muscular foot has just killed me.
Who's that?
Max.
Use my good foot. Take my strong foot.
Frederick says, just laughed and got chocolate into my nose. Please send help. And Joe says, I disagree. I definitely don't want to cook a limpet or eat a raw one either. And Larry says, you have hit them off really quick. Otherwise, they'd properly clamp themselves on. I think that's because they don't want to be eaten, Larry.
Yeah, nothing wants.
They're clinging on for dear life.
Nothing wants to be eaten, mate. Not like the cows are lining up going, me next.
Well, what is it? What is the insect that when is it a mantis? The male mantis weighs it up, doesn't it? It has a dilemma.
Do you reckon it knows?
And it goes with it.
Does it know?
They sod it. It's Friday.
She's worth it.
It's Friday night.
What's the line in Prince of Thieves? Is she worth it? What? Worth dying for?
Max says, like a moose knuckle or camotor, the muscular foot. Larry says, just Lingula. It's named for the inscription it bears. Dus ex in Lingula. Just Lingula. What's this now? What are we talking
Lingula's
about?
his spoon. I think he's saying
right.
says Deus ex Lingula.
Yeah, just jumped again, mate. You mean Lion Elton, John, says Joe. And Sean says, I need that Lionel Johnson model ASAP. It is very cool. Alex says, slowly aiming to make a board in the next month or two. Very cool. For now, I'm teaching him to build and paint. Plus, he's coming with me to Lord of the Imps, so we'll be playing soon. Very, very cool. Keep us posted how he gets on. I always like it when people come into the hobby. It's a great time. It's a great time.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Frederick says, that's a shame, but positive. Damien O'Brien, contemporary philosopher. Adam G says, all this beard talk is making me miss my own now. Hashtag actor struggles. Yeah, I quite miss having a beard. And then when I've got a beard, it gets on my nerves. Then I get rid of it. Everyone went, but look, can you sort of see it? I went like, just up like a
What, you showed a bit higher?
Chin strap, yeah. Just going back. Larry says, it definitely has the spirit keyword. Joe says, I don't want this going anywhere. Is Damien aware this is being recorded?
What I meant was, I was very aware. As soon as I went, I don't think of gin as a spirit. That Steve was going to go, "Oh, it is."
Larry says, I drank it straight when I drink it. I love drinking straight vodka. It is the third best spirit. Yes, Steve, says Larry. Don't know what I said, but he says yes.
I
Charlesman
think that
says...
said you liked vodka, I think, so it's probably that.
Yeah, vodka. If you go back far enough, everything's related, Joe. Very true. So I would lie, says Larry. Crustaceans are primarily marine-based group of arthropods. Frederick
I
said...
told you not to tell us. We looked it up.
Frederick says, biology streams in Middle Earth. Does all this mean Birdle streams in Middle Earth is back? Joe says, here's a fun game. Fun for me anyway. What do you all call woodlice? Woodlice.
Woodlice.
That's like me saying, what do you guys call Damien?
Yeah, that is a fun game. My turn. What do you call tigers? Steve?
Joe, you're losing it. You're losing it.
Steve can't answer.
I see it now. So they got, yeah. Frederick says, can we now talk about T-Rex lips? T-Rex lips? And Joe says, down here in Devon, they're called chuggy pigs.
What? What?
I've never heard that before in my life.
What?
Why would you call it a chuggy pig? You're just making things up. Frederick says, "Oh, the Great Emu War." What, Frederick? What are you on about tonight? It's just saying things.
The Great Emu War rings a bell that we talked about emus and Australians or something.
Emus? I vaguely remember. Yes, I vaguely remember. Larry says, "It's a class, I think, of arthropods. It's the group that contains insects, spiders, etc." And Old School Chris says, "You like crustaceans? Name them all."
Steve, Sebastian
from Little Mermaid.
Yeah.
Is there a thing about what they've done to Sebastian in the new movie?
Why were you all right with Dave and Steve, the crustacean, but the only one you challenged was Sebastian?
Well, I like Sebastian.
Is there a thing about it? He's a little CGI? Was he? He's a lobster, isn't he?
I don't think it's a CGI. I think like it's just. Yeah, they've not done much with him. I think they've basically seen like they've cut corners big time on what they could have done with Sebastian.
Right, in the trailer, he's a little CGI lobster.
Yeah. I've not seen it, so I don't know. I just remember reading about it in the week.
People are outraged on the internet because she's black, because you can't have a black fish mutant. But of all the ones to get your bigotry out for, I get it. You know, God knows we've been through it with Rings of Power, right? Can't black dwarf? No. Black elf? No. Stupid. Black fish mutant? No, stupid. Stupid.
that would never happen.
Really kills the realism.
That would never happen.
And what are they? I don't know where do mermaids come from. Is it like a human who bangs a fish? And do they not think there's black humans, or do they not think there's black fish in their little bigoted minds? It beggars belief. It truly does. So, come on, let the mermaid off. It's
the internet, isn't it? The people. It's about people who shout the
loudest. Horrible little bigots.
Idiots.
But yeah, I think Sebastian's all right, isn't he?
I've not seen it properly. I've tried to avoid because The Little Mermaid is a great film. One of my favourites. I think because of the soundtrack. I like the soundtrack. From back.
Got a crustacean band in it.
Yeah. So I'm going to watch it when it comes out. Obviously, we've got two daughters. We're going to watch it. I'm trying not to see any of the trailers. I've seen bits. I've seen like the imagery and what it looks like. It looks super cool.
I'm sure it'll be cool. I've liked most of their live action ones, and you watch them and go, "Oh, that was fun," and then you watch the animated ones for the rest of your life.
Yeah. The ones we know and love.
Yeah.
The arthropod groups are hexapods, insects, myriapods, centipedes, and millipedes.
Who are given specific
Selicaretes, is it? Spiders and friends, crustaceans, crab colossus, et al. Says Larry.
They're given specific instructions not to tell us, and they keep telling them.
Don't listen. It means a god from the spoon, says Laurie.
I know what it means. No one asked.
But yeah, I was very
Got
into the
Deus Machina,
anthropomorph
but
part
instead of
of
Machina, you've got
Michael's.
Spoon.
What would be classed as a spider's friend? Asks Ian. Spider's friend. I think they are friend spiders are a bit sneaky, aren't they?
Why not sneaky? They're great. They keep your house safe.
I like spiders. I say this all the time. I would rather have spiders in my house than flies in my house.
Yeah.
All day long. There's a huge range of regional nicknames for woodlice, says Joe. I call woodlice Calaracel, says Frederick. Kieran Townsend, cheese log. Oh, that's what you were eating, I think. Cheese log.
I think he's naming a woodlice.
Cheese log. Where was I? Was it the cheese log? Rolls off the tongue, Frederick, says Max. And Larry says, I mean scorpions, whip spiders, or tailless whip scorpions and whip scorpions. Sean says, another word for woodlice is granny grunter.
Did you just say whip scorpions 3 times in that comment?
I think so, yeah. Granny grunter and chisel hug. Old school Chris says, banging fish. That's a banging fish. That's a white man's game.
That's the mermaid banging fish. That's a white man's game. That's what he's saying. Like only a white man could have sex with a fish.
Probably true, to be fair. Mike Oscar says, after 9 scene bundle scenarios, they are available on Warhammer Community. I'll have to download them. Are they in PDF form?
The PDFs. I've only seen them on like the store page, and you download a PDF.
Adam G says, I think the issue with TLM and Sebastian is that the Little Mermaid is that people don't like the real design for him rather than a cartoony style like they're used to. Yeah, that's probably what it is.
But that's just true of all the live action animals, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
When they're doing a live action thing, they do it with all of them.
I think I would have liked like a. Is it like a CGI of like an actual? It's just a crab, or is it like?
I don't know. I don't know what species it is, but it's meant to look. He's only in the trailer for like 1 or 2 shots.
Is it?
He's a little CGI crab.
Has he got like? Has he got cartoony eyes, or is he just like looks like?
No, he looks like a real CGI crab.
I think maybe I would have liked like a character for.
It's like a poo in Aladdin. He's just a real monkey.
Yeah. Farmer says, or Tim says, the thing with Sebastian is he swims in the sea with Ariel and even sings a song about how great he is under the sea. But the species they choose to depict him as in the new movie is a land crab. That's Disney for you, mate. That's Disney for you.
He's a lobster in the animated one, isn't he?
I don't really know what he is.
I think he's a lobster in the animated one. But maybe that's what they're talking about. That they've changed him to a crab, like a land crab, and then he thinks that the seaweed is always greener in somebody else's lake. Such a good song. The seaweed is always greener, somebody else's lake. You think about going up there, but that is
Sebastian is a major character in Disney's 1989 animated feature film The Little Mermaid. He's a red Jamaican accented crab who serves as King Triton's advisor and distinguished court composer.
Who's a crab?
Crab, yeah. I think it's just the red colour that's thrown you in the claws, probably. Yeah. Sebastian. He passed away this year. You know the guy that done his voice?
Yeah, that rings a bell.
Yeah. Yeah. Can we? I think it's worth saying. Rest in peace to Lily Savage this week. It was a big shame. It was a big shame. I think he's done his last TV show for Dogs are just recording. Is about to be released. I think they're releasing it next week, aren't they? I was a big fan of his stuff that he did with Batsy Dogs Home and things like that.
Yeah, it was good.
I thought it was really, really cool. Did a lot of stuff for charity. Where was I up to? Adam says, I for one am looking forward to the film and especially how they treat my spirit animal Ursula. Oh, it's Thingy, isn't it? What's the comedy actress called? Oh,
Melissa, is it Melissa McCarthy?
Yes, I think she'll do a really good job, I think. I've heard the argument that the story of the Little Mermaid is set a long time ago in Denmark, so when she turns human, she'd stand out a bit among everyone, says Rich Clammer.
That is absolutely not why they have a problem with it.
Larry says, I
Oh,
look
that's
forward
good.
to
That is gold.
it, as I haven't seen the original. You've not seen Little Mermaid, Larry?
It's Larry, mate.
Come on, you're missing out here. Flies or spider? What about flies and spiders, says Frederick. Whip spiders are also called tailless whip scorpions, says Larry. Whip spiders you might know as that thing that Moody demonstrates the unforgivable curses on in Harry Potter.
Mm-hmm.
It's their big pop culture moment. And Rich Clommer says they ruin the live action Disney movies. Half the songs are cut out.
What? Well, what? They normally had more songs. Well,
What you talking about, Richard?
I'm not saying they've never done it, but most of them have all the songs in, don't they? Like Beauty and the Beast has got all the songs in it.
I'm just trying to think of ones that have got. I don't even miss it. But if
Pretty
any
sure,
missed it, it's none of the
pretty
ones.
sure
that
Aladdin
are
does.
famous.
Do
I didn't think that was real, says Sean. Which, who, and where?
Unless, do you don't think he's going the other way? Do you saying that they ruin the live action Disney? Oh, I can't. This is just an optimistic reason. I wonder if saying like
they ruin
it's
the
a
live
joke,
action
like,
Disney movies,
like the animated ones. The animated ones ruin the live action ones because they cut out half the songs.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Joe says, I want to see Sebastian the Chuggy Pig. And Tom Marshall says, imagine being an actor and being hired for a role supposedly on the quality of your acting, but actually it's just to fill those diversity quotas and keep spouting the message. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that's the. I think a lot of people who maybe think a certain way are just jumping on the fact that someone of colour's cast in something. Whether I don't know. I'd like to think she was cast in the role because she deserved to be, but maybe that's my naivety. Who knows? Mike Haskell says, won't be on much longer, too tired, fun as always. Just picturing Michael there now, he's got his house coat on, slippers, pipe.
What by?
Gramophone's just coming to an end of his latest classical album that he's listened to.
From Marillion album.
Larry Mill says, I never saw a lot of the Disney classics as a kid. I started watching them for the first time in live action, if I can. God, I watched them all. Tom says, being woke used to mean something before capitalism caught up and turned it into marketing and social division tactic. I did it. Larry says, I did it with Aladdin and Mulan. What did you think of Mulan?
I haven't seen it.
I've not seen it either. That's why I was asking you what you thought of it.
I like the original.
Keep meaning to do it with Beauty and the Beast 2, says Larry. Beauty and the Beast is a good one. Joe Osmond says, imagine being an actor getting hired for a role on the quality of your acting and how people make it out as if it's all to fill diversity quotas.
Let's draw a line under this, shall we?
Let's move on and talk about toy soldiers, shall we? And that is it, mate. I'm caught up on the chat.
Perfect timing.
Do you know what? It's took 2 flipping hours the chat tonight.
There's normally half an hour of preamble first, isn't there? We are Denethor. I've done very well here. I've assembled the horses, I've cleaned up the riders, and I've just got the shields and lances have been clipped off, and they just need clearing up. So, we shall deeply dive, shall we? So I wanted to get an idea of what people thought about Denethor. I'm just going to push the door shut because it's getting late and Charlotte left it open.
Okay, just scratched my finger and don't know how I scratched it, which is rather annoying.
Oh,
really annoying.
What's really annoying?
Got a scratch on my finger that's really irritating, and I don't know how I scratched it.
I'm sorry, babe.
Oh,
that's the worst. I deliberately tried to get a sense of what people think, because generally I think Faramir is Denethor is one of those characters who he's like Faramir in that people say that the film one is a reduction of what's in the book, and that he's removed from complex but flawed character into traditional villain, and that's what people generally seem to say about him. Like, the last 20 years, that's the sort of thing I've seen. So I thought what I'd do is actually plunge into this and sort of see what we could find. And so I wanted to start with the book itself to see how different it is. And I have deeply divin, so get comfy, get your paints out, and we're going to go for a little wander through how Denethor is. None of this will surprise you, in the sense that this is all in the published Lord of the Rings, but it might surprise you if you haven't gone back to it in a while. So Denethor appears for a total of 8 scenes in the Lord of the Rings, separate scenes. And so I've got the bits here, and we can find. We're all going to know what he's like from the films, but we can use this to compare them, as it were. Okay. So what timing this is. The other benefit of when we're entering. Oh, couldn't have timed that better. Thanks, Mum.
What is that? Is it tea break?
Oh, tea break, wonderful. That you're over there.
Oh, I'm over here.
Mother O'Byrne. We've had granddaughter O'Byrne make an appearance at one point.
Charlotte.
Yeah, she wandered down.
Oh.
Thanks.
Okay, give me the other one.
This is outstanding service. Thank you.
Okay.
Glorious stuff.
Not too late tonight.
Thanks, Mum.
Not too late. Not too late, son. Not too late.
So, this is Denethor from the books. It's in his first meeting. Lead the Lord Mithrandir to the housing prepared for him, said Denethor, and his companion may lodge for him, with him for the present, if he will. Send word to the captains, they shall wait on me here as soon as maybe after the 3rd hour has rung. And you, my Lord Mithrandir, shall come too, as and when you will. None shall hinder your coming to me at any time, save only in my brief hours of sleep. Let your wrath at an old man's folly run off, and then return to my comfort. So he seems nice, right? You don't get anything like that. He seems all polite, but then immediately, Gandalf says, "Folly," said Gandalf. "Nay, my lord. When you're a dotard, you will die. You can use even your grief as a cloak. Do you think I do not understand your purpose in questioning for an hour one who knows the least while I sit by? If you understand it, then be content," returned Denethor. "Pride would be folly that disdained help and counsel at need, but you deal out such gifts according to your own designs. That the Lord of Gondor is not to be made the tool of other men's purposes, however worthy. And to him there is no purpose higher in the world as it now stands than the good of Gondor. And the rule of Gondor, my lord, is mine and no other man's until the king should come again." So even straight away, he's mean, and he's lying. He's trying to use his grief to kind of cover up the fact that he's mean and get what he needs. So he's not, let's be clear, he's trying to trick him. So that is in that very first scene. It's just when they arrive, quite like the one in the, they turn up and kind of have a chat with him. The second scene is where he asks Pippin to sing the song. So it happens at a different time. He goes, "Do you want to sing a song?" And then Pippin obviously doesn't sing that song, but they have the conversation about the songs on the horse. And it's also where Denethor gives him the gear. His second scene is where he gets the kind of gear of the citadel, as it were. Then the third scene is where Faramir returns and gives him his report about kind of Osgiliath. And I also found a little I know we did a deep dive on Faramir, but I think we missed this. This is how Pippin sees Faramir. And whilst it's not Faramir week, it is Faramir week next week. I thought this was a nice passage. "Here was one with an air of high nobility, such as Aragorn at times revealed. Less high, perhaps, yet also less incalculable and remote. One of the kings of men brought into a later time, but touched with the wisdom and sadness of the elder race. He knew now why Beregond spoke his name with love. He was a captain that men would follow, that he would follow, even under the shadow of the black wings." That was a nice little bit about Faramir. Denethor disagrees. And here is the quote. So this is Denethor's third scene. And the only thing I didn't do, which I kind of meant to, was that I didn't go back and compare it to how many scenes he's in the extended edition. But I get the feeling it's less than 8. I do think he gets slightly less scenes, but he's only in 8 scenes in the book. And here's the line in the third scene that Denethor's in. "Do you wish then," said Faramir, "that our places had been exchanged?" "Yes, I wish that indeed," said Denethor. "But Boromir was loyal to me and no wizard's pupil. He would have remembered his father's need and would not have squandered what fortune gave. He would have brought me a mighty gift." So that's pretty word for word, a lot of that's his dialogue. And also this is This is his third scene before what people often refer to as his descent. He's still a mean person.
Yeah.
He's still, before the bit with the Palantir, he's still saying, yes, I'd rather you died. So yeah, let's hang on to that. In the same scene, we then have this. For a moment, the eyes of Denethor glowed again as he faced Gandalf, and Pippin felt once more the strain between their wills. But now almost it seemed as if their glances were like blades from eye to eye, flickering as they fenced. Pippin trembled, fearing some dreadful stroke, but suddenly Denethor relaxed and grew cold again. He shrugged his shoulders. If you had, he said, such words and ifs are vain. It has gone into the shadow, and only time will show what doom awaits it and us. The time will not be long. In what is left, let all who fight the enemy in their fashion be at one, and keep hope while they may. And after hope still, the hardihood to die free. He turned to Faramir. What think you of the garrison of at Osgiliath? And I was kind of pulled that up because it's the start of the kind of Osgiliath conversation. 796. Then the next scene. So this is his fourth scene. This is Denethor. But I will not yield the river and Pelennor on fort, not if there is a captain here who still has the courage to do his lord's will. It's very, very much word for word. Then all was silent, but at length Faramir said, I do not oppose your will, sire. Since you are robbed of Boromir, I will go and do what I can in his stead, if you command it. I do so, said Denethor. Then farewell, said Faramir. But if I should return, think better of me. That depends on the manner of your return, said Denethor. And I'm being fair to him here. I'm not like cutting out all the bits where he's super cozy or anything. This is a fairly good description of the character you get. That's his fourth scene. And then the fifth scene, Gandalf comes back, I think after rescuing Faramir. Yes, he's come back in from the sortie, brought Faramir back. Denethor rose and looked on the face of his son and was silent. Then he bade them make a bed in the chamber and lay Faramir upon it and depart. But he himself went up alone into the secret room under the summit of the tower, and many who looked up thither at that time saw a pale light that gleamed and flickered from the narrow windows for a while, then flashed and went out. And when Denethor descended again, he went to Faramir and sat beside him without speaking, but the face of the Lord was grey, more death-like than his son's. So that is when he goes up and looks in the Palantir. Now, whether or not he's looked in the Palantir before, as we'll come across, is a matter of contention. But that's him looking in the Palantir, which is what's normally shown as the bit where he turns. By this kind of book. I don't want to say book defenders, but that they're a different character. It's normally like he's all right until he looks in the Palantir. And I think we've already seen he's not lovely before he looks in the Palantir. He's still all up for, I wish you were dead instead of Boromir. Why don't you go off and die in Osgiliath and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah, I think then they were just words, weren't they?
Yeah. And then in the next one,
I'm gonna put my feet up while I listen to your lovely voice, mate.
805. So this is then his seventh scene. This is then Pippin staring at her. So it was his duty to wait upon the Lord, and wait he did, forgotten it seems, standing by the door of the unlit chamber, mastering his own fears as best he could. And as he watched, it seemed to him that Denethor grew old before his eyes, as if something had snapped in his proud will, and his stern mind was overthrown. Grief maybe had wrought it, and remorse. He saw tears on that once tearless face, more unbearable than wrath. So that's his then kind of remorse moment.
Realization.
Yeah, which he does have in the film, doesn't he? But it's when he's like burning, when he sees Faramir alive or whatever. But so he then has that, and potentially he might have come back from the brink, but then he still decides he's going to go and burn his son alive. In the eighth scene, he has his line, why do the fools fly, said Denethor, better to burn sooner than late, for burn we must, go back to your bonfire. And then he goes off to his pyre. And then his final scene is in the chapter The Pyre of Denethor, which must win the award for shortest chapter of The Lord of the Rings, should you ever need it for a quiz question. 7 pages long. And in that, Denethor started as one waking for a trance, and the flame died in his eyes, and he wept, and he said, do not take my son from me. He calls for me. A bit later on, hope on then, laughed Denethor. Do I not know thee, Mithrandir? Thy hope is to rule in my stead, to stand behind every throne, north, south, or west. I've read thy mind and its policies. So he's not better. He's still kind of like mad old angry Denethor here. To be the chamberlain of an upstart, even were his claim proved to me, still he comes but of the line of a Sildor. I will not bow to such a one, last of a ragged house, long bereft of lordship and dignity. So he says that to Gandalf in the film, in the first scene. In Ministry of Here, he's saying it in just before he burns. I would have, and then he says, I would have things as they were in all the days of my life, answered Denethor, and in the days of my long fathers before me, to be the lord of the city in peace, and leave my chair to a son after me, who would be his own master and no wizard's pupil. But if doom denies me this, then I will have naught, neither life diminished, nor love halved, nor honour abated. Then Denethor leapt upon the table, and standing there wreathed in fire and smoke, he took up the staff of his stewardship that lay at his feet and broke it on his knee. Casting the pieces into the blaze, he bowed and laid himself on the table, clasping the palantir with both hands upon his breast. And it was said ever after, if any man looked in that stone, unless he had a great strength of will to turn it to other purpose, he saw only two aged hands withering in flame. And then afterwards, we have the kind of bit where Gandalf's kind of he's summing up the situation. He's kind of, they just shut the door. It doesn't quite happen in the film he runs off and he goes that spectacular long way, and then we assume that they put it out. In the book, they leave him burning and the house burning, and he just Gandalf just goes that kind of dog going, this is fine, just shuts it in there. Though the stewards deemed that it was a secret kept only by themselves, long ago I guessed that here in the White Tower, one at least of the 7 seeing stones was preserved. In the days of his wisdom, Denethor would not presume to use it to challenge Sauron, knowing the limits of his own strength. But his wisdom failed, and I fear that as the peril of his realm grew, he looked in the stone and was deceived. Far too often, I guess. So the implication of the published book is that Denethor's been looking in the stone a lot. Okay, so you can take that to mean that why he's mean at the start is because the Palantir's already corrupted his mind. But even if that's the case, he's still mean at the start. Whatever the reason is, he's not. I don't think he's massively different to the film version, as it were. He was too great to be subdued to the will of this dark power. He saw nonetheless only those things which the power permitted him to see. The knowledge which he obtained was doubtless often of service to him, yet the vision of the great might of Mordor that was shown to him fed the despair of his heart until it overthrew his mind. Now, I understand what seems so strange to me, said Pippin, shuddering at his memories as he spoke. The Lord went away from the room where Faramir lay, and it was only when he returned that I first thought he was changed, old and broken. That's Pippin saying he was changed and broken after he went up to the tower.
Yeah.
After the stuff where he'd all sent Faramir off to die and all that. It was in that very hour that Faramir was brought to the tower that many of us saw a strange light in the topmost chamber, said Beregond. But we have seen that light before, and it has long been rumoured in the city that the Lord would at times wrestle in thought with the enemy. So that's what's in the published book. And I would argue that Denethor that you see, not say whatever happened before the death of Boromir, before he started looking in the Palantir, but what you see in the published book is very, very similar to the film. And it's obviously escalated because exactly, is it escalated? That's not the word, is it? Sped up. But because they have less scenes. But he seems to me to be a really similar character in that he's spiky as hell, hates Faramir, and then has a bit of remorse at the end. And it's a really similar character arc, just maybe over a slightly shorter period of time. And I've never really understood the kind of, I can't believe what they did to Denethor in the film. That kind of, and I'm not saying it's from the people tonight, although you saw a lot of people saying he was stronger in the book or whatever. But that's the internet thing. I think I said the same thing of Faramir. I don't think he is that different. It's just over a different, a longer period of time there. There's also what I will say for maybe we'll end on that. There's some positive news for Faramir fans. I've got a letter here. Tolkien doesn't talk about Denethor a lot in his letters, but we have this. Denethor was tainted with mere politics. This is a bit of context for you. When's this? This is 1956, and it's responding to a review of The Return of the King. Denethor was, that's italicized, tainted with mere politics, hence his failure and his mistrust of Faramir. It had become for him a prime motive to preserve the polity of Gondor, as it was against another potentate who had made himself stronger and was to be feared and opposed for that reason, rather than because he was ruthless and wicked. Denethor despised lesser men, and one may be sure he did not distinguish between orcs and the allies of Mordor. That means like he's talking about like Harad and the Easterlings. If he had survived as victor, even without use of the ring, he would have taken a long stride towards becoming himself a tyrant, and the terms and treatment he accorded to the deluded peoples of East and South would have been cruel and vengeful. So that's him saying Denethor as he is without being corrupted, which is kind of interesting. So that's what we've got published, and a little bit from Tolkien a couple of years afterwards. Talking about it, which I think is fun. And I don't know, am I being too optimistic here on Film Denethor? I don't know.
No, I don't think so. I think there's huge similarities, and I think you can see it for what it is, that the screen time he had in the movies isn't comparable to what they could have done, like what they've done in the books, to give the background info. And
what I really wanted to do, and I ran out of time, and I understand what it sounds like when I ran out of time, when fundamentally I've had 5 weeks to do this, because it was meant to be ready for the last one. And when I ran out of time for it last time, I was like, oh, we didn't get to it. I've got 2.5 weeks. I really wanted to find out how long he's on screen for, because he's only in Return of the King, and I know he's in the Two Towers one, but then he's a slightly different character. But you could include that. You get another couple of minutes. But he'll be like the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park. I think Denethor is going to be on screen for like 15 minutes or something.
Yeah.
In the Lord of the Rings, and I think what they do in that 15 minutes with him is fantastic. I think John Noble's fantastic, but I think there's worth in the deep dive to kind of actually go back and really look what is in the book. But the fun, as ever, is in the drafts, and this stuff is gold. Sometimes you don't find a lot in there, but are you ready for this?
Go on.
Denethor fans, prepare your outrage. All right. So the first mention, we're starting with the Treason of Isengard. The first mention of this is in the Breaking of the Fellowship. All right. So he's this is the last chapter, isn't it? The Departure of Boromir is the first chapter. So it's when he's writing Fellowship of the Ring in 1940-41. He says, notably, this is Chris Tolkien. Notably, there appear in these drafts the phrases found in Fellowship of the Ring. The Lord Denethor and all his men cannot hope to do what Elrond declared to be beyond his power, and Boromir will return to Minas Tirith. His father and people need him. This is where the name Denethor first emerged. With only the slightest initial hesitation, my father wrote a B or perhaps an R. I presume that means for Benethor or Renethor, maybe. And then he puts Denethor and he corrects it. So the name Denethor and him being the dad is there really, really early. The son of Denethor is clear and is explicit in the outline given at the beginning of the next chapter. In any case, he was named long before, this is Boromir, as the son of the king of Ond, as it was then. Gondor was Ond. There's also a fun little tidbit that for any of you First Age fans, Denethor was the name of an elf who led the Green Elves over Ered Lindon into Osiriand. So there's an older Denethor, which kind of gets you some of that kind of elven lineage in there. So very, very early on, while he's writing Fellowship, he knows that that Denethor is Boromir's dad, right? Then this is cool, right? I've got a little note here. You know, when Boromir dies, they all sing a song about. Aragorn and Legolas sing a song about the wind. Gimli doesn't get to sing. They sing. I can never remember which ones it is. Which ones they sing about? Aragorn. So they stick him in his boat and send him off down the river, right? And then he starts singing. And then Aragorn sings of the west wind, and then Legolas sings of the south wind. And does it go back to Aragorn? And then Aragorn sings again. So it goes Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli goes, and Aragorn starts singing again. And he sings about the north wind. And then Gimli says, "You left the east wind to me. but I will say naught of it. And then Aragorn says, "This is as it should be. They enjoy the East Wind. They don't ask it for tidings." It's like Gimli go, "Why didn't I get to sing about it? I'll sing about it. No one sings about the East Wind, Gimli. Why don't we do one each? Why didn't we do one? Why did you get two?" But that's always tickled me. But anyway, this whole, I'm not going to read it all, but the whole lament that they sing, right? Originally, in the first drafting of it, around the same time as that mentioned Denethor, the earliest version of this is entitled "The Lament of Denethor for Boromir." And it only differs in a few points from the version that's in the Two Towers. So it might seem from the original title that it was at first intended to be the father's own song of grief and not merely in form, but actually would be brought in later in the story. So that song originally was conceived to be like sung by Denethor, which I think is kind of cool and kind of fun. And it was him singing of, the wind in Gondor. So there's a couple of tidbits from very early on. But then the real meat is in this when we're into the War of the Ring, which is the book of this that actually covers, the chapters where he really appears in. And the first note we get of this is this is a little kind of brief. Tolkien used to do these kind of sketch of the plot. Throne empty, Denethor has seat in front. He comes in after Gandalf arrived. He has a secret letter from Faramir telling of Boromir's death and meeting with Frodo, but not overtly mentioned in the ring. So in this version, Faramir wrote him a letter after he met Frodo to tell him of Boromir's death. And Chris Tolkien says, "This seems to have been my father's first setting down on paper of his conception of Minas Tirith." And this is around 1944, 1946. And he even drew a picture. So this is Tolkien's first ever drawing of Minas Tirith. What Tolkien saw Minas Tirith looking like. Which is kind of cool.
Yeah, it's very cool.
It's not a million miles away from what we get, is it?
No.
But yeah, so that's quite cute. So then he starts developing. And of Aragorn, so this is then when they start chatting. And of Aragorn, he says, "If he comes, it may be some way that no one expects." And Denethor, this is Gandalf speaking, Denethor at least does not expect him in any way, for he does not know that he exists. So that whole idea that, I will not bow to some upstart, last rag line. In the original version, Denethor doesn't know anything about Aragorn. So any anger that you find in the character has nothing to do with being replaced. Makes sense? Then check this out. We can start to compare some paragraphs. Where's this? 7, 9. Oh God, is that 8? Dreadful handwriting. Show me blue highlighter. There we go. No, that's not it. Was it 5? Yes, that was. So I'm going to read. This is the passage from the published book that we know so well, that it's very clement to the film, right? "Do you wish then," said Faramir, "that our places had been exchanged?" "Yes, I wish that indeed," said Denethor, "for Boromir was loyal to me and no wizard's pupil. He would have remembered his father's need and would not have squandered what fortune gave. He would have brought me a mighty gift." Are you ready for this?
Do it.
First version. "Yes, I win that. I wish that indeed," said Denethor. Or no. Then he shook his head and, rising suddenly, laid his hand on his son's shoulder. "Do not judge me harshly, my son," he said, "or think that I am harsh. Love is not blind. I knew your brother also. I would wish only that he had been in your place, if I were sure of one thing. And what is that, my father? That he was as strong in heart as you, and as trustworthy." We're in like mic drop territory. It's like, who's this guy? He loves Faramir. Honestly, when I read this, I was like, this is good. This is good stuff. Let's see if there's any more. Which one is this? So in this one, this is the bits I've highlighted. So from the published book, "In truth, Faramir did not go by his own choosing, but the lord of the city was master of his council." Right? "But I will," and this is Denethor speaking, "but I will not yield the river and the Pelennor on fort, not if there is a captain here who still has courage to do his lord's will." At length Faramir said, "I do not oppose your will, sire. Since you have robbed of Boromir, I will go and do what I can, and instead, if you command it." "I do," said Denethor. "Then farewell," said Faramir. "If I should return, think better of me." That depends on the manner of your return, right? Faramir, in truth, Faramir went at his own will, and it was he that most swayed the council of the captains. Yet even Faramir had urged that their outer defences must not be abandoned, and that the river was the one that the enemy must buy most dearly. So now he was gone again, taking such few men as Denethor would spare to strengthen the force that had held the western ruins of Osgiliath. But hold not too long far afield, said Denethor as he went out. Though you slay 10 times your number at the crossing, the enemy had more to spare, and your retreat will be hazardous, and do not forget that. So everything that Faramir says in the book about why they shouldn't go, Denethor says in this, and it's Faramir going, I want to go, I'm going to go and do this. This is like mega. And you're reading through this going, when does it change? What happens? Then you start to get some commentary. So Chris Tolkien says Denethor showed himself less coldly obdurate and hostile to Faramir than he became in the Return of the King. And then this is the next draft. The original draft was followed closely, and he highlights these bits where this is just very similar to the last version, but a slightly adapted. Do not judge me harshly, my son, or believe me more harsh than I am. I knew your brother well. Love is not blind. That he was as strong and selfless as you, my son. So there's a slight changing of wording there, but he's still very pro Faramir. And then Chris Tolkien says Denethor's harshness towards Faramir was enforced in later revision by the slightest of touches. And he uses an example from one line where in the first version he says, "You are weary, my son," weary. You are weary, my son, to "You are weary, I see." And can you see the difference in that? Like even if you read it exactly the same, because you can't, it's not a character delivering it, but the idea of "you are weary, my son" has a kind of love behind it, whereas "you are weary, I see" has a kind of judgment behind it about its weakness. And so Chris Tolkien starts saying, like, every revision, he slightly makes him harsher with things like that. And then this one's glorious, where is it that? So Denethor has said, this is Denethor in the published book, much must be risked in war. I will not yield the river and the Pelennor unfought, not if there is a captain who still has the courage to do his lord's will. And then he says, and then Faramir says, I will go and do what I can in Boromir's stead. If you command it, I do so. In the previous version, much must be risked in war, said Faramir, but I will not yield the river and the fields of Pelennor unfought, unless my father commands me beyond denial. And Denethor says, I do not, said Denethor. Farewell, and may your judgment prove just, at least so much that I may see you again. Farewell. And that's the bit that now ends with, farewell, if I should return, think better of me. That'll depend on the manner of your turn. It's a completely different character.
Flipped on its head.
And then he finds a note written in the margin where Tolkien says, this must be altered to make Faramir only go to please his father against his own counsel and to take Boromir's place. And on a slip of paper, he wrote a brief statement of how and why the existing portrayal of Denethor's relations with Faramir must be changed. The early conversation of Faramir and his father and motives must be altered. Denethor must be harsh, and that's italicized. He must say he did wish Boromir had been at Henneth Anun, but he would have been loyal to his father and brought him the ring. Gandalf may correct this. Faramir grieved but patient. Then Denethor must be all for holding Osgiliath like Boromir did, while Faramir and Gandalf are against it, using the arguments previously given to Denethor. At length in submission, but proudly to please his father and show him that not only Boromir was brave, he accepts the command at Osgiliath. Men in the city do not like it. This will not only be truer to the previous situation, but will explain Denethor's breaking up when Faramir is brought back dying, as it seems. Yeah. So he has this complete U-turn, I think, to make him harsher, so that seeing his son die has more impact on him. Almost like if you know he already loves him when he goes off, when he comes back and he dies, there's no character development there. Whereas the idea that you could have seen him be so angry, so harsh, and then kind of break, Tolkien decides will be more interesting. There's another lovely one here in the published book. Denethor says, some have accused you, Mithrandir, of delighting to bear ill news. And in the first version, he says, some have unjustly accused you, Mithrandir, of delighting to bear ill news. And then before unjustly, my father penciled no doubt. So it would be some have no doubt accused you, Mithrandir, of delighting to bear ill news. And then he removes both. So the first one he says it's unfair that people say that. The second time he says some people might say that. And the third time he says, I believe this.
Yeah.
And it's again that slight alteration from some have unjustly accused you, Mithrandir, of delighting to bear ill news, to some have accused you, Mithrandir, of delighting to bear ill news. Again, complete kind of little 180 on his character. And then there's this little the only sense we get of what was going to happen to him, because you don't find out, because by the time he gets to what will happen to Denethor, he's already changed his mind. But the little plot note are that he would survive the Battle of the Pelennor, and then Aragorn would. This actually might. Yeah, it's when Aragorn sets up his pavilion. So this is after the Battle of Pelennor. Denethor comes down to greet the victors, and talks to Aragorn. Denethor will not yield stewardship yet, not until the war is won or lost, and all is made clear. He's cold and suspicious and mock courteous. There's a little note here that says Faramir, who's wounded, is brought out, and Aragorn tends to him all that night, and love springs between them. So there was an idea that he would survive that battle and come down, but then I don't think you never find out what happens to him, because then it just returns to the Pyre of Denethor. And the last little bit on this I've got, which is a slightly different version, it's quite a nice little passage, is that in the Pyre of Denethor, long have I guessed, this is the alternate version of what Gandalf said, long have I guessed that here in the White Tower, as at Orthanc, one of the great stones of sight was preserved. Denethor did not in the days of his wisdom ever presume to use it, nor to challenge Sauron, knowing the limits of his own powers. But in his grief for Faramir, distraught by the hopeless peril of his city, he must have dared to do this, to look in the stone. So in that version, the first time he looks in the stone at all is after Faramir's been wounded.
Yeah.
You don't get any of the stuff about Baragon saying, oh yeah, we always see him like watching his telly late at night. So that's where that conception comes in, that originally he was going to have him go from nothing to then go, the only thing, my sons are spent, I'm going to go and look in the Palantir and all is lost, as opposed to the published version where he's kind of been slowly degrading, I guess, over the course of time. And I thought that was kind of mega. I thought that was one of my best finds when I was reading through. I was like, that's amazing. Like everything everyone kind of hates him for and condemns him for, like in the first version, Tolkien had him as like a really nice, loving father,
quite passive,
who loved Faramir. And then Tolkien just goes, no, make him horrible. And I thought I'd end. As I said, I'd end on the positive note. We can go to Appendix A and the description of Denethor. There was dismay in the city. This is when Thorongil. There was dismay in the city at the departure of Thorongil, and to all men it seemed a great loss, unless it were to Denethor, the son of Ecthelion, a man now ripe for the stewardship. Denethor II was a proud man, tall, valiant, and more kingly than any man had appeared in Gondor for many lives of men. And he was wise also, and far-sighted, and learned in lore. Indeed, he was as like to Thorongil as to one of his nearest kin, and yet was ever placed second to the stranger in the hearts of men and the esteem of his father. Oh, was that right? When Denethor became steward in 2984, he proved a masterful lord, holding the rule of all things in his own hand. He said little, he listened to counsel, and then followed his own mind. He had married late in 2976, taken his wife Findulus, daughter of Adrahil of Dol Amroth. She was a lady of great beauty and gentle heart, but before 12 years had passed, she died. Denethor loved her in his fashion more dearly than any other, unless it were the elder of the sons she bore him. But it seemed to men that she withered in the garden city, as a flower of the seaward vales set upon a barren rock. The shadow in the east filled her with horror, and she turned her eyes ever south to the sea that she missed. There's a little note here. It was afterwards believed that needing knowledge, but being proud and trusting his own strength of will, he dared to look in the Palantir of the White Tower, which is what happens in there. But I thought that was quite nice. That's a nice little way to end our Denethor thing, and in largely talking about his good qualities. But I just thought it's fascinating that this is the published version, and Tolkien said he was second in the esteem of his father behind Thorongil, which is a really neat way of saying not only why he hates Aragorn so much, but maybe, oh, you don't want to repeat the mistakes of your parents, do you? But it's that kind of, oh, well, you're meant to hate your second son. He gets a bad rap for it. Like, why does he always seem mean to Faramir? It's like, maybe because he had dad issues. Like his dad was mean to him, but it wasn't even his son. He was the eldest son, and he liked Aragorn more than he liked him. But there we go. I have deeply dove.
You've Denethor.
I've Denethor indeed. I thought it was a good one. I thought there's some good meat in there.
Yeah, it's good.
And a cool alternate version of Denethor in the histories. And I think it's cool. But also, I don't think the published one is that different to the film.
No, I don't.
Do you want to see what the nerds think?
Yeah.
Catch up.
We're gonna. Well, in fact, actually, do you want to jump in, because I need to set up the Facebook thing.
I can jump in. Let's have
yeah, if you do that, and I'll set the. We're up to Joe Osmond saying. Oh no, we're up to.
Yeah. Larry did that with that. Alex Johnson. I shall. This is replying to something you said to him about Scarron, I think. I shall, and it's all because of the train strikes in Jan. He gave me a lift to your event, Fell Winter, and he's obsessed with the hobby, always shouting good about it. That's about his friend getting into the game, I think.
Yeah.
Larry Miller says it was fairly bland. I think he was watching I Can You Can Cook. I'm not sure.
I don't think so, my friend.
Boris Herzog said, hi all, very exciting. First time I've been able to catch the show live. Hi, Boris. Just to say thanks for all the streams so far. Been excellent to watch as I build, paint loads for Quest of the Ring Bearer. Oh. You're very welcome, Boris. You've got a lot of hours to get through. Max Malice said, honestly think it's the longest we've gone without a single bit of Middle-earth talk. BSIME is back. Well, we've just fixed that with the last half hour, surely. But also, all we do is read your comments and expand on them. So if you guys aren't talking about Middle-earth, that's on you.
That's on you. Spend 2 hours reading your comments.
Hawk Jacobson, calling it a night, lads. Looking forward to catching the Denethor deep dive in the next couple of days. Sean Clark says, school in the morning, not too late. And Richard Clam, so this is the response to the song thing. He says, pre-prepare. I think that's maybe be prepared was butchered in The Lion King. We're your friends, the Beatles Vultures song removed from the Jungle Book. I'll make a man out of you and reflection in Mulan. So this is like, I haven't seen Mulan. I'll make a man out of you, not in Mulan. Oh, that's a shame. I love that song.
Maybe that's like.
Yeah, you can see, potentially. But it's still appropriate for the film. But who knows? Larry says, is Denethor asking him what he thinks about the new terrain? I don't know what Denethor quote that's about. Sorry, Larry. Trusting me was only in the credits of Jungle Book. I think it's just Jungle Book that started my annoyance. The cartoon was a musical, but the live action just chat songs. It's really interesting you mentioned that, because you saying that's the one that annoyed you, because I haven't seen the Jungle Book, so I haven't seen the one where that issue really annoyed you. Whereas I feel like certainly for me, the ones I've enjoyed, like Aladdin and Beauty and the Beast, I've quite liked the songs of them. Aladdin in particular, I like the Jasmine's new song, Speechless, is a banger. Max says, always thought that scene could use a couple of unnamed captains stood next to Faramir before he stands forward. Perfect for tonight. Harjinder Singh, The Lion King would have been better if David Attenborough narrated it. The animation was too realistic for me. Preferred the cartoony and expressive emotions of the original. Yeah, I completely agree. That's the one I'm sure we talked about before. The one just doesn't make sense to me. It's like they're making live action versions of them, and they make an animated version of the live action. And you know the live action version of the Lion King is now the most successful animated movie of all time. Very strange. But yeah, I'd like the idea that David Attenborough just narrating real animals and telling the story. I'll be all in for that. Richard Clammer, does the book say anything about how far he had to run them on fire? No, he sets on fire and Gandalf shuts him in his house to burn. Larry says, I think that bit is 1,000 times worse than anything in the Hobbit movies. Which bit do you think that is?
I'm assuming the run-in all the way through.
Oh, it probably is. Yeah, it probably is the run-in.
Makes no sense.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, it is so long. So Fohammer, I think Tim's going to defend some Denethor action here. He says Denethor had been looking in the Palantir for a while. Yeah, according to the book, he'd been looking in it since Boromir died. He did well to withstand Sauron for so long and managed to defend Gondor as long as he did. Yeah, I think to be fair, I think the defenses are slightly better prepared in the book than they are in the film because he's already lit the beacons. He's already called for aid. So yeah, he has slightly more nous as a military commander. Skullmunch, Friday nights are difficult for me, but good to jump in for a bit. I made some small progress on an otherwise neglected Orc captain. Take Clairol. That's good news.
Take care, Sean.
Max Malice, I think the biggest thing from both the book and film for me is what Denethor was before this descent to madness and twattery. Was he a good ruler, strong captain, etc., or was he a bureaucrat sat on his own? Well, I think the combination of that letter and the appendices answer that. He was strong, but it sounds like he was mean. Like Tolkien certainly thought he would have become a tyrant afterwards. Okay, so this is clever. Right, so Fohammer, remember, said that Denethor had been looking in the Palantir for a while. Yeah. Right? Larry has said that's why he set himself on fire, Fohammer. He realised there was never going to be an episode 100. Fohammer says he was a strong leader, great strategist. I still have... Oh, and that's nice. He then says, I still have hope, Larry, or I would have collected all old pallets already. I don't know if we said this. We believe there'll be an episode 100. We don't think it'll ever return permanently. I think that's our thing. I think there'll be when they get together, like Friends, the reunion. We think we're going to do episode 100. But I don't think it'll ever...
then Tom will go on Great British Bake Off.
Embra Craig. That is interesting. I really thought I remembered Book Denethor as a more tragic character rather than the grumpy old man in the movie, but it's a long time since I read it. Well, that's what I think. It's just my interpretation of it, but I think he's very similar. Joe Holzman, I shared my painted Denethor from the last stream in a few Discord channels. The comments were positive, but pretty much every single one of them mentioned how much they disliked Denethor, except one who said he used to hate him until he read the books and finds him more likable and his story more tragic. I've read all the chapters. I just don't see that. I could be wrong. There's nothing to say I'm right, but certainly when I was reading it, I just think it happens over a slightly longer period of time, but I could be wrong. Sam says, I'm going to have to shoot, I'm afraid. We'll be back next time, guys. Have a good one. Flying Mammal. Wow, I don't know what happened there. Flying Mammal says, night all. Remco says, good stuff, guys, but we'll need to get up at 7. So good night to you, and we'll catch up later.
Take care.
Adam says, Denethor is on screen for 7 minutes and 41 seconds.
There you go.
Are we sure?
I mean, that's pretty specific.
Yeah, but that also fit. I know that I made the point that it's going to be much less than you think, but that seems very short to me. It could maybe that.
I mean, it's a long time.
It is. I'd be curious to know where you got that from. Is that theatrical? Because he is in quite a few chunky dialogue scenes. Could be right though, but that's the kind of point. I don't think he's on screen for very long. The fact that John Noble does such a lot with him is good. Katie says they sing for ages when they're in a rush to get after Merry and Pippin. Drives me mad. Get going after those hobbits. Still, he's right. Gimli sitting there going, guys, why are we singing? They're getting away. It's a cracking point. Tom Marshall says John Noble plays another abusive daddy type in The Boys 20 years after Return of the King. The man still got the skin-wrenching skill to relay it all too real to those of us whose fathers weren't great. I'm sorry to hear that, Tom. Ryan Cuthbert says, going to have to call it a night. Classic colours. Cheers all. Tim says he was just squabbling with Faramir.
Just when it's tough as his round, eh?
Because Faramir had his own opinions and didn't follow orders blindly like Boromir did. Oh, a bit of shade against Boromir from Tim there. Yeah, and then Richard agrees that seems low. Is it both movies extended? It probably seems longer because the scenes he's in don't always show him, like Pip's song. Yeah, if I was doing it, I would be counting the length of the scene, not only shots that he's physically on screen for. You know, if he's talking to someone, I wouldn't discount the time that his person he's talking to is speaking.
Stop the clock.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be for me. It'd be the length of his scene because he's, you know, if you're responding to someone, that person's in the scene, aren't they? Dave Walker says, "Well, hey, I made it. Just got home from a gig. Glad I made the stream. Time to slap some paint on my Orc Captain. That's the spirit." It also sounds like
get it in the Facebook group.
That was like
quick, mate.
That's like a dreadful euphemism, doesn't it? Gonna slap some paint on my Orc Captain. Old school Chrissy. First draft, Denny is far less interesting. I'm glad Tolkien changed it. We don't have to love every character, but he sparks strong feelings, and that's the mark of a great writer. I agree with that. I think that's a good point. Adam G says, fantastic research, Damien. Thanks. Fascinating to hear about revisions for Tolkien made. Larry Miller says, strange that she didn't like A Shadow in the East. I thought. Almighty Larry. I'll give this one the credit it's due. So Findulis, Denethor's wife, the shadow in the east filled her with horror after she turned her eyes ever south to the sea that she missed. And Larry says, strange she didn't like A Shadow in the East. I thought it was a pretty good supplement. Good work. Old school Chris C says, cracking deep dive. Thanks for that. No worries.
It was a good one.
Thanks. Because the Dragon says, fascinating deep dive. I wonder how much my interpretation is coloured by the BBC radio play, where he seems much more open to aid from Rohan others before going, oh, that's a cracking point. I didn't go back and listen to that. And that would have been where a lot of us got our feelings of him before the films came out. That's a really good point, Ben. I might go and listen to that. Larry Miller says that was Mulan. Now, I'm pretty sure Denethor wasn't in Mulan, Larry.
No, definitely.
Adam G says, the source I got it from wasn't clear about whether it was theatrical or extended. Harjinder said, it would be a bit weird seeing a nice Denethor who was a good steward. It would make Aragorn taking his job a bit awkward. That's a cracking point. I'm here. No, don't. He's nice. Don't take it, Aragorn, you jerk. Book Aragorn's a bit more of a jerk, isn't he? He's more of a, I'm the king. I'm the king. I'm coming to my house.
Deal with it, bro.
Yeah, I'll deal with it. Ben says, I also really wish we'd seen Baragond and Pippin's relationship in the movie. Obviously, we've been a stretch to add it, and Baragond protecting Faramir. Yeah, I think they try and do a bit of that with Faramir and Pippin. They give Faramir and Pippin a couple of little scenes, don't they?
Yeah.
Where they have a chat to kind of honour that a bit. But yeah, Baragond's a cool character. Joe Holzman says, I think the fact there's seemingly a reason behind it makes him more likable. What you mean, the Palantir? I think in the movies he's just an arse. In the book you can theorize. So I think Joe's saying that the Palantir driving him, if you know the Palantir is driving him mad, you're more sympathetic towards it. That it's almost not his fault. Whereas because he doesn't have the Palantir in the film, it's a fair point. Adam says he's just sent me the source you got the time from. That'd be cool. Foham says, yeah, good deep dive. Thanks, man. Denethor is one of my favourite characters, along with Boromir. It's not. You must not like the end of the films. Oh, God, they're all going. Tom says, Steve, I have a scouring question. How much modifying could I legally do to a few Moria dragons? I plan on making one look like Caraxes from House of the Dragon and the other a Harry Potter Hungarian Horntail. That's your...
Yeah, I mean, you can modify the Moria dragons as much as you want, as long as they're still Moria dragons.
Yeah, it's your event, but
love a conversion.
And I would have thought most people would be fine with using other dragons as well. But I would have thought that even the strictest sort of GW, whatever pro GW tournament would be like, well, if you started with a Moria dragon,
yeah,
and you modified it a bit, that's cool.
Yeah, it's a dragon.
Oh, Larry Miller said that's what I thought was a bit bland. He thought Mulan was a bit bland, not I Can, You Can Cook.
Okay.
And Dave Walker says, are we going for a record again with the whip entries? No!
Just for fun.
It tends to, the whip, the record entries, it's not set in stone, but it's normally, if it's the first time we've had a sprue or the first time we've had a named character, tends to be it. It has to be one very specific thing, not something like banner bearers or unknown captains, because it's too easy.
Yeah.
If you manage to get 50 people paying captains, it's less of an achievement than 50 people paying Gothmog, for example.
Yeah, exactly. And yes, you can, Tom. That's fine.
Caught up with the chat.
Yeah.
I can't believe that took you like 90 minutes to do it.
Shut your face. I'm just going to load up the...
Are we doing mag?
Yeah. Yeah, we can do. Do you want to do mag now? What do you want to do first?
Traditionally mag and ending with thrilling Facebook.
Okay, let's do mag. Let's do mag now. Yeah. I'm flagging.
Would you like to say?
I'm not going to lie.
Would you like to say what you said about it?
Yeah, we can do.
We'd like to chuck it out there at the start. It was quite the mic drop moment.
So this issue 58. I always struggle to get time sometimes to read the magazine that we're going to feature. So during the episode, when Damien goes through the magazine, it's always like me revisiting it at the same time as you guys do. But I dug this one out, and unbeknown, I started to read through it, and I remembered it from the first time that I read it. And this, do you want me to say it now?
I think you can say it now.
This is a belter. An absolute belter.
You chucking it out there now before we've gone through it is like
it's got
quite
everything in there
everything
that's a bit of me.
Oh yeah, I suppose
this screams
yeah,
the things that I love most about the hobby.
Yeah, I just realised what the main article is. That's
Yeah.
interesting. So shall we?
Yeah, let's do it, man.
So a bit of an innocuous one as well, because it's an Orc captain. So you're like, what's going to be in here? The main line is Faramir leads his rangers in a daring assault. And I know people have mentioned it in the past, but I just feel like every issue now, I'm convinced that the character behind it is playing SBG and is outraged at something that his opponent's done across the table.
You've just moved 7 inches.
That's exactly what that is.
Can I get a TO ruling on this?
It's not as bad. It's not as
You
bad
maggot!
as the Denethor one. The Denethor one, which is beautiful, absolutely beautiful. So we go into the Shadow of Mordor. For thousands of years, Sauron has waited, growing in strength and power, with vast armies of orcs, trolls, and evil men under his control. The Dark Lord's might is almost at its zenith once again, and the Dark Tower has been rebuilt. Evil is stirring in Mordor. And you get that lovely orc captain model. Do we like the model?
Yeah, I still like it.
I think he's cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
Warrior of the Dark Lord from all across the lands of Middle Earth. Creatures of evil heeds Sauron's calls wild. And there's a typo.
Is there?
Yeah, I know. I was quite excited. First paragraph, about 4 lines from the bottom. In the realm of Gondor, the line of stewards despaired as their borders were assailed. You get where instead of were.
Where assailed?
Where assailed. Unbelievable scenes. But yeah, so bit of fluff. And then, by all means, if you want to talk to this, because it, like I say, I think it's reasonable to say it's rare that you've often managed to read it. I know you necessarily haven't this time, but it's your kind of thing, because the main article for what's it called, Playing the Game, is about battlefields.
It is. So it's basically just talking about. Where's my camera? Building your battlefields and recreating scenes from the movies, areas of Middle Earth, which is definitely a big part of the hobby for me. Making gaming boards that represent certain areas of Middle Earth, or them unmistakable scenes that you remember most from the movies, is really probably something I put most of my hobby time into over the years. I think I can fairly say, probably even more so than painting minis. So yeah, when I remember reading this, and it just really ignited that. It was probably this issue, amongst a couple of others maybe, with the terrain builds, but this issue that got me thinking about not just, because you know what, I don't know what about you, but I remember when I first made a board, I had one board. Yeah. You know, I'd roll dice on that. I'd play that one board by myself when I was trying to learn the rules on the same board over and over and over and over again. And seeing just these pages here with all the different, you know, things that I recognised, and it just thought, that would be amazing. And
my first one I ever had.
Believe it or not, this, unbeknown at the time, is probably where a little seed was planted for Scouring and Shusher.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
My first board I ever had, which I would have been about 11, and obviously my mum and dad helped me make it, and I think it's gone. I haven't seen it in years. It might be in the garage or something. I don't know. It was about 1 foot wide. This is for Warhammer, right?
Yeah.
I had no idea. I had a few models. I had no idea how it needs to be. It was for Warhammer. It's about 1 foot wide and probably about 2 foot long. You ain't getting much Warhammer on that, right?
Yeah.
And it had paper mache hills.
Yeah,
it was a piece of wood, but it had paper mache hills. Then this kind of Hornby style flock put all over it.
Yeah.
And it had a river. You know what the river was?
Go on.
Somehow, I guess my mum, I reckon, had scored a line in it, and it had blue fish tank rocks, and it was 1 wide, So the river was like, you know the rock. It was about 20 of them in a row. Was my stream, and
Hey, it worked.
instantly the river got downgraded to a stream, and then it was like a slightly annoying
Blue
puddle
rocks.
that you had to walk over. And then it had some trees, but both ends of it had trees like glued to it, and that was my gaming board for when I started playing.
It's funny because that exact one board that I've just spoke about only disappeared off the face of the earth probably about a month ago. So when I was having this big change up and I'm organising the garden because I'm moving the garden around and moving fences and things and redesigning the back garden, I had one of those, them Keeta plastic sheds with double doors.
Yeah.
So there was one of them directly outside the door of this garage, and it's been there since we moved in. It had like just all work stuff in it, like chop saws and tools that I didn't necessarily need on my van, shovels and things like that. And behind the shed, so between the fence, the old fence, and my shed, was that 4x4 board, which weighed an absolute ton. It was made out of 3x2 and 2 pieces of 600 by 1200, like 28mm chipboard. It was heavy as hell, right? I'd made it, and the top of it was, you saying like papier mâché. I can't remember if it was papier mâché or if it was just newspaper scrumpled up. And then you remember you used to be able to get that. It was basically brown paper with flock on it, with green flock on it. Did you ever get that from like hobby shops? I think I got it from
that ring. Yeah, it rings.
I got it from a model railway shop, I think. And what you do is you soak it in water, and then you put it on with, you put PVA on it, and you put it down. It's like pasting wallpaper onto the thing. And that was basically what it was. It was just that with, I think it had like 2 little hills, which I think was just newspaper underneath, because you could still move them. You could push your finger into them and it'd move. And when I moved the shed and got rid of the shed, that Keeta shed, found it behind there. I forgot I'd even put it there. It was obviously just in the way, and I thought, where am I going to put this? I don't want to throw it away. I'll put it behind the shed. And it's
was
probably
it
been there.
Outdoors?
Outdoors. It was full of mould and everything. It was knackered. And I only broke it up and put it in a skip about 4 weeks ago. And that came from probably around this time. It's crazy.
Love that, man. Love that.
Crazy.
I tell you what I love on this page. There's a little. It's like they're writing to Stephen Ryan. If you have been making even some of the terrain from the modelling workshops in Battle Games in Middle Earth, you will now have a large resource to draw upon when creating your own battlefields. This is an article about using all the terrain you've made.
Yeah.
And then in this page, they do really cool creative stuff. So they've got Cities of Gondor. Your Osgiliath ruins and Gondor buildings provide plenty of scenery for battlefield with Gondor. Along with the roads and fountain, you could add trees and bushes to create a noble's villa and garden. So there's suddenly, and I've never seen a photo anything like this. I've never seen Gondor like, I don't know, suggested, full of trees. And look, do you remember, that's our fountain from last week. They've just poured flock in it. They just filled it with flock to make it, I don't know, a mouldy fountain, or is it now grass in the middle or whatever? But I quite like that, and they keep doing it. So then down here, you've got using your Rohan houses with your Gondorian roads to make like I think it says like an outpost or something, doesn't it?
Lord's Manor.
Yeah, these reinforcements heading towards Minas Tirith have been intercepted in rural Gondor by a force of orcs. It's like the new road in Royston Vasey. These guys look, it's a local Gondor house for local people. We're just putting a new road through. We don't want your road, thank you. And then they've got the Elven Forest, which is combining the kind of the treetops from Lothlorien with Elrond's little palace and a river. I honestly just found those photos really cool.
It's very cool.
Genuinely quite inspirational.
It's very cool. And it gets even better on the next page.
Yeah, go on.
No, it just carries on, and it's the photography and what they've done, like you say, what they've done with stuff that they've already covered in previous issues. They've reused it, repurposed it, and it just sparks even looking at it now, it just sparks your imagination.
That top one, you've got the orc tents that you're making
amazing
inside Minas Tirith, and they're saying that makes it Minas Morgul.
Yeah.
Which is really, really quite cool. So just like Minas Tirith walls, almost because it was a Gondorian city, and it hasn't been turned black. and it's a white city but full of orc tents, which is quite
Yeah.
clever.
Yeah.
The Balrog one is, I think, fairly generic. He's just Balrog coming out of a hole in the wall.
Yeah.
And then look what we got below.
Look where we're going back to. Whip, whip. See if anyone can notice it. I don't know how good my camera's going.
Yeah, keep going forward. Keep going forward. Yeah, that's about right. The sewers, boy.
Sewers, boy.
But these aren't the sewers under Osgiliath. These are the Osgiliath sewers could be used as orc tunnels dug under Minas Tirith by sappers in an effort to circumvent the walls.
Sappers.
Can the defenders hold back the enemy? Can the defenders hold the enemy back in such claustrophobic conditions?
Mm.
And so that I just think it's cool, man.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And then the combining sets is just one of the classic BSIME thing of if you've made them and your friend has made them, you could have more. It really tickled me from last week. Obviously, the more people that are involved, the easier it becomes to build and collect scenery. One of the best places to do this is at a gaming club. And I was like, oh, come on, mention the library. Mention the library. But alas, no mention of the library. And then, into placing scenery, Steve.
Top tips. When placing the terrain, it's generally a good idea to disperse it evenly around the battlefield. Avoid placing too much of it around the outside of the borders. This may mean that you play on a very small area in the middle of the board and never get to use your terrain. Standard. Still happens to this day. 2 players. Another way in which you can place scenery whilst remaining impartial is for each player to take turns in placing a terrain piece. And I think the thing about these, and it might be where I always harp on about, and I say it all the time, how I like busy boards. I love a busy board. I really have this dislike for your standard 4x4 gaming map with 5 pieces of terrain on it that basically looks like that on a table.
Yeah.
Hate that.
Yeah.
Hate it with a passion. And I really think it was these magazines and these images are ingrained into my head, and just seeing.
That's what we do at Seven Stones. Like we make the boards look pretty with
Yeah.
a lot of Michael Haskell's wonderful scenery.
Yeah.
And we just don't care because I have always said that if it was a 100-point tournament, I would do things exactly the same.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah.
But no, I mean exactly the same as we do at Seven Stones.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't care. It just happens at Seven Stones and 80, where I'm just like when someone comes on and it goes, if they say like I've lost a tactical advantage, I say I don't care.
Yeah.
If they've got a mummock, I go we make up rules for this. We always say like we'll smash it.
Yeah.
So we'll give I'll come around and go right. The trees have 1 wound at defense 6 or something, and they start removing scenery from it.
It's very similar at Scouring. Like I joke about it to people. It's like, oh well, what do I do if I bring a mummock like you say, and I'm on the Lake Town board? Well, you knew you were coming to Scouring.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But the thing is that people get on board with it, and people have played with a mummock on the Lake Town board, and they've enjoyed it, and they've made it a fun experience.
I think for me, it's always about the intent. So I'll always try and accommodate the person with the mummock.
Yeah.
In a way, I wouldn't try and accommodate the person with whatever 150 ranges of affiliate. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And the thing with that Lake Town board, it looks like there's a lot of water on it, which there is, but there's also a lot of icebergs dotted around. And I always say to people, treat the icebergs
for an elephant.
Treat. I always say if the water is an inch or less, treat it as if it's not there. Does that make sense? So it's only like a water feature if it's wider than an inch, and it turns out all right. And then the thing like, oh, I can't put my fell beast on this. I can't balance my fell beast on this ruin.
Good.
Yeah, you can't.
Correct.
Correct.
Anywho, what's your question?
You just asked and answered your question.
Oh, I can't do a handstand. What are we doing? I like it. So I don't think there are current rules for this. Are there rules in the rulebook for setting up scenery?
No.
I'm not sure. Maybe it'd be in the match play guide, but I don't know. But anyway, they've got them, and so they've got some suggestions. You can have it with one player. With the first method, one player sets up all the scenery, and the other player decides which side he deploys his forces on. So his opponent gets to choose the side with the best advantage. The player setting up the scenery is encouraged to be fair and balanced. The other advantage of this method is that one player can set up the playing area while waiting for the other to arrive. And they've got, they've
Make
got a
use of your
picture.
time.
I love that they've taken it. There's a picture of a man picking a side. It's great. Like, I will have that one.
I will hide behind those tents.
And look at their faces. He's picked the right one. Because the other mate in this picture, the other guy set it up and he wants him to pick the one nearest to him, right? He's picked that and the other guy's going, oh, shit.
Look at this hill. Look at this hill. Don't you want to deploy it? Nope.
Well, I reckon it's got to be because the other guy had Goblin Mercenaries. So he was planning on having, it's recon. So he was planning on having them pop out and leg it off the board. But look, it's got, I am picking the winning side. You shall have the awful side. That tickled me. But then the other way you can do it is with 2 players, which is where you take turns. So once the terrain has been... Oh, I see. So yeah, you just take turns playing a piece.
Yeah.
What's great, what's cracking about this is look what he's placing. And I like the fact that the reason he's smiling is because that's the tower off the garrison. He's gone, mate, put it back.
Yeah.
That's what he says. He's like, I've deployed the garrison.
I'm deployed in the garrison. Well, I'm going to break up your garrison.
The tower. The tower is a fundamental part of the garrison. Put it back. They're the most forced smiles I've ever seen, you know. He's like, they are furious with each other in this photo. This is top table filth happening live. He's like, I don't want to
in the bottom picture, the guy with the cap's got a very similar look to old Jamie Giblin.
He does, yeah.
Doesn't he?
And by old Jamie Giblin, I presume you mean young Jamie.
Young Jamie Giblin, yeah.
Old young Jamie Giblin. But I think the reason he is doing this is because he's picked this side.
Yeah.
You know, this is the game after, and he's like,
Yeah.
right, I'm gonna rip up your garrison. And the guy's probably thinking, you can't rip up my garrison. I wouldn't know how to make it again. Well, it tickles. But then over the page, we then get the dice chart, the scenery chart.
Mm-hmm.
Another method to determine which scenery is used is to use the random roll method. Decide if you're going to have an urban or a rural battlefield. Divide your board into a rough grid of 12-inch squares. Roll 2 dice on the scenery table and apply the results.
Yeah.
It takes the most time, but can provide some interesting results. And of course, they go with the only iconic quote that would sum that up: "The world has grown full of peril." Then you get these dice tables. So the 2d6 results are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And we get, do not place any scenery in the square.
Blank
scenery,
square.
yeah, a piece of scenery chosen by the good player, small building or ruin, a long road or wall, a large building or room, a tower, keep or fort. Roll twice on this table and apply both results to the same square. And then 12, the exciting roll on the rural scenery table.
I was just about to say, on the rural example that they've got here, how lucky are they that when they brought that up into 12, that they, when they rolled it, the river turned out perfect.
Do you reckon they had to roll a river section for each one of those squares? Yeah. Where is the river? How do you get a river in the rural one?
It's
11. You have to roll an 11.
Yeah.
He's rolled an 11 in like 6 squares. That's supremely unlikely.
But it's a cool idea, and I like it a lot. And obviously, with that, the 11 being a river or a pool, if you wanted it to be a river, you'd say, right, if we roll 11 on any of those squares, we're going to make it a complete river.
Well,
across
before they kick off in the comments, they have presumed you would write this, and they have a section about rivers and roads. When placing rivers and roads using these tables, it will obviously look strange if they abruptly start and end within the space of one square. To avoid this, when placing a river or road, it must pass through the square for which you are rolling, but should enter and exit the play area by any appropriate board edge. Imagine if you had like the Watcher in the water, you could go, all right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to play Snake, and I'm just going to loop my river like this, like across the table. So this one, for whatever reason, it's quite fun that they give the rural scenery on a 3 or 4, an evil player gets to choose, and on the urban scenery on a 3 or 4, the good player gets to choose, as if like rural is more evil. I don't know. Yeah. And then you get things like a small hill or rocky outcrop, a large hill or rocky outcrop, an area of woodland, a river or pool, or roll on the scenery tab. So I quite like that because it means on a urban board you can get like a bunch of trees to be like a kind of park in the middle of Minas Tirith, and in the rural one you can get like an isolated house or something, which is quite fun.
I like it. I like that a lot. I think if you're that thing, which a lot of us were, which we've just spoke about, you've got one board or one table, and then you've got cardboard boxes full of these bits of terrain that you've made. And you run out of ideas of how to place them.
Yeah.
This is a great way to just have a different gaming board every time you play.
It's what I doubt if it's still in there for ages. It's what I used to do for Warhammer. This is the Warhammer rules.
Yeah.
There was only, there was one main one, so it was a combination of rural. But this is what we used to do when I played fantasy in like 4th edition and 5th edition. This is how you set the table up. You'd roll for these things and place them just like this. So it was very familiar to me. But I'm pretty sure it's never been in any of the published Middle Earth rules. Pretty sure. And then we get a little preview of the next issue. In the next packs playing the game, we present the first part of the Lord of the Rings campaign. This campaign will allow you to follow the entire story of the Lord of the Rings and enable you to recreate it with a series of linked battle games. The first part will follow the fortunes of Frodo and the other hobbits.
Very cool.
In what is otherwise a great article, I've said I hate these. You've got that. This screams filler to me.
Yeah. Just
make the pictures bigger.
Just make them bigger.
Just put an alternative approach. Just
put a desert board at the bottom.
Do you know what I mean? Just write some text, put another crap quote near it, and put a box in there going, sometimes you won't enjoy this process, but that's all right. You'll enjoy it next time. And then you filled it, using their B-side collection. Look, he still ripped the tower off the garrison. Because his mate's gone home now, right? And he's kept the tower.
Yeah, you're not having your tower back, mate.
But it's a cool article, and
it's
it's genuinely what I'm looking for at this point in my life in battle games in Middle Earth. I'm looking for articles that I haven't read before, which are like rules that aren't in the game at the moment, and just offer a slightly alternative spin on things. And I really enjoyed that. Then on to the scenario, which is rescue the prisoners.
Yeah, a new style.
Yep. Not something I think has been in the game since.
No.
It takes place in Mordor. It's a 4x4 board, which uses the Mordor board that you built a few issues ago. And one corner of the board has got orc tents, which you're going to make in this issue. And the combatants are Faramir and 12 rangers, 8 Minas Tirith warriors, and 36 orcs. And it's basically the idea that the rangers have to sneak in and save the warriors of Minas Tirith. And so you've got some orc sentries kind of running around. And this is my kind of scenario. I love this stuff. Like, when we did the Gandalf and Thrain thing. I love this sort of stuff where it's sneaky. And you've got sentries and you've got to try and kind of... there's a really interesting rule where it says the alarm is raised as soon as the prisoners move from their starting position, or a ranger shoots an orc and fails to kill it. So would that include missing, or do you think that has to hit them? See what I mean? Because that's an extremely risky tactic. Like a ranger, if he doesn't move, he's hitting on a 3+.
Yeah.
But if you miss, the alarm's raised. Or do you? And I reread it a couple of times, but it doesn't clarify it. Or does it have to hit the orc? At which point you're strength 2 against defense. Maybe you're going for a defense 4-1, so it's a 5. It's actually really risky to try. All right, I'll try and shoot the orc with this ranger. Oh, he's missed. The alarm is raised. That was stupid.
I think it's take the shots. I think sort of the aim is you'd circle them, wouldn't you, so that all your rangers have got a shot. You got at least one turn where all your rangers are shooting. But
then as soon as you miss one, the alarm goes off.
Yeah.
They've got this picture of him killing an orc. And it's like, I want to see the picture of him not killing an orc and going, you might just absolutely screw it all with this. But basically, they've got the prisoners are in the middle, and then the rangers. When do they start moving? They can only move if Faramir or a ranger is within 6 inches of them, and the 4 orc sentries are moved by the player with. Is that it? Are they moved by the player with priority? Oh no, until it's raised, the evil player must make a courage test for all the sentries, and their courage 2 orcs. If it's failed, they can't be moved. If it's passed, they can be moved up to 4 inches. So the rangers have got to try and sneak in and get close to the prisoners who can't move, and then basically try and fight their way out.
Yeah.
Which is super good fun. It looks really, really good. If this was on a 2x2, I would have suggested that we play it.
Yeah.
But it's just a bit too big. And then to win this game, the good player must move at least half the prisoners, which is 4, off the designated board edges. And if more than half the prisoners killed, or the Rangers and Faramir are killed, the evil force wins. It's quite good. It feels like a Rambo mission.
Yeah.
They got to sneak in and save the prisoners from the camp.
It's just another way of playing the game, and it's just like a nice way to set a board up cool, make some more cool terrain that you're going to use in other games. And
you never quite know, of course, but it feels tough on the good to me. Like 36 orcs against 12 rangers and 8 unarmed warriors of Minas Tirith.
Yeah.
And they've only fundamentally got to kill 4 of the warriors of Minas Tirith. It seems like a tough one, but you never know, of course. And then you get a couple of pages of tactics, which includes, again, this lovely photography. Big shot running across the bottom of this kind of orc encampment. All this kind of scatter terrain they've made, which is quite nice. But yeah, it's good. It looks like good. I'd like that. I'd like to play it. Then we get an orc captain.
Yep.
Oh, no,
I remember using this guide, painting this guy exactly like that.
Do you think he's meant to be that orc? I've never seen that. I've never thought he was that orc. It could just be an unrelated photo, but that orc's a really iconic one because he's just fired an arrow at this dude. He gets a really big close up in Return of the King. He fires an arrow at him. But I don't think it's necessarily meant to be.
I mean, his armor's very different.
Yeah, he looks. Oh, this is going to sound terrible. He looks a lot like someone I went to school with. like genuinely, whenever I see it, I've always gone, "That's." I'm not going to say it on the off chance. I was like, that looks exactly like. He's not someone that I know. I'm still in touch with now, but he had a shaved head and everything, and was quite thin. They're quite bony, but it really tickles me whenever I see him. But yeah, and this is just quite good. It's just more detail. It says that we'll paint it. Doesn't it say most of the model is painted in a similar manner to your other orcs, but due to the captain's status as an important leader, we've got to take a bit more time to go over them. And they do it. It's just more highlighting layers for the ragged clothes. They're still telling you to dry brush like after you've done. Look at that bit under the neck. Yeah. You've painted skin first, and they're telling you to dry brush that.
Yeah.
That's just abhorrent. You've got to do your dry brushing first if you're going to do it. But really nice pale skin. It's a bit of a different look, and they do that with, I want to say, Rhinox hide, the fang, and Kislev flesh. And then they keep adding more Kislev flesh to it.
Yeah.
To get this kind of pale white skin. Really nice tarnished armor effect. You can have a look at that there.
It's cool.
It's a really nice kind of bronzy armor, and then you paint chainmail lines vertically. Right, it makes a specific point of don't paint them around the kind of curve. Paint them going the other way. Quite a nice tip. And then you dull it down with a wash, and then lovely little work on the shield emblem there of painting a red hand. It's quite a fun little thing that says, since you're painting a crudely rendered orc symbol, don't worry about being precise with a red eye. That's quite nice. And then just a lovely little, there's an alternative approaches which you like, and it's for orcs of the white hand. A number of orcs can be found in the service of Saruman during the War of the Ring, fight alongside the Uruk-hai. You may therefore wish to replace the red eye on your captain's shield with the white hand of Saruman. And they've got some just mortar orcs with white hands on them. Yeah. Which are quite cool. And that model is banging. I don't think we can be surprised now, because the last few we've been really impressed with, right?
Yeah.
That's a cracking result.
It's a great result. I think it's a model that lends itself to be painted well, though. The detail on the face and everything is really, really good on that model.
Have you done him? Have you done this guy?
I painted from this guide.
Yeah, you said, sorry.
Yeah, I painted from this guide.
Well, I've definitely got him, but I haven't done him.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was really happy when I painted him as well. I went off the guide. It was great.
Like the detail on the teeth and everything's great. Yeah. Wicked. So yeah, this painting guide's not amazing, but some nice effects for like armor and cloth and stuff. Quite a good one. And I suppose because it's just not captain, it's a bit more generic. Kind of like you could use this for any of your evil forces, really. Can you?
Yeah.
And then the final article is our orc encampment.
Yeah, super cool. Really basic techniques, but really effective. You're basically using kitchen towel, soaked in PVA, over cocktail sticks. When it dries hard, it looks like a tent. They've got teddy bear.
One of them, innit? Get some cocktail sticks, get some paper towel, make a tent.
Teddy bear fur is used as pelts. Looks great. And I especially like, I'm a sucker for like details, so like the
Yeah.
additional campsite details that they show you how to make just look awesome. Like,
The
little
teddy bear fur is a
campfires.
great touch. I love that even they've told you to cut it in the shape of an eye, like
Yeah.
a capital I, to make it look like a skinned animal,
Yeah.
which is really, really cool.
Yeah.
And that, you know what? I think that's pretty damn good.
It looks
tent.
awesome.
Have you ever done this? You ever done like tents
Yes.
with-
I made
this?
two. I made two of these, and they lasted about a week. And they were in a box. Not through any fault of this guy, you know, the way they tell you to make them. They were in a box, and I had a army case above the box, like balanced on the edges of the box, and it slipped off one of the edges and like fell in on the things and broke them. I just never had the
That's like having a biffer balanced above a toaster.
I just never had the heart to make them again. But I mean, look at them. You cannot say they don't look great because they do look great.
Yeah, and then they've got the large one is like a captain's tent.
Yeah.
But I like as well that they, as well as the furs, they tell you to put that's for the pelts. For the
Yeah.
hides, it's just bits of paper.
Yeah.
And you don't ever see these except in the finished version. But like, so on that, I think the pale brown is just more bits of paper draped over the top
Yeah.
to give it a bit more texture. But I just think the hides look great on it.
They're just really, really good. Really good.
And then
Really
the
effective.
have you seen what the fireside utensil, the cooking pot? Have you seen what that's made out of?
Half a bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they've got a couple. They've got that one on the floor there, and that one hanging, and it's an Uruk-hai bomb.
Yeah.
It's just really cool.
It's awesome. It's really good.
And then, yeah, a couple of they've got. Is it alternative approaches?
Yeah.
It's alternative tents, not alternative approaches. They've got like just different shapes of them. Like this really big cactus one. And yeah, I think they're mega. You don't see a lot of this stuff around, I think.
And it's a shame because it is. I don't want to say it's like simple and thing, but it's simple techniques, just done really well. And it looks awesome. Great magazine.
It's really interesting because I read this before I spoke to you tonight, and I was thinking, I think this should get a favourite mag vote.
Yeah.
And I
just
was
for
like,
me.
but it can't because we've done two really recently.
It gets it from me.
Yeah, and if you're saying that, I'm willing to go there. I think we're in a golden age of battle games in Middle Earth at the moment. They're really, really good issues. And I think this is another one that anyone now could pick up. And I think why I like it, it's got the same feel as the last one in that it's self-contained. It's that orc encampment. That's all you need. It's not like when you build a Minas Tirith wall.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, that you'll also need the towers from the next one. This feels like just get that.
Yeah.
And it feels connected. It's like the scenery, and the articles are about making scenery.
Yeah.
And the orc captain gets his own tent at the end. It all feels very nice, and it comes with what looks like a banging scenario, which I'd love to try.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm happy to submit this
Let's do it.
into the best issue
The Hall of Fame.
poll, which would be cool. Like, so I think we did three. I think we've done. I'll have to check the spreadsheet. We nominated 3 in the first 20. Then none until issue 50. Like 20, or maybe the end one's in the 20s. So 3 in the first 25, but then none for the next like 25 issues. And then we've done 3 in like the last 5 issues. And I think I haven't read them, but having had a flick through, I think there's at least one more coming up. I think the Gollum one's going to be really good.
Yeah.
There we go. Shall we?
So get yourselves on eBay, guys. Issue 58.
Issue 58. We like. And we'll have a look at the preview at the end of the stream.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I'm gonna usher us on because it's 25 to 1.
Shall I run through the chat?
Yeah, you run through the
So
chat.
we're ready to.
I'll refresh the Facebook.
What we got?
Where are we?
There we go.
We've got a lot to get through in Facebook.
Well, I love their captains. All right, so Dave Walker said, are we going for a record again with whip entries? We said no. Tom Marshall said, could you use a Balrog's wings on the dragon?
Yes.
Just and Dave agrees it makes sense. Joe Holzman says Thranduil has how many might? What's that about?
4, mate.
Well, that was you using it in a battle report, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was ages ago. It's just won't let it go.
My favourite is still Shagrat judging best painted. That must be a cover, I think. Joe says he also spotted the typo. It amused me, but not as much as the typo in the school newsletter this afternoon. I want to know what that typo was. Was it saying how the I don't know, the head teacher had completed his total count? Richard Clammer says Denethor was in the Two Towers flashback scene for 2 minutes 45 seconds. That alone must mean the under 8 minute figures are extended. I just rewatched it. Yeah, I reckon it'll be 15 to 20 minutes. I reckon that he's in something like that. Frederick Short says, "Lol, Damien, aren't you at your parents' house? Can't you go and search for that first Warhammer board? It would be great BSIME content. We've had moments without a host on video before." Yeah, there are 2 places that board could be if it's in this house. One of them is in the garage. And unlike Steve, I'm not in the garage and it's cold and it's raining, it's outside. The other one is on top of a wardrobe in what was my old bedroom. And currently in that bedroom, my wife, my 2-year-old and my 6-year-old are all asleep. If I go into that room searching for a wargaming, it's game over, man. There's no conceivable
game over, man.
excuse for that. You know,
she'll wake up and go, why put her in charge?
Let's be absolutely clear. The kids will be fine and they'll sleep through it. It will be Emma that wakes up and she'll be like, "What are you doing?" "Well, I'm trying to find a gaming board I haven't seen in 30 years.
Frederick said.
Yeah. And I want to just hold it up briefly, like I did with the Mezzalina, so the nerds can see it. And she'll be like, "That's not a good answer. That's not."
Mezzalinas are made up.
I might see if it's about and see if I can take a photo and put it in the Patreon chat or something. I don't feel like it is. I don't feel like I've seen it all the time. Adam G remembers that sheet of flock. He never had any, but his friend did.
Yeah.
Frederick Schultz says, "New alternative approach. Pour some flock onto the thing. Putting stuff on a hill is for noobs." That's the fountain. Pour some flock in stuff. Joe Holzman says, "This would be much easier with Magcam."
True that.
Adam G, one of my favourite games I've ever seen played was on your Frozen Lake Town board. That's nice. I don't have a Frozen Lake Town board. Steve. Oh, it's your Frozen Lake Town board.
Yeah, man.
I remember us both agreeing about. Oh no, sorry, it's not. I think I said seen. One of the favourite games he's ever played. I remember us both agreeing about trying to jump on bits of ice, roll and see if they slide off. Yeah, that's awesome. Ben says, "My first gaming tables were my mate's bedroom floor, which happened to have a green carpet. Then we made boards and was varnished so heavily, I swear it was toxic." I've been greatly enjoying. Ben, because of Dragons, one of my favourite YouTube channels at the moment, and Ben's reminiscing. He's recently done the 3 first versions of the game, and just reminiscing about him getting into the game and starting out in the hobby is just wonderful. So I'd highly recommend those if you haven't jumped over. Sean Clark, one of my favourite games ever was playing Thomas Eve's Dwarves with my Rohan. We spent most of the game seeing who could have the least models drown during their jump test with heavy armour. Sean Clark, you got any plans for a nice Gileath board with all that terrain you have, Steve? Winky face. Would love to get involved with some board builds.
If I ever get time to build boards, I would love to.
What terrain?
I have lots of plans, but
what terrain have you got?
just loads of it, mate.
So he's saying with all that terrain you've got?
Got loads of terrain.
That was Gileath terrain.
Just terrain.
All right. Stephen Ryan, I gave my daughter 10. Stephen Ryan, I give my daughter 10.
She's 10.
Right.
This is like the 10-sided dice all over again.
I give my daughter, who is 10, my boxes of terrain, let her go wild, fun to see what. So that's her setting up the table. I thought that's him giving her 10 boxes of terrain.
Not 11, not 9.
And because of the previous one, I was thinking Osgiliath. I was like, "Look, I've bought this. Make me a city, will you?" And she's like going, "Well, I like Lego." That's great. Okay, that's a cool way of doing it. It obviously plays with his daughter, which would be cool. Joe Holzman, interested in for the issue that they have at the beginning of the Fellowship campaign, they give you an armoured, redacted. I'm not going to say what the model is. It is a weird choice. And as I said, I haven't read the issue, so I don't know what the rationale for putting that model in with that is. But well, I guess we'll find out in the next stream. Fohammer says Gondor kits up on the New Zealand site. They are selling a bundle referred to as a Gondor settlement. It's a mansion, a tower, and 2 rune sets, but it doesn't look discounted from buying individually. Okay, so they've got a one-click bundle on it. I reckon we could still hold out for a discounted bundle in the future. If you, I reckon. I remember that Joe, maybe Diagostini wished him and Boromir's places had been exchanged. Oh, this is why he's put it on. Why Faramir's spoilers? It is Faramir. Why Faramir's in the next one? Maybe Diagostini wished him and Boromir's places had been exchanged. That Faramir had been in fellowship and Boromir had not. Larry, some of your stuff's just nonsense, but some of it's exquisite. Battle Games in Middle Earth is in. That's Harry, right? That's Harry's YouTube channel, isn't it?
Yeah.
He says, "Evening, lads." It's because his logo's changed.
Yeah.
I expect it to be the little white one.
Sexy logo now.
He said, "Had a few tinnies ahead of Gates of Gondolin with a few of the lads here. Thought I'd pop in and say hi." Does that mean a few of the lads are there? We've got a little crowd around your computer. Hello, sir. Great to have you.
Lout, Harry.
Harry Parkhill.
Yeah.
Well, like Harry, like Lout Hill.
Lout Hill.
Lout Hill. Yeah.
Sounds like an evil hobbit. Sounds like an evil hobbit.
That one landed. There's got to be a beer-related joke around Parkhill, isn't there? There's got to be something we can do with that. We'll workshop it. Yeah. Adam G says, "Red Hand, is that what if scenario?" Oh, did maybe one of us said Red Hand instead of Red Eye or White Hand? Is that a what if scenario if Sauron and Saruman actually did combine forces? Perhaps. Ember Cake says, "Step 1, put down cocktail sticks. Step 2, soak paper cow. Step 3, finish making your tent."
Yeah.
Oscar Chrissy asked my wife if she wanted to join us in painting this evening, as she does enjoy the occasional bit of hobby, but she can't paint by poor light in the evening. Is there likely to be an earlier stream? As and when they both leave us.
Yeah.
The reality is no. I think this is basically done by the point where we can kind of get our kids down, and this is when we can do it. So I think I certainly think we're invested for the future, but I think we're quite lucky to be able to give up a kind of Friday or Saturday night every other week. But
trust me, even as far ahead as we try to plan, some weeks it's very, very difficult. Very, very. Even when you say all week, remember Friday. I
long for a lockdown. Remember the simpler times when no one was doing anything.
I know it was a terrible time and terrible things happened around that period, and none of us were enjoying it. But it must be said, life was simpler.
Where are we going? Nowhere. Brilliant. Oh, great.
I mean, I think there was probably weeks on end where I never wore trousers. It was just great.
Yeah, it was glorious. Yeah. I've always been a fan of shorts anyway, but lockdown killed shorts. When I had to start going back to the office and was wearing trousers again, I really, really didn't like it. Yeah. I'm in shorts at the moment. I'm basically always in shorts if I'm inside the house, whatever the weather is. I just don't like the feeling of trousers around my legs. So no, I'm afraid we're unlikely to do it any earlier. I'm sorry to hear that, Chris. It's the poor light. Maybe I don't know. I don't want to sound patronising, but if you try and get a really nice big daylight strip light or something, hopefully that'll help. But it'd be lovely to have her join us.
Give me these bad boys.
That's a paint rack. All right, cool. Yeah, I see.
Okay,
cool.
Pretty cheap on Amazon members.
Yeah, put something in the patron chat, and I know Dan and
I
Stu.
thought you were going to say put something in a drink and just.
You could do a Jonathan Creek. Know that Jonathan Creek where the guy you used to watch Jonathan Creek?
Not really.
He's got an invalid woman who's it's a very, very long story, but he's got an invalid woman that he's looking after who's impeccable morally, and she gives him an alibi. And so she said, well, you can't have done this murder because but he's a film technician, and what he's done is it's a bit like the Twits. Every single day, because she's taking medicine and she's bedbound, he's moving her day forward or possibly backwards. So he's taking an hour off her sleep and then lighting outside. So what he basically does is change the day to night.
Right.
So at one point, so she thinks it ends up with she thinks she's outside. This will spoil this episode, John Wayne Creek, for anyone, but it's been out for 20 years. She thinks she's outside in the morning. So she sees someone come past in the morning, so she knows she's still alive at that point, but she's actually out that night after she's died. But he's kind of shifted her body clock by 12 hours.
Right.
And it's a really nice version of it's a really nice, satisfying, if far-fetched, like solution to it. And he could do that if he just convinces his wife slowly that it's actually daytime. Maybe that'll work. Just without the murder, ideally.
Yeah, because they just can't paint.
But yeah, maybe some good big daylight might help. That'd be lovely. And Fohammer actually says you'll be better off investing in some decent lights, I reckon. And then Chris says her eyes are more gone than Steve's. It's natural light or nothing for her.
That's bad because mine are shocking. I'm struggling now. I've got glasses on.
And Fohammer says you guys should do a Battle Games in Middle Earth tier list stream. But that, do you mean for the mags? I presume he means because we're doing our favourite mags. We don't really know why we're doing this, but I presume at the end there'll be a kind of these are the 10 these are the ones we nominated, and then there'll be a stream after we do episode 91 or something where we pick the greatest issue of Battle Games Middle Earth or something. I presume that's where this is going. Joe says the typo in the school news that wasn't very exciting but amused me. It was telling the parents about upcoming parents' evening, but instead of saying your child's progressed, it included a child's name. Clearly, our head teacher, Sam Page, presumably a different Sam Page, copied and pasted it from an email to an individual parent. So it
says your child, Sam Page, to everybody.
Yeah. Is it a head teacher called Sam Page? It seems utterly. I can't not see that as our Sam Page. I mean, it must be. But yeah, fair enough. I like that. I like that. And everyone's child gets called the same name. Brilliant. Larry says, are you going to die some quality Damien outside in the cold content? Yeah, I couldn't take the camera with me even if I go foraging. It'll be fine. Harry Bates says, can I get some advice? How do you guys stay motivated when working on big terrain projects? I've said to myself, I'm not touching Gondor until I finish my Dog Order and Rohan setups. That's more for you than me, mate.
It's a tough one. Because you can sort of, if you let something drag on, I've found that before, you kind of get to the point where you just want to get to the end of it. But I think you just got to be firm with yourself and not start. It sounds like you've already done that. You've already started Dol Guldur before you finish Rohan. What I would do, I'm not saying it's something that I've done because I'm terrible at stuff like this. I've got so many half-done projects, but in reality and in an ideal world, I would put Dol Guldur to one side, go back to your Rohan, finish it, not touch Dol Guldur till you finished it, then finish that, and then move on. And it's the only way you can do it. You've got to power through that sort of non-motivational stage, because when you get it done, I feel that when you finish a project, it motivates you. You get that sense of achievement at the end of it. You look at something that you've completed and you can now play on. It looks awesome. So I think by completing stuff, it has that effect of helping you complete the next stuff because it motivates you. And that's me. I should be giving myself that advice, but that's the only advice I can give you, really.
I don't tend to do a lot of it. The only thing I do is like display boards. Really,
I don't now. I mean, but I used to have 3 or 4 projects on the go at once. So
for me, it's always a deadline of an event. It's never a choice.
Yeah.
So like you've seen me, if you've watched them, you've seen me getting stressed in vlogs about. I did it with, it's normally Throwing Skulls. I did it with the Army of the Dead board. I did it with Bag End. I did it with the Dam, and I did it last year with the Erebor one, where it's like I have to get this done, otherwise the whole thing's wasted.
Yeah.
So maybe try making maybe offer to take your scenery to a tournament.
Yeah,
maybe commit to taking your scenery to a tournament or something.
Give deadlines. I'll tell you one thing that I do. I say I do. I'm not a do. But one of the things that I will do if I, as an example, it wasn't as busy as I was now, and I had a board in here, and whatever stage I was up to, in my head, I would know by the end of this weekend, I know at what stage of completion it will be by Sunday evening. And I'll make sure that happens by Sunday evening. And then in my head, I'll know then, right, okay, so the next weekend I get a few hours to work on it. I'm going to get XYZ done. I'm going to do the trees, or I'm going to do the hill, or I'm going to flock it. And yeah, just sort of have, and maybe do that. Don't look at it as a whole. Break it down into smaller things rather than, I need to finish this board. Think, right, well, I want to get the buildings painted and get the buildings put on. I want to get that hill done, or I want to get a few trees done. And tick loads of little boxes instead of one big box at the end.
It's the 10 duck-sized horses or one horse-sized duck, isn't it?
Yeah, it does work though, because you get that sense of achievement I was talking about when you completed it. You're getting that little bit smaller, but more of it, and it triggers that whatever that chemical is in your brain.
Dopamine.
Dopamine. You get excitement from it, and you want to get more done, and then you see the board at more stages of progression and seeing it getting closer and closer to completion, and I think that should motivate you. Think of why you started it in the first place.
I'd also like, I'm far from perfect. Like I tend to make it work for the big tournaments, but as some of you have seen in the vlog I did for Dewey's Battle Companies challenge, that was a pack of Dol Guldur ruins, and I couldn't get it finished. And it's not finished, and I signed off that vlog and went, I'm parking it because I have other things that I want to do, and I have other things that I have to do, and I took the decision at that point. I was like, I'm not invested in this. I'll come back to it when I am, and I'm genuinely thinking it's after these nights I'm going back to that Battle Companies, and I'm feeling a little more excited about it. I've done the wargs, I've done 4 of the orcs, I've just got to paint 4 orcs and then paint this one set of ruins, and I've come around to looking forward to it again. So about a year after the challenge finishes, I think I might get it done. Yeah, deadlines is the best thing I think I can suggest.
Deadlines.
Good question though.
It's a good question.
Dave Walker says, talking about boards, the Osgiliath board at Scouring with the mini river running through it is by far my favourite board I've ever seen or played on, and I plan on copying it.
Thanks, man.
Is it as good as my mini stream from back in the day?
No,
We need some blue aquarium rocks.
The blue stones. That's what from ever on it will be named.
I might change it to blue 7 stones or something. 7 blue stones. Harry says, when have I ever not been allowed? It's true, Harry. He's always been in trouble, that one. Larry says, lockdown was the best time of my life. I got paid to do nothing and had a perfect excuse not to go outside. Christian O'Neill just got on. I don't have any orc captains to paint, so I'll just continue some ministerial forest. It doesn't have to be an orc captain, Christian.
It can be any captain.
Any unnamed captain tonight. So, quick to the whip thread with you. Steve, let's listen out for a Christian O'Neill right at the bottom of the thread. See if he makes it on. Any unnamed captain, Christian. Going to start at the beginning though. Have a great night. Oh no, he's not listening. He's come back 3 hours.
He's going to see this about 4 in the morning.
No, I could have won a dice. Joe Holzman, there was an episode of Criminal Minds with a similar premise. They had to get information about an impending terrorist attack and trick the suspect into revealing information. Oh, as the Jonathan Creek one. By moving up his prayer times and making him think the attack had already happened. Oh, I love Criminal Minds. And Tim confirms that, yes, he was talking about for the best mags. And Joe confirms his head teacher is called Sam Page. I'm often momentarily confused when I see a comment from Sam Page in the group chat. I bet. Frederick says, how to stay motivated during big projects. That's the nice part. That's the nice part. You don't. When you stop, you stop. Just jump back and forth between multiple projects. That's what I do all the time. Sometimes digging out a half-finished project is almost as if you start a new project that's super fast and easy to do because half it's already done, but you almost forgot how much you've already accomplished. That's exactly how I feel about the Dol Guldur ruins. I've already got them set up and assembled. I just need to paint them. Having multiple things going on can be a good thing. Revisit your half-finished army XY and get really into the theme of that army again without feeling exhaustion and boredom you felt when you stopped. Good advice. And Harry says, interesting that Frederick has the opposite strategy to Steve. I'm with Steve. Finishing things is huge motivation. I'm like this with armies. Never have more than one on the painting table. Very cool. I've caught up with a chat, my friend.
Let's. I've just refreshed the Facebook page, so we'll jump in because it is getting on its 5 to 1, and I am really flagging.
We have returns for a Wednesday night party, haven't we? Sorry, a Friday night party with severe intensity. There's the whip thread.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah, it's a bit uncomfortable doing it here, if I'm brutally honest.
Lot of comments to get
In
through.
this setup.
tonight.
Do you reckon it could be a record breaker? Like, obviously, we're not counting it. But do you reckon we could get past the
I reckon so.
Big
Like,
Wood
you
46?
just random captains. There's going to be a lot.
Right, let me find a note.
I'm out of beer as well, which is
That's a disaster.
not a good sign.
Captains. Right. Let's see if I can find a way of getting comfy for this. Are we starting with Joe Holzman?
Yeah, we've got Joe Holzman, Alt Captain, and a Kit Kat Chunky Easter egg tonight.
I've just got his Hang on, why have I'm not seeing the right thing, mate. Hang on.
What's new, mate?
I was seeing Joe's. It was weird that I had him first, but it was his progress. That's so bizarre. Yeah. Okay, got you. Oh, we're starting on the Easter eggs, are we? So Joe's in with the correct model.
Yes, he is. Ruth's in. And we got an update from Ruth. Looking good, Ruth. I think Ruth.
Do we normally see Ruth's Facebook? I feel like Chris normally posts for her, doesn't he?
Oh no, this is Ruth and Sean, isn't it?
Oh, I see. Of course it is. Yeah, that's why the
Yeah.
surnames are different.
Yeah.
I just saw Ruth. Yeah.
Oh, that's why it's a different person.
Yeah, yeah.
That's...
I feel quite unusual to have two Ruths in, isn't it? I would think like. What's
I think
the cross for?
Ruth and Sean tune in. They tune in for the hashtag bants.
Such bants.
Not always in the Facebook.
What's the white cross for through the first order?
I've got a feeling we'll get further down, and Sean will be painting the other one.
Do you know that one that
guess.
she's doing?
Yeah.
He was. I don't know if you'd remember when we did maybe underrated models. He was the one of the models I nearly painted, and he got flocked or not flocked, sanded. He's white, and he was nearly there on a stream. He was going to get done, and then he missed it, and now
That's
ever
it.
I don't know.
Game
You
on.
know, yeah, exactly. Game over.
Game
Ruth
over.
is in.
Yeah. Tim
Tim is
Garlick's
in.
in.
I think it was it Sam that was saying he's seeing a lot of love for these two orcs.
Yeah.
I only managed to get some texture on the bases and clean them up. As I remembered, I need some more orc shields. I don't have any blue stuff at the moment, so I don't actually want to paint them yet. That's fine. You made progress. You've got little rocks that look a bit like aquarium rocks.
Yeah.
Whack 7 of them together. You, my friend, have got a river.
Sam Huddy. He'll be working on 2 orc captains as well.
Same 2 orc captains.
The same ones.
He's got progress.
Yeah, and as was right, Sean is painting the other one of those 2.
Hang on, is he Sam's progress pick?
Yes.
Okay,
cool. Yeah.
Parent is taking priority, but they're out of the box and undercoated. With a cheeky Denethor in the background as well. Little kind of crossover stream. Oh, isn't that cute from Sean that they've taken the same photo and put a different cross on it? That's nice.
Some update pits looking good, Sean.
I like that they're painted together. That's cute.
Andreas Muller. He's in. Same dudes.
They're getting loads of love. Andreas Muller.
Gotta love a made to
I thought, but part of me thinking, if they're going to go with orc captains, where's the real orc captain? Where's the issues? I feel bad for him.
Frederick says, got a plethora of BSIME supplies, including some white Trink Chocolada, hot chocolate, painting some orcs, including a captain turned banner bearer.
That's the same orc again.
Yeah.
That's a cracking face you've done on him. What's he got there? He's got Weiser crisp. There's a lot of white going on there.
It's very cool. Like it.
Frederick.
Working on 3 orc captains tonight, says Tom Christian, and he
Oh,
is the
Tom
first
Christian.
one with a BSIME.
Tom Christian does not say anything yet. Frederick is still getting his surname typed.
So we've got the 2 out of the packet and the one that came in the magazine.
Did you see? Sorry, mate. I obviously can't see what you're saying. Did you see Frederick's banner? His spider banner.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Awesome. So there's.
I'm just going to zoom in on Tom's picture because there's it's the one from the BSIME, because there is another version where he's helmeted, that captain, isn't there?
I don't know, is there?
Yeah, there's 2 versions. It's exactly the same, except one's got a helmet.
Cool. Tom Christian, so he's painting the same 2 dudes again?
Yeah. Sean Clark. He's in.
With a black guard captain.
Blackguard commander.
Yeah. A bit of progress. Layering glaze. Looking good. I like the blue, the turquoise. Nice.
I've not got a progress bit. Let me refresh.
He's definitely made some progress.
Yeah, got it. Very cool. Curtis Hodgson says, no captains, just the start of my Rivendell project.
Okay, so Hodgson, thank you very much for approving the Seven Stones rules pack this week. Oh my god, I was so happy with him. I just typed his name in. Despite the fact he's clearly ineligible. Nice elves though.
Harry Wyman is playing Gambling Foot Unmounted. He is a very honorary Rohan captain, but unfortunately is not an entry into the
That's got to be,
trophy.
yeah, he's clearly not unnamed, but he's going to have Captain of Rohan in his name, isn't he? We can't allow it. We can't allow it.
But very cool. Rory Campbell dug out this old chap. Got us an update pick as well. Looking good, mate.
Wearing a Mordor sheep.
Very cool. Matt Hudson. Ooh, Arnold captain. I'm stuck without paint, so I'm giving a token offering to be on theme. I have this guy I'm going to pin to one of Matt's amazing bases. And then we get the pinned picture. So you're in, my friend.
Arnold captain. Oh,
Yeah.
someone's doing well.
Craig McCallum. My running captain and his 3 buddies for me this evening. Sad lack of chocolate in the house, though. But you've had some home baking from your better half. Very good, very good.
You know, in Fresh Cup, I remember my wife did home baking today. All the wins. What was that? Is that like an egg? That looks like an Easter egg nest to me, do you think?
It looks like a is it not a macaroon? What do they call the coconut things?
Snowball.
It's not a snowball. Looks nice though.
He's got his Moran and captain there, and first cut. Oh, he's got more replies. First cut on everything. Quick dry brush over the armor. About to call it a night. We'll do some finishing touches tomorrow. They're looking good, man.
That's right.
He gets to play. Gets in with a chance. Craig.
James Richardson is in with the Rivendell captain for his battle companies. Very cool. A certain king in the background.
James Richardson. Oh, I believe he's an emperor more now.
Emperor, yeah.
James.
Richard Flagg, Galathrim captains that would not have been painted for a long time if it was not for BSIME. Good to hear. That's what
Nice, isn't it?
So whispering.
Love that. Yeah, we talk about that. Is it shouting elf? Shouting elf. You mean whispering elf? Whispering elf, right? Don't let him know that I'm talking to you. I don't think we were in the book. Good old whispering elf.
Dave Walker is in.
I bought the Roman command pack at Scouring, so it seems fitting I start working on them today.
Cool.
Oh, that's
Very
nice,
cool.
Isn't it?
FYI, a lot of people have known because the tickets have been flying out the doors already. Tickets for the next Scouring are on sale already.
It has been nearly 3 minutes since the last event, hasn't it? So you'd expect them to be honest. What's the thing? Like, what? It's weird. What is the thinking there? Why do you do that? Why are they on sale? Is it just to get it in the diary to get people?
Well, yeah, it's in the diary. And what I learned, I used to. Oh, sugar! I'm stretching you there. Sorry, mate. I used to obviously do it a little bit closer. I normally do it about anywhere between 6 and 8 months out. But the earlier I do it, because I've been super lucky and people get behind the event and support it, and the tickets do tend to go pretty quick. That bit's done then, rather than it all being last minute, which I'm terrible for. So yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I've got
Yeah.
Dave Walker, and I believe we're then on
Yeah,
to
Dave
Richard
Walker.
Clemmer.
Sorry, yeah. Richard Clemmer. Delving into his
Oh.
box of Dunlins tonight, hoping the Chieftains count. Yes, they do.
Yeah, Chieftains do count.
Yeah.
Joys of cleaning up
Date
metal
picks.
models. So tough. And we've
Easy,
got
cheap way to
Oh, look
give
at
my
this.
scenery a dark wash.
anyone know an easy and cheap way to give my scenery a dark wash?
So you want the water-based floor polish, black paint, but good quality black paint, and water it down to hell. And get some what's it called? What's the word I'm looking for? It's not that one. Let me find it. I don't think I've got it to hand because everything's out of the way, mate. I can't remember the name of it.
While he's looking for that, I'm just going to say that it makes my heart sore to see such great watch from the water representation from you there, Richard.
It's not there. I can't remember the name of the thing.
He's got double watcher.
Basically, something that stops it pooling. Someone in the chat will tell you. There's a liquid you could buy that stops like paint pooling when you thin it down.
You see that? We've got watcher in the water and watcher tentacles.
Very cool.
And he's building the scene that's so specific. It's the scenery from the Fellowship of the Ring journey book.
Yeah, that's cool.
You can see the arches he's got on those rocks to balance those columns on. He's going to be doing some escaping from the Dwarrowdale.
Yes, he is. Steve Ginley is painting old school Metal Dwarf Captain. He's never got around to painting. Pretty sure that Captain was a BSIME model, no?
Yeah, very late, I think.
Yeah.
80s, I think.
Michael Haskell, old school Dolomroth Captain. Dolomroth Knight Captain.
Found a captain who's been waiting for quite some years in his prime state. I started the Bannerbearer in a recent stream, so maybe this the first embers of a fiefdom's army. Oh, you love to see it.
Very cool.
He's got have you got his update pick? Very tired after a long working week.
Yeah.
I hope this has allowed you to switch off a little, Michael.
And then Larry says, working on these guys again from a few streams back.
That's is there a Minister of Captain in there?
Yeah. Gondor Command.
You'd expect nothing less from Larry, but
no. Jake Pollard, once again not on theme, finished to touch his highlights on basing an army of Thrall, Gates of Gondolin tomorrow. Not a captain in there? Oh no, it's
he's got Thrall, he's got Thrain, he's got Thorin, he's got a Bannerbearer, he's got everything but I think.
But yeah. That's a shame.
Lovely model. The is it the Warrior Variable one?
Yeah.
Where he's got his knee up.
Yeah.
That one I really like. It's a cracking model.
Cool.
Beautiful range. Lovely models. You love to see it.
Dan Nelson.
Alas, Jake, no dice for you tonight.
No. Dan Nelson's in. Mirkwood Ranger Captain, amongst other things. Got a lovely little Bilbo. Mirkwood Ranger. Nice base as well. Update pick. Oh, it looks cool, man. Great models, the Mirkwood Ranger stuff.
Do you know that when you... I never look at this on YouTube.
Yeah. When
do you know that when you zoom in, you just get a tiny, tiny amount?
Yeah.
All right.
It's because to get the image that you see when I'm not zoomed in,
yeah,
I have to zoom it. I have to zoom
right,
it in.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I like you went. Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Yeah. I was like, basically, it wasn't a yeah. I'm fine. It was a yeah. Let's not make a big deal of it.
Yeah, that's probably.
let's not point at it.
It's been 80 episodes. They probably haven't noticed.
I zoom in. When I zoom in, it's not for the viewers.
I was going to say they must see
for
less
me because I can't see.
When you zoom in like that, they must see less.
Chris Cooper, proper feast for Ruth and I tonight. Let's have a look.
Look at that.
Caramilk, Whisper Gold.
5 sausage rolls.
2 Uruk captains. I love it.
Someone has been to their local supermarket quite late.
Mm-hmm.
You've nailed those. The Jaffa cakes and the sausage rolls are like, that's your 5-6 p.m. stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, they both look very cool. Solid work.
Cool.
Solid work from Chris and Ruth there.
From Chris and Ruth is fine for the night. I wonder if that says done for the night. Are you both working on the same model?
Same model, yeah.
Oh yeah, there's 2 white ones there. That's awesome.
Yeah.
You'll love to see it.
Dave Shearer.
Chris is in. Oh, so hang on. I need to put Chris and Ruth in, don't
Chris and Ruth, yeah.
I? Yeah, sorry.
There's the one with the helmet. Dave Shearer's working on the Moore helmet.
I thought, well, I presume I've seen it, but I've certainly not acknowledged that. I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
Is that is one of those like a BSIME exclusive, a bit like Gandalf the White on the Rock or something? Or...
No, because the one you got with BSAM was the unhelmed one. And
Yeah,
that's super common.
That's what I mean. But is it common because it's through BSIME?
I don't think so. I don't know, to be honest. I'm saying no. I don't know. But,
Cool.
yeah.
Didn't know that.
So Dave Shearer's in.
With the Rivendell one. Oh, sorry, no. I'm a photo ahead.
Remco's in. He's got a high elf captain, painted very well. Looks
Looking lovely.
looking very, very nice.
And he looks like he's working on a trebuchet or something, maybe.
Yeah. Here's the head teacher, Sam Page. The orc captain from the siege weapon crew.
What did we say? What did we say about that? Is that...
I'll be honest.
Yeah.
I use him as a captain for my Mordor army.
So we're allowing. I mean, we haven't not allowed any siege crew yet, so
I would
we have
allow
a
it.
disadvantage. Yeah.
I
All right
would
with
allow
that.
it, yeah.
All right, we'll allow it. I think someone, maybe Frederick, maybe Larry, made the point that you could upgrade him to a captain or an engineer captain. So
yeah,
fair enough.
Julian's in with some absolutely stunning paint jobs, as per usual.
Classic Howard.
That face is beautiful. Well, it's not beautiful, obviously, but
What
it's
Julian?
painted very well. And that Gothmog, mate, is something else.
Oh, that is amazing. Yeah. You should zoom in on it so that they can see the not painted armor plate.
If you zoom in it, basically all I can see is his balls.
Beautifully unpainted balls. Gothmog's looking amazing, man. That is a cracking Gothmog face.
Yeah, it's great, mate. It's great.
Good work from Julian.
Yeah, and then Ethan Walker is in. Looks like he's painted it straight out the B-Sign mag. Solid work, same logo and everything.
Oh yeah, that's great. Although he looks slightly more human on Ethan's work. He looks slightly more mannish than orcish. Interesting.
I know what you mean. Maybe it's gone a bit lighter with the skin. It's less blue. And then we've got.
Look at that.
Oh, Frederick's posted the comments that were before your comment. He can still see everything, but I had the same tab on open all day. Well, that's why.
It was Tim. It wasn't Dwal. It was Tim.
Was it Tim? Yeah.
Look at those comments that we missed out.
Yeah, I bet if you refresh that, Frederick, they disappear. I'm guessing if you refresh the tab. Ben Shaw, some leftover Urukai for tonight. Captain in the mix alongside one of the old metal berserkers. Got an update there. Looking sweet, my friend.
Not sure about the berserker skin. Looks a bit like a robot to me.
A robot?
Yeah, in the first picture. There it is. It's funny because he's metallic. Very cool, man. Very cool.
Very cool. Working on my Iron Hills Chariot captain tonight, says Ashley William Hampstead Reed.
So that's another yes, isn't it?
Yeah. And then we've got Bright Metalhead said too many orc heroes with an arm straight up in the air. Yeah, so he's altered the arm. It actually looks pretty cool, that, man. I like that. I think I've got a couple of them captains. That might be a conversion I do, and then he'll go back in the Urukai captain box, never to be painted for a long time. I like it though. Looks cool. He looks like the one that stood on the rock. Is it when he stood on the rock?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Alistair Nichols, great conversion as well. He's got two with the helmet there, mate. Yeah. Scott Newman. He's in. Then.
No stacks tonight because I'm getting too much of a thick boy. Little cheeky bit of Out of the Frying Pan podcast advertising there on his laptop.
Yeah.
Scott Newman.
Tom Marshall, I've been putting together a Gondor fort that will down tools and throw some paint on elf captain. Good man, good man. fort looks pretty cool, brother.
Or
And there's his elf
the
captain.
garrison outpost. Never buy.
Tom is in.
What does that say? Never buy flowers from a monk. Only you can prevent florist friars.
Cuthers with the first Easterling captain.
That's tragic. Oh, I enjoyed that. I'm embarrassed I enjoyed it. Is that an Easterling captain?
Yeah.
Not just an Easterling, though.
No, Easterling captain.
All right. Classic colours.
And then Dublé is in.
Or the chieftain, cheeky chieftain.
Yeah. I hear this smells like plastic glue, says Holzman. Some pearl drops.
Hang on. You just said pearl drops.
Yeah,
You just said it again.
because he's pitching.
Oh,
pearl
these are
drops.
pearl drops. Sorry. I thought the odds. I said. I didn't know. I thought the odds of him having them would be so. It must be pear drops. You know? Strong and polished. That's how we like our team.
Hawk Jacobson, Iron Hills captains. Working on my Mirkwood Ranger captain, but using a spare Tariel for it. So I added some highlights to a mercenary captain too. So it's Katie.
What's a spare Tariel? What is that?
Very cool. Very cool. I really like the Ranger models. They're great. Larry's posted some more pearl drops. Frederick.
There's our beard. Not a bad beard. Very good.
Sam Earnshaw is in with Uruk Scout captain.
That guy's a captain, isn't he?
Yeah.
Sam sure has earned his place.
Yeah, and then Larry's posted his dinner.
A remote controlled pearl drop staircase. Unnamed aquatic snail captain.
A few more captains.
Can you imagine finding them and eating them?
No. Which one of them said, let's eat these?
Larry.
I think Ashley Fisher has covered all bases there just to make sure he's in.
I don't think he's covered any of the bases yet. He's still doing the base coat. So.
Good work, my friend. Left is a barnacle and right is a limpet. They're very different. They don't look very different.
They look quite similar.
They're the same.
It's like saying a horse and a zebra look quite different. You know, yeah, the coloration's quite different, but a lot of the parts look quite similar. And what they do, they both kind of just, you know,
run around,
muck about in fields, don't they? And those things both just cling to stuff and just hang out.
Yeah,
you know?
and get around on a big foot.
I think they're quite similar.
Kieran Townsend, Mirkwood Ranger captain. A few Mirkwood Ranger captains tonight. I suppose because if you had Mirkwood Rangers, you'd buy the captains if you sort of collecting the army, but you'd never
use
need them.
I think weren't they? There was some extra Mirkwood captains on the way to order recently as well, right?
Yeah.
The ones that aren't the extra Palace Guard and the extra Mirkwood.
Yeah. Doing some OSL on Denny during the deep dive, says Larry. And then more Mirkwood Ranger captains from Michael Curtis.
Good luck with the OSL, Larry. Hope it goes well, man.
And then Adams posted his captains. He's got his base colours on. Looks like the shade.
Same two walks again. I don't think we have Adam yet, do we? He's not been on.
No, that's the first post. No captain from Stephen Ryan, so Batcher, Numerian, Bowman and Spearman. Could have chopped a spear off that guy. Second in from the right. Give him a sword and called him a captain. That's what everybody did.
Yeah, Stephen, listen up. You could have ruined your Spearman model and
yeah.
stuck a crap plastic sword on him to have a chance of winning a die.
Agenda's painted Goblin Captain. I started on him, glued him to the base, and put some rocks and stuff on it. Very cool. I like that captain.
Very cool.
And rebase some models inspired by the old classic green bases. Might add some flower touch to brighten
Oh.
it further.
That's lovely.
Very nice, very nice. Alex Johnson is painting Bulk.
Not a captain.
Looks cool, mate. Larry Miller, done the straps and watching the command, did the OSL crossing off new technique square during the Denethor deep dive. And Joe Holzman's posted a progress pic. Very, very nice. I'll do a refresh. Refresh.
We have a submission from Eric. I should put this up.
Frederick. Oh, that was cool. Let's put a goblin head on there. Is that one of the? Is that Frodo? No,
I haven't seen it.
It's not Frodo or Sam in Orc armor. Has put a goblin head on it, I think. Got it?
Yeah.
And that is that.
Okay, if you refresh, that should be there now.
Oh, right. You were posting it, right? I'm with you.
Yeah.
From Eric L.
Can I just check? Was there anyone under Harjinder Singh that got in?
Bloody hell, you're making me go all the way back through now, aren't you?
Alex Johnson doesn't. Larry's already in. Joe's already in. Frederick's already in. This is not. So it's just. Oh, that is a cool. That's cool from Frederick.
Yeah, it's just Eric.
Are you there, for Eric?
Oh, yeah, found it. Ah, my leg.
Have you got his picture?
No, but I can post it up.
Yeah.
Facebook. There we go.
I don't know what's going on.
What do you mean?
Oh, wait, have you done Eric's picture?
Yeah.
What, it's been up or it is up?
Yeah, it's been up.
And so he says, I've been in a bit of a hobby funk lately, but this stream got me back on track by painting something I don't need, but I had ready to go. Never pass up a chance to paint. And my daughter has been interested in playing the Fantasy Fellowship campaign, which should be really good. She'll use young Bilbo with the dwarfs, and I'm looking to run old Bilbo with Radagast and some elves. Cheers for the entertainment.
You are most welcome.
It's definitely a big one.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm knackered though, mate.
I don't know why you'd be knackered. It's only 1:30 in the morning. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours.
Yeah, I'm struggling. Struggling.
Oh, it's close, you know. It's 44. It just goes to show how much you need to do to break that record. Even that, with all of those, wouldn't have been enough.
It's good work from the viewers.
Very good work. Congratulations to everyone who's been working on their what are they called? Captains. I guess we're gonna need a D15. Oh god, I've lost the black die. No one can win anything anymore.
You can win nothing.
I reckon we've probably got a D16, don't you?
Yeah.
What did Michael provide us with? There's an 8.
Ugh.
There's a 12. That's an 18. I'll keep that out in case of 16 based. There's a D16. That's the bad way I'm after. All right, so we are going for 15. So that's there. 15. And then so down to 30. It's there. We've got 15, 15, and 14. All right.
Yeah.
So let me see what I can offer you. Can we see that?
Yeah.
In my bits of knights. So our first finalist will be drawn from these fine fellows: Joe Holzman, Ruth Weaver, Tim Garlick, Sam Huddy, Sean Jago, Andreas Muller, Frederick Schultz, Tom Christian, Sean Clark, Rory Campbell, Matt Hudson, Craig McCallum, James Richardson, Richard Flagg, and Dave Walker. It's a big group of 15.
It's a big one.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
It's gone. It's a 4. That's Sam Huddy.
Sam Huddy.
I don't
Teenage dirtbag himself.
I don't recognise Sam Huddy as being someone who has been in the final all that often, you know. He's made it though. Congratulations, Sam. Our next 15: Richard Clammer, Steve Ginley, Michael Haskell, Larry Miller, Dan Nelson, Christopher Cooper, Ruth Cooper, Dave Shearer, Remco Keistra, Sam Page, Julian Hammond, Ethan Walker, Ben Shaw, Ashley Hempstead Reed, and Brian Metalhead.
Let's do it.
Oh God, it's gone again.
Come on, mate.
Just too exciting. It's an 8.
Got itchy eyes.
At least they're not gone.
They're well gone.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think that's Dave Shearer.
Nice one, Dave.
And then we're on the D14 for Alison Nichols, Scott Newman, Tom Marshall, Ryan Cuthbert, Michael Dublé, Hawk Jacobson, Katie Webster, Sam Earnshaw, Ashley Fisher, Kieran Townsend, Michael Curtis, Adam Garner, Harjinder Singh, and Eric L. Rerolling 15s and 16s this time.
Yeah.
Gone again. All 3 off the desk. That's a 12.
Who's 12?
That's Harjinder, I believe. No, I apologise, Harjinder.
Oh, he's
I think
fed
it's
in
Adam Garnett. I know. I'm
Adam
sorry, that's the
Garnett.
worst one.
To be fair, Adam Garnett's a bit of a legend as well. So
It is
either of
Adam
those two,
Garnett.
I'd win.
I can only apologise, Harjinder. I know. I can't imagine what the brief sense of hope must have been like. So we have our finalists. We have Sam Huddy as number 1, Dave Shearer as number 2, and Adam Garnett as number 3.
Sam, Dave, and Adam.
Sam, Dave, and Adam. Who's your money on? What's happening here?
I think Adam's on a bit of a roll tonight.
Based on what?
Just
Is that a roll already?
yeah.
I'm gonna go for Sam. I just don't feel like I've said Sam Huddy a lot on these rolls. I'm gonna give him a chance.
Okay.
Here we go.
I mean, I'm rooting for them all.
Adam has got off to a
lead.
cracking start.
Love
That's
it.
1-0
Well,
Adam. 1-0 Adam. Your man knows what's going on.
Yeah.
Oh, I've just seen Harjinder Singh has literally just got me again. Ah, so close. Not only so close, but to hear your name.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's quite rare that I read out of a stake, you know? It's dreadful. Sorry, man. Sorry. Oh, and here comes Sam Huddy. So our 2 picks there, and Dave Shearer's like, well, this is because no one backed me.
Yeah.
Exactly what happens when you don't have the support of the crowd. Sorry, Dave. This one's our fault. There he is. That's 1-1-1.
1-1-1.
This has suddenly become a 2-set match. Best of 2 sets.
3-horse race.
It is. Got 5 horses. I've actually got 6, but I couldn't find the base for this guy. Oh, Sam Huddy has moved himself to match point.
Like a typical dirtbag.
Classic dirtbag. What do we think? Can Sam finish the job?
Could do.
You backing your boy Adam? Come back?
Don't know. I'm having doubts now.
I think Sam's going to wrap this up right now, right here. There it is. Done it. Smashed it.
Smashed
Sam
it.
Huddy.
Sam Huddy.
Sam Huddy, Teenage Dirtbags. I live and breathe.
Absolutely love it.
He went off to do some parenting early in the evening.
Yeah.
He'll come back to find himself covered
In dice.
in this black dice.
Yeah.
Like this.
dice all up in and around his face.
All up in his business. Let's
Well
pop
done,
our
well done, Sam.
spreadsheet open. Absolutely well done to our
Well done.
defeated finalists, and also, of course, to Sam Huddy, our winner.
Yeah. While you're doing that, I'll jump back in the chat because we're going to have to fly through this now. Larry says, I was eating Easter egg last stream, show off, but that was the last year's Easter egg.
Oh, you absolute monster.
Joe says, perhaps she got married since last stream.
Who's that?
Dunno.
Perhaps she got married since last stream. I think he's talking about Ruth because she has a different surname.
Oh, right.
I'm pretty sure no, Ruth
Yeah,
has
yeah,
not
yeah.
got married.
Harry Bates says, thanks for the advice on terrain. Are you guys big believers in keeping your desk clear between sessions, or do you leave your products in place? How do you store your piles of shame? You do not want to know, mate. It would make you sick. I generally have crap everywhere. It is organised chaos for me. I think Damien's a little bit more organised than I am when it comes to stuff like that.
I am now because I've got a smaller space. My old desk, so like in the before times, in the other room was always really messy. But now because I'm downstairs, I've got it all on a painting tray, so everything does go away quite tidily. It's one painting tray that normally lives on the same desk, but if I ever want to use my computer at the desk, the painting tray just lifts off, so everything's on it. So I only ever have the right paints out and only ever have the right models out on it, and that's really helped. So in a really bizarre way, having to downsize made me more
organised.
Organised. Yeah, absolutely.
Joe says to Harry, anywhere there's space, correct. And Harry says, you should do a tour. You should do a tour of your hobby space, Steve. Looks very high tech. It's not, mate. Basically, what I did tonight was I turned the camera on and I seen how much crap was in shot and moved most of it. There's still crap in shot because I had nowhere else to move it to. It was when it was clean and I first did it. I was pretty proud of it, but it's a mess now, and it's not going to be like this for much longer. All the desks and everything are going. So, yeah. And even check this out. This is sad news, Damien. Because I'm downsizing a lot, and I'm keeping a lot of my models. So I'm trying to keep at least one of everything. So still from a collector's point of view, keeping my armies that I've painted, obviously, but like the stuff that's not painted, getting rid of a lot of stuff, but keeping at least one of everything. But I am not going to have a place for Mr. Smaug.
Oh, I saw you were selling them.
Yeah, well, I'm not 100% made my mind up yet. But I think in reality, I've got nowhere for him, and then the only place I'll have for him is in a box in the loft. And what is the point in that?
Well, is there not? I would suggest that the point would be that maybe in the future there'll be a place for him.
I think that's wishful thinking. Things are
now in motion that cannot be altered.
Pretty much, yeah.
I would always say, like, if you think, because you painted him, right? He's half painted, isn't he?
He's not even half painted. He's got base colours on.
So like you paid 300 quid for him. He's now 410 quid. Is the amount? What are you going to get for him half painted? Probably someone will pay you for not having to assemble it. I reckon you'll probably get more than the value. Do you reckon you'd get more than the value?
I don't know.
Because if it's anywhere around there, 300 quid, like you then ask yourself, will that change my life? I think it's that kind of thing. You put so much time already. Think how much time you put into assembling it. And it's like, it depends wherever your financial situation is, but that's the sort of model that...
But if I go with that mindset on all the stuff that I need to get rid of, I won't get rid of anything.
Yeah, but I think some of it is easier to replace in the future, should you want to, and the effort you've put into it is easier to replace. If you've assembled like 20 Rohan guys, who cares? You can assemble them again.
I've never, and sort of the train of thought that I've got is, I've had him from the very first release. Never ever played with him again. Just put base colours on him and sat him there.
Let the chat decide. Let us know as we're going through the chat. Should Steve sell Smaug or should he keep it?
Sell it.
Gamble.
Larry says, would you guys allow Suladan in the book season unnamed captain? No, stop being silly. And Craig says, the mystery home baking snack was a Rocky Road stroke tiffin type thing. And
Oh,
it was
that's like
lovely.
that's the
It
Easter egg
looked lovely.
nest.
It looked lovely.
Who was that? Scott Newman.
Ember Craig.
Oh, right, fair enough. Because I was saying
Harry Bates.
Scott works at a bakery, doesn't he? Does amazing
Right.
stuff.
Harry Bates says, are you guys going to partake in the new 40k edition? I've never played, but I'm tempted to finally jump in this edition. The answer from me is, I hope not. I'm actually trying to get rid of all the 40k stuff that I've got currently sat there. I'm like looking at it now as boxes and boxes of it. Because I collected the whole Conquest magazine collection. That's all there. All the models are there. And then I was sort of collecting Space Wolves. Every box set that came out with Space Wolves in it, I bought. I've done nothing with it, so I'll just try to offload it now. You've not got any interest in 40k, have you, Damien?
I don't need to answer that, do I?
No.
Not a chance in hell. I don't have time to play the games I want to play, let alone the ones I don't want to. No, I won't go anywhere near it.
Larry says Steve might Harry, but Damien won't. Damien is going to go pretty big into Old World revamp now.
You don't know me. That's exactly it, though. That's the sort of thing that might make me crack, but I still don't think it will.
Yeah.
That would be the only thing.
Matt Medium says Sean Clark. I think it is Matt Medium that I was thinking of. Yeah, but there's other stuff that has a slightly different name, but it's the same.
That was a person.
Matt Medium.
Who's Matt Medium? He's the other guy.
Medium.
He's the other guy from Top Table.
Yeah. Emma Craig says Midwinter Minis has a good dip wash recipe in a video somewhere in his old vids. There is actually a wash video way back on Top Table if you search for it. I did all my Goblin Town terrain.
The only problem with that is I heard a rumour earlier that Top Table Gaming have removed every video that's over a year old.
No, they won't. He is indeed, says Larry. Got one put aside ready.
What's that?
Don't know. You know what Larry's like.
One put aside ready.
Don't know. I'll just let a look back at the comments. Can't see what it refers to. Actually, Joe says I actually commented on it in the stream. Everything went beep beep up, and you did this bit on a different system, and we could actually see everything.
He's talking about the zoomed in pictures.
What zoomed in pictures?
The thread. He's saying he's commented on this in a previous stream, and there was a time when you did it differently, and they could see everything.
I don't know. Max Mallett says, Night BSIME, I'm off. Take care, man.
Dude.
Larry says, nah, there used to be just 2 blisters with a captain and a banner, and you got a random one. Oh, that was the helmeted. Old School Chris says, hang on, there are BSIME exclusive models now, as well as BSIME, Battle Games Middle Earth exclusives.
No, I've tripped over my words there.
Larry says, Julian Hammond, nice, pretending to be an aeroplane Moralan captain there. It's the one that's like... Joel says you have a captain box and a separate Uruk-hai captain box. Yes, I have Isengard. It's Isengard command. I have Isengard command, Rohan command, Gondor command, Mordor command, Elf command, all the original factions.
And Theoden's in the Lothlorien box.
Yeah. That was like a day. Oh, sod it, it's right in there. Harry says, have you guys either bought or had a peruse of some of the high quality proxies going around at the minute? Deval and Medbree miniatures are fantastic. I always have a look at them. Some of them I admire from afar. Some of them are good. Some of them not so good. I quite like looking at the stuff like when I'm yet to see a good troll catapult. I'm yet to see a good one that I look at and I think that looks like the movies. There's always just something weirdly different about them. Yeah, I keep an eye on some of the stuff. Some of the stuff's all right.
Mine has just been pretty much now the only events I play at are at Warhammer World. So it's a bit. I treat it kind of like the old world, to be honest. It's to me the third party manufacturers are kind of like another game, and another set of models that I'd have to get that I'm just not that interested in. I really like the Rings of Power Orcs. Where are they from? Are they Medbury? I can't remember.
I think they are Medbury. Yeah, they're cool.
I think they look cool and I like them, but I'm not going to get them because I'm still at the point where at some point maybe they'll come out, GW make them, and then I would get those ones. So
it's quite similar with me. I look at some of them, even the ones that I like. I've not bought any for the simple reason is that I paint far less now than I used to paint. It's quite rare that I actually get to paint. So if I ever paint anything, I want to be able to take it to Warhammer World events because they're the events I try and get to.
I go to
each year.
I don't know what it's like in in Australia at the moment, Harry. I know they don't have the GW sanctioned events, obviously, but I don't know how many you go to, but I go to 5 tournaments a year now, pretty much. And they are the 4 at Warhammer World and then Ardacon. So for me, I don't, and like Steve, I just don't have the time to paint that I used to. So I don't want to waste time painting models that I can't then take to those events.
It will be wasting time for me, yeah.
But there are some courses. There's definitely it's not all trash. There's some nice stuff out there.
It's getting better and better.
Yeah.
I'm not the kind of guy who'll just go and stamp
No,
on
absolutely.
GW. Like if I see good stuff, I'll say it's good stuff. Always have and always will.
There was some really good dwarf adventurers, like kind of like dwarf ranger type models I saw. They were some of the. I'm not sure which company did them. They were some of the best quality ones that I'd seen. I thought.
Yeah. There is a new one that's popped up, and I can't remember the name of it. It's got a really random name, like something penguin or something like that. That started to do
Pickupper.
I can't remember what it is, but they started to do Middle Earth stuff, and they've done really nice. It looks like a three pack set, whatever. I don't know whether they sell them as miniatures or just sell the files of Thorin. So it's a Thorin as he's running out of what do you call it?
Erebor.
Erebor. They've done him on a goat, and then there's another one as well.
What's he called? Like Horin Willow Shield or something?
Something like that. But it does look really good.
So that's probably, is he in the right gear?
Yeah, he's in the right gear.
They haven't got, the only one that they've got on GW is the 4-year-old one that's now been pulled from the range, isn't it?
Yeah, so he's in he looks as he should look. It looks pretty cool. So yeah. Joe says, always question it, Larry. It's only way he'll learn. I'm assuming that's aimed at me. Oh, no, sorry, I missed Larry's question. Larry says, I think we learn not to question Steve's boxes, Joe. And Harry says, definitely worth it if you want a modern update of old stuff like Rohan, Royal Guard. Yeah, I've seen some nice Royal Guard stuff. I think you're optimistic if you think he'll learn, says Larry. Damn it, Joe, says Larry. You beat me to the pearl drops. I teach for a living, Larry. I have to be optimistic someone will learn. And Larry says, it was my friend, actually. We did mix them with butter and stuff, I think. He's talking about them.
It's the limpets. That's who decided to cook them.
Sea slugs that he's on about.
The rocks he's eating.
Joe Osman, I don't think zebras just muck about in fields.
Of course they do.
They play on the savannah.
What's the savannah? It's a big field.
A savannah probably is just a field to Damien, says Larry. I've just asked my friend for the... Larry just said, I've just asked my friend for the recipe. Go find a boat, pick a snail off it and eat it.
It's the garrison, isn't it? Find limpet, throw on barbecue, make bad life decisions.
I've got a feeling. Can you imagine Larry's barbecue? It's not a barbecue, is it? It's something on fire. It's just a fire. You could do it on I Can, You Can Cook. Hell no, am I doing something like that?
I've learned something new tonight, and that thing is when Larry says, "Do you want to come around tomorrow for a barbecue?" I'm gonna say no.
No.
No, I don't.
Rich Clemmer says, Alex painting Bolg made me think, would painting the Gundabad Orc General have counted?
Oh, that's a good one. Who said that?
Luckily, we don't have to. Rich Clemmer. Luckily, didn't have that dilemma.
He's the keeper of the dungeons, though, isn't he? Now that model is keeper of dungeons, so I would say that wouldn't have counted. Good one though.
Still waiting for a profile for that name. How many years later?
Yeah, Gundabad
Joe says to Rich, that model now has a different name with the matching profile. And Larry says, on a more controversial note, could you have painted pre-Guritz? No, because he's now called Guritz.
But you think that Morannon captain is now Guritz?
Yeah.
It's quite a good one though. It's sold as a Morannon captain.
Yeah. Rich Clemmer says to Joe, yeah, I'm aware it's now the Giva, but so many blisters with the general name on it for years, it could only be played as a Hunter or captain. Not anymore though. And Ginger says, so close. Tim says to Larry, he was marketed as a Morannon captain, so I would allow it, but Steve probably wouldn't. Hell no.
Larry got me right and Tim got you
Rich Clemmer says, Larry, you truly asked the difficult questions. I've been hunting for that model for a few weeks. eBay prices are mental.
What's that? Good and bad general.
It must be,
Beautiful model.
Tim
Beautiful.
says, I have one on my desk right now. And Joe says to Larry, in the pre-Gurritz world, I'd say yes. The present Gurritz world, I'd say no. Congrats, Sam, says Larry. Congrats. I also have the upgrade kit for the DIY Gurritz, so I have my Gurritz in all his forms. Adam G's clapping his hands. People saying congrats. I'd say no, since there is going to be a Gurritz week. Well done. Adam G says, the one time I actually paint with Lure stuff in a stream and I get to the final, I'll take that.
There you go.
Joe says, it's high tech. He has a table that doesn't fold up. Keep Smaug, says Richard Clemmer.
Oh, here it comes.
Don't let the chat decide. Do the BSIME thing, let the dice decide, says Frederick.
Oh, we could. We could roll off for it.
Get him out of the box, stick him on a shelf and let him glare at you until you paint him fully. That's what I've done with him.
Years.
That's what I've done with him. Keep Smaug, you might regret selling him later, says Steiner Carlson. Tim says, then if you don't want him, sell him as fully painted for pound. He's not fully painted though, he's just got base colours on. I mean, he's playable.
I think that's what he's saying. I think he's saying
right.
Sell him as pro painted.
Joe says, I'm sure Anna will let you put him on display somewhere. No, sure. And Sean says, I think you knew when you bought Smaug that you weren't going to use him much. Keep him. He's a lovely model. No use getting rid now after you've built and painted. Yeah, but what am I going to do with him? He can't even go on display. I have faith.
Put him in the loft. That's what I've done with mine. He's in the loft.
Outside our mind.
Well,
Larry
yeah,
says,
but it's like
I have
one
faith
day,
it will make you cave. Is Matt Medium a friend of James Workshop?
It's a so much.
Oh man.
What?
What's going on with this thing, man? That was the hand in the air dwarf captain, says Larry. I think the BSIME exclusive models are sculpted by Green Tree. Emma Craig says, on Smile, keep him. You'll regret if you sell him. Larry says, I think you should keep him, not to use except in the utmost hour of need. He's not actually in the right gear. He's actually in full armour with the crown.
What Smile?
That must be Dory. Agina says, thanks for the stream, guys. I also managed to get 75% of goats painted. Just a few more highlights and it's complete. Good night. Take care, man. Tiamat Tiberius says, good evening all. Managed to catch it tonight, at least for a bit.
We've had to start, dude.
Yeah. Frederick says, GW still need pre-Gurritz as a Maranaut captain in White Dwarf after they release Gurritz.
The
says, nah, I've been looking for the Maranaut captain that looks like a Gurritz. Sean Clark says, put Smaug in the Smaug command box with Thader and plastic Gurritz. That's it, mate. All done. All done for the chat.
Up with the chat.
10 to 2 in the morning. Been streaming for 4 hours and 46 minutes.
Nope. Oh, 4 hours. Sorry. Sorry. Yes, I take it back. I thought you were going to say 4 hours. I was like, no. That's a good one. That's a good long shift.
Long one. So next stream.
It's in 2 weeks.
It's 2 weeks. It is going to be the 14th.
Yeah, we think, right?
No, it is.
Oh, you've confirmed that.
Yeah, it was just confirmed before I come in.
All right, so
14th, Friday the 14th.
I'll have to clear it with Emma, but I think Friday the 14th. So 2 weeks today, which is nice. Keep it on trend. I've had a cracking evening. My horses are all cleaned up and glued down. My knights are cleaned up and glued down. The shields are done, and 2 out of the 5 lances are done. So I'm actually gonna, when we sign off, I'm gonna finish these.
Very cool.
And they'll be assembled. So I've had a productive evening of hobbying.
Very good. And next time, in 2 weeks' time, I don't think I'll be in here.
Oh yeah, of course. Do you want to do an emotional farewell to your man cave?
I'll be back in here at some point, but it just won't be as you know it. In here is getting stripped out, and there'll just be a small computer desk somewhere that I'll be streaming from and being able to paint out and stuff like that.
But I've moved already. I've had my big move downstairs and lost the first room, and then this is a kind of occasional hidey hole. But you've been there all the time, right?
Yeah.
Since episode 1.
Yeah.
So we certainly in this. What are we losing the brickwork? Are we losing the white brickwork?
Yeah, it's going, mate.
So we all need to say a kind of a fine farewell. You've still got 24 people watching, you lovely people.
You crazy people.
We need to say a fond farewell to Steve's man cave as it is. Thanks for the memories, even though they weren't so sweet. He feels like you, only sweeter.
A lot of hobby.
It's been
lot of
good
hobby
in there,
history
man.
in here, man. A lot of
A lot
hobby
of hobby history in there. Some a live bat rep you did in there.
Yeah.
On the stream.
Every board that people play on at Skyrim's built in this man cave.
You heading off for your various shelves to find everything. Simpler times, man. It's the end of an era.
Glasses being lost. Can't find them.
Glasses, all the memories and
all the stuff.
And we didn't actually. I mean, we didn't really celebrate. It's not party popper. We got to episode 80, and I think starting a new deck aisle. If that's what you, is worthy of celebration. 80 episodes with you, my friend. It's quite magnificent to have got there.
Yeah, everyone's saying goodbye to the man cave.
Indeed, we've got Fab stream as always. Great weekend. Thanks for the stream. R.I.P. the man cave. Unknown year to 2023. You'll be missed. Minute silence. Bye cave. What's happening to it? Says Richard.
So it's going to be basically like a sunroom. It's going to be like a little kitchen area at one end, and then the other end, it's going to be like sofa and chairs and TV and.
But your
doors
computer's
out.
Your computer's going back in, isn't it?
Yeah, there's going to be a little desk in here with a computer, but it's probably going to be one of those sort of hideaway desks.
This is not a defeat gambling. We shall return.
Yeah. So,
where are you going to be?
Streaming back in here, but yeah.
Where are you going to be in 2 weeks' time?
Don't know. Probably Lily's study room. Probably.
Just outside the garden room.
Yeah.
The grass.
Probably. I mean, this is if everything goes to plan and I get everything out of it. I want to get in it. I need to replaster it, so I need to strip everything off and reskim it, and then put the floor down. And the plan is to do that within the next 2 weeks. So
Tim says he's going to miss the white walls of Manshed Tirith.
Yeah.
And Michael Curtis
Minister of this is what the inside of Minister of
he's poured out a 40 of Null Oil for the man cave. Tim thinks you're turned into a restaurant.
It's gonna there will be filming in here for kitchen stuff. Yes.
Exciting times. Are you sad to see it go?
Yeah, good.
Really?
Yeah, devastated, mate.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
I mean, there's a bit that's exciting for the things that's coming, but this was my spot on it. This was it.
It's all the top table stuff as well, right? All your little review videos.
Yeah.
All those cracking reviews you used to do where you'd get a box of something you'd never touched or knew nothing about, and would gradually describe all the things in it as you opened it up. The contents of Kill Team. It's great. This will tell you literally every page that every one of the rules is on. Honestly,
I hate filming unboxings.
Some of my favourite videos on YouTube. Honestly, we've talked about this before. You know this, but I adored some of them so much. This is the campaign book. I presume this is the book that will tell you how you run your campaigns. That's good.
What are you supposed to say? What are you supposed to say? Man?
I don't know why games like this have started sending me all this shit. I don't know anything about this game. This is the new edition of Warhammer 40,000. This is Crusade mode, which it's a really exciting mode in which you can play Crusade.
Here's the new 40k box set. If you want to know about it, go to Warhammer community.
You took one of them down, didn't you? Because didn't one of them get lambasted or something?
Yeah.
Not by me.
Because I didn't even open the box.
Yeah. What was it?
I held the box up and then just posted pictures from the Games Workshops.
Such good content.
I just couldn't be arsed.
Such good content.
I was like, oh.
But yeah, I'll miss those.
Yeah. But no, it's, I've had some great times in here. This for me is like this is where BSIME started. This is where Top Table started.
Absolutely,
this is where I used to come up and hide away and do all my hobby in secret. So yeah.
Tim's also wondering if you're actually turning it into a limpet farm.
It's a what?
Limpet farm.
Oh, because I'd have to invite Larry over there, wouldn't I? He'd be here.
Richard's asking where you're going to make all your scenery.
Limpets coming out with my. I don't know, mate.
Life changes, doesn't it?
Life changes, man.
But you will be back in 2 weeks' time for a different room, which will be quite exciting.
Yeah.
We're streaming. And I also want to say a massive well done to your computer, which has not imploded tonight.
No.
Which we would genuinely, you never know after a little tech mishap, is this going to be a regular thing? But it's done all right.
Well, do you remember after the last one?
You said it happened again. Yeah, which put the fear of God into me.
Yeah, it did it. It just did it again. I forgot about it once we started streaming, but I didn't want to jinx it and say, oh, I hope that doesn't happen again, but it was at the back of my mind.
Yeah, well, that's why it's the first time I've mentioned it now.
Yeah, so...
But in 2 weeks' time, on Friday the 14th, we will be going to page 59. That's issue 59. And you can start to see the confusion going on. Remember our preview inside says, in next packs we present the first part of the Lord of the Rings campaign, which allows you to follow the entire story of the Lord of the Rings through a series of Link's battle games. And of course, as someone pointed out, the model for that is Faramir. And the headline for this is Faramir leads the charge to reclaim Osgiliath. So God only knows what's going on in this issue. But in it, we will begin our epic campaign playing through the story of the Fellowship. Denethor orders Faramir to retake Osgiliath no matter what the odds. Not in this book, he didn't.
No.
You can paint your armoured Faramir model and create a set of Osgiliath buildings. I'm sure we've done that. For use in your battle games. And you get a metal Faramir. So we're getting our third Faramir issue.
Yeah.
Which must be at the bare minimum a tie. There's not a single hero that's been in this more than 3 times, surely.
No. No.
But yeah, so that's lots to look forward to. But for today, issue 58, we think it's a banger.
That's one for Larry for next week to let us know.
I've got that in the spreadsheet. I've got the theme, so we can actually go and have a look. But I don't think they will.
Okay.
And Larry Miller says you say that, but this week's stream still ended up having 2 parts. I think we'll edit that title. But I've got to say, I always love them. I've loved tonight. Tonight's been brilliant fun.
Yeah.
It's been a long one. I feel like I needed it. It's nice to be back on a Friday in our spiritual home. Nice to be here with you, my friend, and nice to be here with all of you guys.
Can I just say, we are going to sign off like in the next 30 seconds, but before we do, can everyone just click refresh on our page and just check?
I've just seen it. I didn't have to click refresh. I just saw it change. It just changed.
It just changed.
Whoa. Part 2? What part 2?
Yeah, part 2, my ass, mate. It never happened.
And now, what's even weirder, on the catch up, people are going to be seeing that and just staring like, oh, what are they talking about? Part 2, my deep blue eyes.
Yeah. Right, we're going to sign off because I'm shattered. I'm going to turn my heater off. I need a wee, and I've got to be up in the morning. So, yeah, let's sign off, mate. Let's do it.
Final point from Larry. This is quite good. It's the 3rd Faramir issue. Apparently, we haven't had a proper Faramir week, as every time, apparently, we've allowed non-Faramir models.
Have I?
Yeah. We didn't say that, but it's Faramir week, right?
Yeah,
we mentioned Faramir, so it'll be Faramir. If you're saying that's true. We'll go and have a look, but I'd expect it to be Faramir week, possibly with friends. I don't know. Yeah, get your Faramirs out for the lads. Lots of brand new plastic Faramirs we'll hope to be seeing.
Yeah,
another Faramir.
I mean, he should do quite well because, like I say, there's loads of new ones. So
I can't imagine we're going for a big push on that because we've already had 2 Faramir weeks, so I think a lot of people have got their Faramirs out.
He might surprise us.
Never know. Yeah, you never know.
Who knows? Right, let's sign off, mate.
Love you guys.
I'll see you guys in 2 weeks. Take care.
Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon.
Bye.